storm. You fought back we heard you got held up at church, man. Like,
There's a church
did they catch the guy?
If only.
Did they catch the guy?
No, he was still running pockets as I left.
Was it you?
So
No, it was
I cannot confirm or deny.
Wow. That's fucked up.
Oh, wow.
Man.
Why you started drinking Alani, Leafy?
Anyways.
This is my first one. Let's see how it works.
The only reason why they couldn't catch it is I was too fast.
Say a few more words for me, Lethy, so I can get your sound locked in.
All right, we getting locked in here. Let's do the thing. And I'm still setting up my stream, so we're good.
Perfect. So you are going to be streaming? Okay, cool.
Yes.
Then in that case, I just have one more thing to do. Let me get Gorps and you both invited to the stream together. And good God, we can kick the tires and start the fucking party.
Oh, wow.
My apologies
I know.
for my
Lethy, I said you were probably recovering from yesterday.
That took up most of the morning, so yeah, it set me behind drastically.
The debate, I mean, from yesterday.
Yeah, the brain pain was still hitting me.
Yeah. I bet.
Lethy, I figured you were just running because you knew you were going to lose. But, you know.
I don't think I've been following Gorps, unfortunately. I didn't realize that.
Well, you should fix that.
Gorp doesn't stream.
Gorps doesn't really stream much anymore. So.
Gorps is live right now, and I'm still waiting.
I know.
For
I said much anymore, bruv.
Kessel, what are we watching it on your TV?
Oh my God.
Castle, I don't think Castle.
If you want, you can see the grandma's TV we're working with.
Hell yeah.
She
still got the Nintendo, bro?
Tyler, for the love of God,
we got
take your
the
mic
Sega
out of the
hooked up.
bathroom.
Hell yeah.
It's literally right here.
There you go. You're not echoing like you're in a fucking toilet.
I moved into a new house recently. I'll lean forward for this.
Gorps, your invite has been sent, sir.
Literally lives in a cave now. What is this?
Yo,
Bro,
I am curious.
My house has
just
like no furniture, and I don't echo. What are you talking about?
There we
Proximity.
Just a question for Radish.
He ass closet size room, brokey.
Hey, Lethy, on the thing, can you mute your thing on the
My
other
room's
thing?
not that small.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because you're double upping. What were you going to say, Energy?
I was just going to say, so what exactly is the order? Who's going to go first, and then
that is up to the captains, my friend. So the captains are going to choose who goes in what order. It's going to start with the affirmative. Tyler gets first pick, and then Gorps is going to choose who he puts up against that person. So, and then it's going to keep going back and forth. That's the significance of the captains. The captains get to choose the pecking order. So,
Capitan.
All right. Without further
All
ado,
hail mighty
because we've
Gorp.
had all of the ado. I'm going to go ahead and read my fun little intro, and then we're going to get this party started, everybody.
I mean, shut the fuck up.
Thank you, Chief.
I'm kidding.
I appreciate you.
Just being funny. But also shut the fuck up.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Demilitarized Zone. This is the one stream designed to help you feel better about engaging in hot button topics. Our goal here is to teach Discord survival tactics, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We cultivate meaningful, intelligent conversation where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. So at least for tonight, please check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like grown-ups, and refrain from the blood sports and shit-slinging that have plagued our society for far too long. But our audience here does get a say, so there will be a link in the chat to where you can vote at the end. Go ahead and limber up those voting fingers. It is free for all. And exercise your democratic rights to decide which side you think made the most persuasive case. Tonight's prompt, foreign interventionism is beneficial for American society. And our debaters from the top left are going to be Tyler, the average debate enjoyer, captain of Team Affirmative. Sitting next to him, Lethy Water Kai. The fuzzy picture to the right of that is going to be Castle, and next to him is Hammer. I still say that is a podcast waiting to happen, Hammer and Castle. And then underneath Tyler, the forehead in the corner is Energy to Hamter. Bottom underneath Energy is Gorps Inc. From Gorps Inc. To the right of him, Vigilante TV. To the right of him is Groofus, Admiral Groofus, that is. And to the right of him is Razor Sharp G. And our newcomer tonight on the very bottom, just by happenstance, I promise, is Owlish. Now, our judges for the night are going to be Doomer Patriot on the left and Let's Chief to my immediate left. And I am, of course, your humble host and moderator, the Horseradish. So we are going to be going back and forth throughout this. This is going to be 3-minute rounds. We're going to start out with somebody from the affirmative giving an opening, then somebody from the negative is going to cross-examine. That directed cross-examination is ultimately open conversation, although the idea for it is for the opposition to be able to clarify and or set up their own prompt or their own introduction. Once we're done with that, we're going to go to a champion round where the captains are going to put forth their best debaters to sword fight in the middle for a solid 5 minutes. And then after that, we're going to go with closings. But at the end, as I mentioned earlier, there's going to be a fun little curveball where the captains have to provide somebody to steelman the opposition's position for 2 minutes. Now, all of those times are recommendations. They are not required. I will tell you that our judges do pay attention to not only your rhetoric, your skill, your delivery, your ability to think around corners and interact and engage with the prompt, as well as your opponent, but they do also pay attention to your time management skills. So whenever it's all said and done, we go to the judges who will give you some feedback and their score on a 10-point basis. After that, we go to the audience. Sometimes the audience votes don't matter, but you should still do it anyway. I promise. It matters to us because we're keeping score. Now, if anybody here has any questions, now would be the time. Except you, Energy. Anybody else? All right, cool. Then in that case, I'm just fucking with you, Energy. Nothing but love, buddy. Then in that case, I'm going to look at you, Tyler. 3 minutes is on the clock. Who will be your first debater on the affirmative?
All right, you're up. Leafy, I choose you.
Lethe, you have come out of your pokeballs. Whenever you are ready, sir, I will start the clock when you start to talk.
Second. So, we are here to talk about why American interventionism is a net benefit for the global community as well as for America itself. We live in a day and age where we have a global economy. Everything affects everybody as much as we don't want to look at things in a larger sphere of influence. Everything that happens in other countries, small conflicts, supply chain shortages, all affect everybody in the global community. So every time there is a polluter, there is a conflict, there is a shortage, or there's any sort of issues going on, it's going to affect everybody. So America taking the first steps to ensure trade routes, to ensure that conflicts end amicably, or even just to go ahead and put sanctions or tariffs on countries that are bad actors is a net benefit to the entire world. Without America going in to stop the Houthis, you would have an issue of supply chain issues. As we're seeing now with current conflicts like the Hormuz Strait, you're seeing that America not intervening in this situation is causing massive issues with gas and energy to the point where we're about to go down to 4-day work weeks because we just can't afford the energy. So seeing America step away from the interventionism as we're seeing today, we're already seeing the effects hit us in ways that we never even thought could have been the case for America or for other countries throughout the world. So I would like to establish that things like USAID have been beneficial, even though you may be able to find some negatives going along here. There is no perfect system and there's no perfect interventionism. There will be issues along the way and I'm willing to address those. But for the most part, you're going to see that America intervening has been a source of stability throughout the entire world, not just for America.
Okay. That sounded like you landed it. All right. Gorps, who's going to cross-examine?
Groofus.
Groofus, you're up, buddy. 3 minutes is on the clock. I'll start whenever you ask. Groofus, can you hear me? Groofus, are you there?
Sorry. My actual mic was muted.
Your actual
All right.
mic. All right, cool.
Yeah, it's whatever. So, Lethe,
Mhm.
you said we live in an interconnected global society where issues affect everyone. By that logic, if a civil war breaks out in Sudan, does that affect American society? And should we intervene in that?
Yes, it absolutely does. And it would be good if we did, but we don't always do that.
But if you say, so let's make sure that, okay, so let's say China's government, right, owns 100, sorry, thing. So let's say you're defending interventionism on the way to make America safer, right? In 1953, the CIA overthrew Iran's democratically elected prime minister. You are aware of that, right?
No, I'm not aware of that. If you'd like to
All
elaborate.
right. So, no, but I was just more so establishing that as a fact. And in 1953, a coup installed the Shah. The CIA coup installed the Shah, a dictator backed by the U.S. for 26 years, which directly led to the 79 Iranian Revolution, an anti-American regime that exists today. So, can we intervene to control Iran? And that intervention also created the Iranian threat we face now, right?
No, it didn't create what we're facing now. The lack of coordination in that region between the actors is what caused that. America just just quartered the Shah.
Really? So the fact that a revolution that was directly caused by U.S. intervention and actions is not the U.S. fault. This is directly thing that the CIA even basically directly admits with their concept of blowback.
Yes. So you can look at it as, oh, well, America intervening caused some conflict, but America not intervening would have been more horrific. So we're trying to create stability within that area. We got a stabilized area. It may not be the most ideal because for the most part, when you install leadership in any particular area, there's going to be a way they run things. And it's not going to be without bloodshed. It's not going to be perfect, but it will create a sense of stability in that area more so than if we'd done nothing.
All right. And in 1980s, we armed the Mujahideen in Afghanistan to fight the Soviets. And that same network became Al Qaeda, which attacked us at 9/11. So we intervened in the 80s, which led to the terrorists who attacked us, which justified our 9/11 invasion, which we spent the last 20 odd years trying to fight, and ended up with the Taliban back in power. So we created the problem we spent 20 years failing to solve.
Go ahead and answer that, Lethe.
So
if there was a question there.
I'm not quite sure it was a question, but I'm guessing it was why, if it wasn't solved and there was conflict. So it's not incumbent on America to solve problems, it's to maintain stability, is to maintain as close to a status quo as possible. So in not doing so, the area would have been much more destabilized. There would have been more groups fighting for power in that area and creating more chaos. So who's to say 9/11 wouldn't have happened 10 years earlier had that been the case?
All right. Good stuff. Groofus, 3 minutes is now going to be on the clock for your opening statement. I will start the clock when you do.
All right. I'd just like to say really quickly that Osama bin Laden directly cited our foreign policy for his attacks on the towers and 9/11 in general. But my opponent told you what vaguely kind of implied what he thinks the prompt means, but here's what it actually says, right? Foreign interventionism, not American interventionism, foreign interventionism. So, for an example, France intervened in our economy, or in our Revolutionary War in 1778. They sent troops, funding, and whatnot to help us fight the British. foreign capital also intervenes in our economy every day, right? Toyota, BMW, and Nintendo, foreign tourists come in to intervene in our economy every day via visiting Disney World and spending billions of dollars. I mean, I would almost say that I like American foreign interventionism, but that's not quite what Lethe was really arguing there. He meant foreign American interventionism in foreign countries. Well, but that's not what the prompt says. America intervening isn't about foreign interventionism from America's perspective. It's our interventionism in foreign places. It's like calling the Department of War the Department of Foreign Aggression, right? I mean, it might be more accurate, but the grammar really doesn't work. And here's why this matters beyond me just having a little fun. If we can't even clearly define what we're debating in a controlled setting with a written prompt, preparation time, and no bombs falling, how can we possibly define clear, achievable, limited goals when we're spending trillions of dollars and actually dropping bombs on people? And this isn't pedantry either. It's the exact problem with interventionism in practice. But fine, I'll be charitable. Let me interpret this poorly worded prompt for him. What I think he meant was the U.S. use of military force, economic coercion, or political interference in other nations' affairs when those nations pose no direct imminent threat to American territory or citizens. And I will further define those three terms, which would be military force would be invasion, occupation, bombing campaigns, joint strikes, initiating conflict against armed countries that didn't attack us. Economic coercion is sanctions that starve civilian populations and embargoes that cut off medicine and food. It is not voluntary trades where both sides benefit. And a political interference would be something like the CIA-backed coup, funding opposition groups to overthrow governments, intellectual interference, and threatening sanctions unless regimes change. The affirmative has to defend the indefensible. Mass murder. Just instead of only being guns and bombs, there's a flag too.
All right. So, Tyler, looking at you, who's going to cross-examine Groofus?
Lethe, go! Use energy to hammer now!
Lethe cannot, unfortunately.
He shot energy to hammer out.
Energy, I got it. I get the reference. I'm sorry. I caught up. Energy, you're up. Cross-examination starts whenever you start to talk.
So basically, my question would be to you, how do you respond to the fact that if there are circumstances where if we didn't intervene, then American troops' lives would be at risk and American citizens' lives would be at risk and foreign lives would be at risk because of foreign governments funding terrorism? For example, the Iranian government funding Hamas and Hezbollah, which are both responsible for the deaths of American and Israeli civilians.
Well, first, Israeli civilians aren't American society, so this is well outside the scope of this debate and this prompt. As for,
but they could I just clarify a point there real quick? I
would like to finish my response to that first, really quickly, which is
okay.
You also have to. You're assuming there that that it isn't the U.S. intervening that initially caused that threat, so to speak, right? I pointed this out in my cross of Lethe. We spent 20 years in Afghanistan only for in the Middle East only for Osama bin Laden to do 9/11, citing directly our foreign policy, and then we also ended up back in the Middle East again, fighting 20 more years in the Middle East again, only for us to pull out with the same people in charge who were originally in charge.
Okay, so there are two responses to that. So the first thing with Israeli civilians is I do think part of it is moral reputation. So America gets moral points for protecting foreign lives. But second of all, on top of moral reputation that we get from saving foreign civilians, we also get the fact that they're the trading partner of the U.S. And so we buy and benefit from Israeli technology. So that's thing one. And then thing two is the fact of the matter is the reason we overthrew the Iranian government was because they nationalized, I believe it was British and American oil companies, although it could have been just British oil companies, but they nationalized oil companies that were not theirs. And so Western governments had the right to protect our oil, which did not belong to them.
Who says that they originally didn't? How do you know that they originally didn't before then were owned by some Iranian companies or whatnot? I mean, before Iran was a country, when it was still Persia, it it was an independent country. Then the Soviets and the British came in and basically occupied the country and took their oil. So I mean, I would say that those.
My understanding is that the British oil companies freely traded with the Iranians to buy their oil with contracts.
Probably I would say under the threat of a gun, given that once again the Soviets and the British occupied Iran during World War II, right? And especially the Soviets definitely left.
All right.
Can I finish?
Yep, go ahead.
Never mind. And the Soviets definitely staying there also most certainly did not help with their. Did not help when it came to their thoughts about foreign countries. There we go.
Thank you. Well, can you finish? I don't know. All
Yes.
right. Now going back over to you, Gorps. Who is going to cross? Or no, I'm sorry. It's Energy's open. My bad. Energy. 3 minutes is on the clock for you to do your opening. Go ahead and start it up.
So basically, my position is, and the main thesis that I've been preparing for this debate is that we get moral reputation status by intervening in foreign countries. And when we morally have the high ground, other countries want to do things like trade with us and be less likely to be at war with us. So, for example, let's say in the future there's some sort of conflict abroad, and let's say we side with the good guys, like we side with Ukraine against the Russian invasion of the government, we side with Israel against Hamas, etc. Basically, this means that Ukrainians and Israelis and what have you, and other liberal democratic countries that we're allies with want to be our allies, and so they're less likely to A, be at war with us in the future, and B, they're more likely to trade with us in the future. Now, the second thing is also basically, the fact is, a lot of times when we intervene in foreign countries, it's because other countries nationalize our oil. So, for example, the reason, to my understanding, that Trump is doing what he's doing in Venezuela, even though he says it's for drugs, I think another reason is also because of the fact that the Venezuelan government, under the socialist government, basically nationalized American oil, if my memory serves me correctly. And the same thing with the American intervention in Iran that Griffiths was mentioning. That was because they nationalized Western oil companies, and that oil belongs to us, not to them. Another thing I would say is that if we don't intervene, we also have the problem that we don't get the benefit of a more secure globe, because basically, on top of the moral reputation we get, we also fighting terrorists long terms means there's fewer terrorists. So by taking out the current Iranian government, we'll have fewer people who are funding Hamas and Hezbollah, and that means that in the long term, global terrorism will decrease. Now, as for the idea of blowback or us funding the Mujahideen, you can cherry pick examples from history, but overall, we have to take things in holistically, right? We know from the scientific method that we do trial and error, and sometimes we err, but that doesn't mean that we should give up on the scientific method. It just means that we're not infallible. And if we search for infallibility and we say, well, only if we have a 100% perfect track record of foreign intervention will we ever support foreign intervention in general, then we're asking for omniscience, which is humanly impossible. And then I would also add that I don't think most of the people who are critical of war understand the failure of non-interventionism in the context that I mentioned of what it would actually do, which would, I believe, cripple the American economy, cripple our standing with the world, etc. And so, yeah, I'm a big supporter of the American, Israeli, Ukrainian, etc. governments defending themselves from foreign terrorists like Hamas and Hezbollah and what have you. And we should support the West against these organizations. But yeah, anyway, time's up, basically. So yeah.
All right, landed it on the nose. Good stuff, Energy. Now, the question I already asked, unfortunately, Gorps, who's going to be cross-examined? I had a strange hunch that was going to be the answer. So I'm just going to remind everybody, please, let's keep it above the belt. 3 minutes is on the clock. Gorps, get after it.
Vanda, do you think that the current war in Iran is beneficial to America because we're going after these terrorists?
So two things. First, please call me Energy. You can call me Panda, but Energy is my current username.
Okay, that's fine. Chop chop. Let's go.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so do you think that the 13 U.S. service members that have been killed and the over 200 that have been injured is necessary?
I'm not specific. I'm not familiar with the specific military tactics to know whether it's necessary to defeat the current Iranian regime. There could be better military tactics.
No, it
but I
doesn't
don't
matter.
know.
The prompt is this beneficial to American society? So Americans dead and injured. You seem to support this war. American society includes these service members that are dead and injured. How is this beneficial?
Because long term, when we get rid of the current Iranian regime, on top of the moral support we get from the world,
Right.
we
So
also
the
get
Ayatollah that was directly opposed to Iran having a nuke that we killed, which led to the current Ayatollah who is pro-nuke, pro-Iran having nukes. How does this benefit American society?
Well, to my understanding, the current interventionists are trying to get rid of that Ayatollah, the second Ayatollah.
Yeah, the one that we caused to be in place. That's the thing.
Yeah, we're trying to get
So
rid
is it
of him.
beneficial that we caused an Ayatollah who wants Iran to have nukes? How does that benefit American society?
Well, what will be beneficial if we get rid of him as well? And the reason we should get rid of him is because.
Hold on. What benefits America if we got rid of the first Ayatollah? And where is the benefit for American society?
The first Ayatollah was directly responsible for the deaths of American and Israeli civilians.
Okay. Where is the benefit for American society for an Iran that has been more measured than American or Israel in the region? We have now created a radical regime, more radical than the previous one, and more anti-America than the previous one. How does this benefit America?
We're trying to overthrow that too.
Trump said that he's not doing regime change.
He says that, but do you think Trump is completely honest?
All we can do is take him for his word. We're not doing regime change. I want to go back to another point that you made. Our oil. So the oil that is in Iran, and in Venezuela, our oil. Why do you think this is our oil?
Because the oil companies bought them from Venezuelan and Iranian people.
Well, those governments seem to think that it's their oil and it's in their country. How does it benefit America for us to overthrow regimes for fucking oil?
You're a libertarian. You should understand the importance of voluntary contracts.
Yeah, and the governments are saying no. That's
but the governments don't have the right to.
The oil was.
I don't think governments
and again,
have the.
I asked, how does this benefit American society?
Okay, I'll just finish this and then
Go ahead.
The thing is that by violating the contracts, the foreign governments have created a moral hazard in the economy, which means we're less likely to have economic investment in their countries, which is bad for both us and them.
All right. So, Gorps, you kept it clean. I appreciate that, buddy. 3 minutes is on the clock. Time is ready for you. Start it whenever you're ready.
Foreign interventionism, especially in the Middle East, has been one of the most consistent failures in modern American history. It's not controversial or mixed results. It is an abject failure, and the idea that somehow it benefits American society is the kind of take you only get from people who never live with the consequences. To be blunt, every time the US intervenes in the Middle East, we break something, we leave, and then we act shocked when the region catches fire. And then the same people who caused the disaster in the first place show up years later, pretending that the solution is more intervention. If this debate was about intentions, maybe the pro side would have a chance, but it's about outcomes, and the outcomes are brutal. We toppled Iraq's government, and that created the power vacuum that birthed ISIS, and then we funded them. We armed moderate rebels in Syria and watched those weapons end up with extremists. We spent trillions of dollars to get nothing but instability, resentment, and body bags. We strengthened Iran's regional influence by eliminating every rival around it. If this is what beneficial looks like, I'd hate to see their definition of harmful. And here's the part the pro side will probably dance around all night. Foreign intervention doesn't serve American society, it serves defense contractors. It serves the people who profit from endless war, not the people who pay for it. Ordinary Americans don't get safer communities, better infrastructure, or lower taxes from bombing campaigns. They get higher debt, higher oil prices, and a world that trusts us less every year. This is not to mention the attacks on American citizens that stem directly from our actions abroad. Even in the last year and a half, on January 1st, 2025, in an ISIS-inspired attack, the terrorists rammed their car and opened fire on partygoers in New Orleans, killing 14. On June 1st, 2025, there was a firebombing at an Israel Solidarity Walk. Even more recent than that, on March 7th of this year, there was an attempted bombing outside Mamdani's residence in New York City. On March 12th of this year, a man rammed his car into a synagogue and opened fire. These are all in direct reaction to American intervention in the Middle East. There's no way you can spin this to be beneficial. Meanwhile, the Middle East gets destabilized, civilians get killed, and extremist groups get a recruitment poster that writes itself. Look what America did. So when the pro side tries to sell you the fantasy that interventionism promotes democracy or protects American interests, remember, we've been hearing those slogans for the last 40 years, and the scoreboard is nothing but losses. Even when we tout our quote-unquote wins in intervention, such as Korea, we still have to contend with the fact that 36,000 Americans died, Korea is still divided, and there's no measurable benefit to actual American society. This debate is not complicated, it's not philosophical, and it's not theoretical. It is a simple question. Has U.S. intervention produced real, measurable benefits for American society? The answer is no, and the evidence is not close. If the pro side wants to defend a track record of failure, blowback, and trillion-dollar sinkholes, that's their problem. But let's not pretend it's a benefit to anyone except the people cashing the checks.
All right. Landed it on the button again. Tyler, who's cross-examining?
Oh, stop. It's hammer time.
Hammer. All right, buddy. 3 minutes is on the clock for cross-examination. Go ahead and start it when you're ready.
Okay, so my first question is, since you think that intervention is such a negative, has had such a negative impact on the U.S., do you think that we should cease all intervention?
Most of it, yeah.
Most of it, okay. Do you does that include any kind of trade agreements, any kind of like sanctions and tariffs that we place on people who do policies that we don't
When
like?
we are talking about intervention, we are talking about unconsensual intervention. Consensual trade agreements and things like that are not what we're referencing here.
Sure. So things like tariffs and sanctions, which are unconsensual intervention. Do you think
Yeah, we should stop
things
them.
like that? Do you think that we should
The
pull out of
tariffs
NATO
are
and
the exact
UN?
reason that the Iranian government has gotten as extreme as it is currently. They're the reason that the Iranian people are suffering, and they're the reason that American service members are dead.
Do you think that we should pull out of NATO and the UN, these
Yes.
defense organizations? Okay.
Yes,
So
but this
in
is
cases,
irrelevant because at the end of the day, none of these things have a direct benefit to American society. It is a taxpayer dollar suck and money that could be going back to the American people, the actual American society.
and so and so we should never try to defend our allies, any kind of trade partners or anything.
I'm not saying
When
never
they're under
defend our
attack.
allies, but I'm saying
Well,
that
that's intervention.
our focus should be on the
We're not talking
American
about
society.
focus.
American intervention
We're not
takes
talking
that
about
focus
focus.
away from American society onto other societies.
Yes, but if you remove our ability to defend allies and support them, then we can no longer have some of our most important alliances, especially in areas with high conflict, such as Israel and places in Asia like South Korea and Japan.
The only reason our allyship with Israel is important is because we've ostracized and ruined any other allyships in the region because of our foreign intervention.
Well, I mean, in those times, initially, if we hadn't had any kind of intervention whatsoever, then those areas would have fallen under the control of the Soviet Union, so we wouldn't have had access to them anyways. Correct?
No.
Okay. I guess you can have that opinion. And what about places like Ukraine or like in the East Europe that have
Yeah,
taken
how do those billions of
aggressive
dollars that could have been spent on the American people, how does that benefit American society?
So I'm just going to bring this up. So annually, I mean, this is a big number. It looks like a big number, but we have about 50 to 70 billion dollars that is sent to U.S. foreign support every year. That is a tiny number when you compare it to our the trade that we get from all these countries, right? We can't get oil from the Middle East if we have no presence there. There's too much conflict, and they have no interest otherwise in trading with us.
The
same with
conflict
places
is the
like
West
Eastern
and
Europe.
American interventionism. The conflict is America funding terrorist groups and then crying when they do terrorism.
We're going to go ahead and stop it there. 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, Hammer. It's your turn to open. Go ahead and start it when you're ready.
Okay. Okay. So, the whole point of this debate is whether or not we should have any kind of intervention whatsoever. It is not about bringing up certain examples that may look bad because they were handled poorly. If you look at our track record, there are a lot of mistakes that we made in the Middle East. That does not mean that intervention as a subject should be completely dismantled, okay? If we were to stop all intervention, we would stop things like tariffs and sanctions, which I know that we have a bad history recently with tariffs, but again, it is an important tool that prevents other actors from doing such actions as China, which is using its laissez-faire copyright laws to hurt our economy. It's also we also need intervention to say put presence in places with conflict, such as Israel, such as Asia, with places like Korea, Japan, Vietnam, that otherwise have no way of maintaining their own independence and continuing to be business partners with us. We, like I already said, we spend 50 to 70 billion dollars on trade deals or on foreign aid every year. That pales in comparison to what we get from oil from the Middle East. And no, they don't just not want to trade with us because they don't like Americans because of 9/11. China and Russia have always wanted to have a presence in the Middle East. That is also the case for many of these other countries. In Eastern Europe, Russia and the Soviet Union have always wanted to have a presence there. If we had no presence whatsoever, they would be able to run through without any conflict whatsoever. If we had no intervention to any of these conflicts, Nazi Germany would run through all these European countries. They took over France and they would have taken over Britain. If we had no presence, then what is to keep France and Britain and all the other Western European countries safe from Russia, which we know now wants to take over all of Europe? And if they do that, then we have absolutely no way to maintain our alliances and our trade alliances. These alliances, you ask, how is it worth the billions of dollars? We need our trade alliances, okay? These bring in from the 50 to 70 billion annually. Compare that to the hundreds of billions of dollars that we need to maintain by keeping these alliances, which we would lose if we just completely ignored all other countries. It's just a policy that makes no sense. And ending intervention just does not work as a policy. And I end my statement.
All right. Good stuff. Gorps, who's going to cross-examine Hammer?
Owl.
Owl, you are up to the plate. It is 3 minutes on the clock for you to use as you see fit. This is for conversation and directed questioning. I'll start the clock when you start.
Okay, so you mentioned tariffs and sanctions being a good thing overall. Can you clarify or explain more about that?
Sure. So tariffs and sanctions are a necessary tool. Although, like I admitted in my opening, they're not always the best tool to be used. They are important because it places pressure on countries who are performing certain activities that we don't want to be encouraged. It's like a form of soft power.
Okay, so do you think that pushing back on somebody or increasing pressure on somebody is gonna cause more pushback on them, though? Like they're gonna be more unwilling to work with us?
They may decide to do that, and at that point we would further our imposition of power. But usually, like a power such as America, they don't want to be in conflict with us to where we're placing sanctions on them and other things.
So it's just and as for having our people overseas, Vietnam was one of the things that you mentioned. We definitely had a very negative outcome in our intervention in Vietnam previously. So I'm wondering if like those sorts of things are the type of intervention that we definitely want to avoid. So any comment about that?
There's of course there's questions about practicality. So our problem in Vietnam is that we just didn't have the we didn't have the proper military techniques to handle that conflict in the way that we would have. But that being said, we still have a somewhat tenuous relationship with South. My point is, we still have a somewhat tenuous relationship with South Vietnam, right? That if we were just to completely abandon them, then we would lose access to that area.
Why do we not access
More
to
so
that
than we already
area?
have.
Also,
More so than we already
what
have.
do you mean? What do you mean that we didn't have the right military tools? We had just fought World War II.
I know, but it's a
So-
completely different environment. Do you not know
I
how we
understand.
lost Vietnam?
I understand it's a completely different environment, but I mean, having the military tools is not the same thing as not being like prepared for the environment. The environment and the tools are kind of individual assets. I mean, not having.
Tools and techniques are what we would have used to, like, if we were to deal with the issues with the environment and the techniques that they were using, then yeah, tools and technique would have been what we needed, and we didn't have those.
But we were aiding France, so France had the tools. So if France had the tools, would you think that they would share them with us?
I don't know that they did have the tools. I mean, if they weren't able to get any much better results than we did, or else history would have been different now.
I mean, it's
All
not
right.
that. Well,
Oop.
okay.
Sorry. All time. Yep. Nope. School time's up. It's now your time to open.
Interrupting
So
her.
go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock. Whenever you're ready to start, the clock will start with you, Al.
Okay. I'm ready. Go ahead. The threat of or execution of United States interventionism is not a progressive strategy for the betterment of the government nor the people. Using our military influence to strong-arm countries that disagree with us into doing what we want only causes further pushback and involvement with ancillary countries that may further compromise or threaten operations. Even if our intentions are good by implementing regime changes on countries with oppressive governments, there's a harrowing chance that the puppet government or the government that eventually becomes its replacement will be marginally better, or in most cases will retract to how it was previously before our intervention. We have modern examples of how our own government attempted to intervene in our own affairs and how harmful it was, citing the deployment of our National Guard to multiple American cities with the intent to assist in deportation. Our own people, Americans, were immensely and thoroughly against the idea that military forces were being used adversarially under the guise of deportation efforts. If our own people do not appreciate or want the federal government and military intervening in their affairs, it's unfounded to expect that other countries would simply lie down and allow us to control them when usual interests do not actually lie in their favor. It is selfish to meddle in the affairs of others with the express interest of gaining monetarily and makes us no better than our own enemies. I'm a little short of that, but yeah.
Is that time?
Yep, I'm a little short, but that's okay.
Nope. No worries. Yeah, like I said, you don't have to use the whole 3. All right, not a problem. Tyler, who's going to cross-examine knowledge?
I'll take the case.
All right, sir. Step up to the plate. 3 minutes is on the clock. Get on it.
All right, first of all, nice to finally meet you in person. I also do IT networking and butt programming as well. So
nice.
Maybe we can click on a different level here. So I was going over your definition, and you said using military influence. Would you consider military influence to be pressure and weapons as well as boots on the ground or something like that? Would those all fall under the same umbrella for you?
Yes.
So in your prescription here, you're essentially saying, let's relate it to a microcosm for today's environment. You're saying we should withdraw all support for Ukraine, let Russia do whatever they want. We should take off our sanctions on their oil, let their economy build up, and let them take over whomever they'd like because it's none of our business.
Well, I mean, the sanctions have already come off.
No, they are highly sanctioned right now, and a lot of them are congressional sanctions that he didn't have the veto power to remove. Congress would have to remove them. So
I'm incorrect about that. I was aware that.
I'm asking, what's your support? What would you support? Do you support us withdrawing all funding from Ukraine and saying you guys handle it yourself because we're not interventionists anymore?
So I wouldn't say necessarily that giving money is intervening, only because we are allowing them to fight their own war. So if we were intervening in any other way.
What weapons, security guarantees, 2 things that have also happened as well.
Yeah.
So A security
So
guarantee is saying if you strike X area, the U.S. military is going to get involved. We're using our military as coercion to tell Russia not to do X, Y, or Z thing. So are you against that?
So I definitely disagree with that part. I liked how we did it under Joe Biden when we were just giving them to tip the scales in their favor because they had an adversarial country that was beating down on them and attempting to take their territory. So since they were the one not the aggressors, it would make more sense for us to provide them the support they needed, even though they're not in NATO. But it makes more sense to.
And you like that, yes? You saying? I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. We only have such a limited amount of time. You like that. You're saying you like that form of interventionism, where it's a little more fair, balanced, and de-escalatory in the long run. But that's still the interventionism.
No, it's not interventionism. That's like if you ask me for 20. No, it's like if you ask me for $20 and I give you $20, am I intervening in what you're doing, or am I just giving you $20?
In my spending habits, yeah. But when Ukraine is directly saying we're being invaded and we need weapons, money, and help to get this invader out of our country, give us weapons and money to help us, then we are directly involving ourselves in the conflict. Russia seems to think so. They're calling Ukraine our proxy state. So.
Yeah, so you use an important word there. You said involving, not intervening. So we're involving ourselves by giving them money that they ask for, which is
when you involve yourself in a sovereign nation's decisions, that's not intervention, isn't it? Is it?
Well, actually, we're going to go ahead and stop it there. Yep, 3 minutes is up. So, Tyler, that means it's now your turn to open. 3 minutes is on the clock. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
All right, I don't got a lot, so I'm going to talk a little slow because I like to information dump and people get overwhelmed. So, we're going to define interventionism. Interventionism is not sending your military into blowing things up. Interventionism is any time a nation seeks to alter the desired policy of another nation through a form of coercion. This can be military, this can be economic. Sanctions are interventionism. If you say to somebody, you take X action, you put your political rivals in jail, Venezuela, we're going to sanction you. Sanctions are you don't get to use our trade routes. We're not going to trade with you anymore. We're going to freeze your assets in our country. It's purely economic. There is no military involvement at all, and is the most common use of interventionism by the United States for decades. That being said, this is a 200-year track record. When the United States used its moral principles to say all men are created equal and end slavery in the country, and the UK did the same thing, I think 15 years sooner, they then took that idea of morality and exported it. They told their trade partners, if you do not end slavery as a moral practice in your country, we're not going to trade with you anymore. That is economic coercion. That is intervention. Do X or we're going to take away Y from you. That is the literal and most common use of interventionism textbook. We tend to think of it as just the wars we don't like because that makes the best arguments, but in reality, it's a very, very, very small percent. So we hear earlier that the U.S. is the cause of all this, despite the fact that the Middle East has been a powder keg for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years. Long before the U.S. was incepted, we weren't involved in the Crusades, none of that. And to back this, to bolster this idea that U.S. is responsible for an area that's been in conflict for hundreds of years, long before the U.S. has even existed, we got half-truths and one dishonest thing, like the New York City terror attack was because of overseas involvement, when the people that threw it themselves were U.S. citizens that were attacking an anti-Muslim rally in New York City. That was their actual intent. It had nothing to do with geopolitics. So, at the end of the day, the best points being made here by several of my partners is trade is extremely beneficial to the United States. You cannot separate trade with U.S. hegemony. Trade relies on global confidence in the global market. If you have piracy, bad actors, people violating trade deals, you cannot have free trade. It works against it. You need to have these things. What free trade does is strengthen innovation, brings down prices, better living situation for everybody around the world because we share all of our innovation and goods with each other. That completely dissipates if we don't have intervention. Now, if we were to let Vietnam go, if we let South Korea go, if we let Israel go, if we let all these trade partners go over the last 5 decades because it wasn't any of our business, these would not be our trade partners today. We'd be a sole little nation by ourselves, completely outpowered by the Communist Party that would have actually won the non-existent Cold War. So our intervention is what keeps the United States going, and it's significantly better for the United States. The only way you could say it's not beneficial is if you hate America and want this experiment to end.
All right. Gorps. Who's going to follow that up?
It's gonna be my boy
cross-examining
Razor.
Tyler. Razor, you're up. Cross-examine Tyler as you see fit, sirs. As you know, clock starts when you do.
Hey, Razor.
Totally sorry. I was trying to gather up my notes. Okay, so when it comes with your definition of intervention, I want to get some clarification from you. Do you truly believe it to be? No, sorry, I apologize. I don't know why I said intervention. I want to know what benefits are being caused by what benefits is the American people currently seeing by all of the different quote interventions that we are doing with the different sanctions in say to Iran or Iraq or Russia. What are the benefits that the American people get? You're muted.
We don't know the exact goals of the military, sometimes because Trump's strategic ambiguity and sometimes because he's a bloviating asshole that just says whatever the fuck gets him through the next 5 minutes. So I don't know the actual intent, so it's hard for me to tell you what the long-term implications are going to be. But we have a safer Middle East. If the number one state sponsor of terror and this sole nation that's against the coalition of 9 other nations in that region, mind you, Israel is now teamed up with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and everyone under the Abraham Accords. They're all on the same side, fighting against Iran. Once that threat is out of the region, we are no longer needed to be involved in there. That's a long-term net good for us.
So, really quickly, sanctions that had happened to Iraq, one of our interventions, as you were saying, something that happened to Iraq killed approximately 500,000 children. If some other country did something to America that then caused 500,000 of our own children to die, how angry do you think you'd be?
I'd be very angry unless it was something like a sanction that doesn't actually kill anybody. What a sanction is we're no longer going to let you use our trade routes, buy from our markets, sell in our markets, or have businesses in our country. That's all sanctions do.
Yes, there are cases with it, like in Iraq, that it had to do with thanks to economic warfare because of us sanctioning Iraq, that those 100 children died of starvation and such. And there's an obvious case to be made. Would you believe that there's a case to be made that if it happened to us, we would probably be very terroristic towards them?
Absolutely not. We've had sanctions placed against us and we didn't turn into terrorists. But you have to look at the whole context of why these sanctions were put in place.
Died from it.
These sanctions, we have to look at the context of why these sanctions were put in place, is that Iraq tried to invade Kuwait, another nation, tried to take them over, and was also using night gas on that, using war criminal level gas on their own citizens. So you're cool letting all those people die and let nations get taken over, but kids not being able to be fed because their nation fucked up?
Our defensive thing, right? Kuwait's part of our defensive thing, right?
No, we just do. Well, no, they're not part of NATO. They're not even close to. NATO is anti-Russia. They're in the Middle East. The most southernmost country in NATO is Turkey.
All right, and I'm going to jump in there. Tyler, thank you. Razor, 3 minutes is on the clock for your opening, sir. I'll start the clock whenever you're ready.
So I'm so not used to the time being lower than that. I apologize. Okay. Okay. Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies in the final sense a theft from those who are hungry, for those who hunger and are not fed, and those who are cold and are not clothed. This is just a snippet of the quote from Dwight D. Eisenhower about what war cost the American people. These interventionist wars are causing the American people to lose millions upon billions upon trillions of dollars lost to bombs, air jets, and fighter planes that a child cannot eat that cannot cloak a mother and her family in warmth, and a job that cannot, and a loss of a job to feed that said family. I do not believe that going out and spending our money on all of these fruitless wars, that in order to do regime change, in order to simply attack and take resources from other countries, that we could simply do some damn diplomacy and do trade deals in order to get it going. I do not consider trade deals to be intervention. I consider them to be I consider them to literally just be talking. Uh, it wouldn't be an intervention on that. It wouldn't be intervening to simply um, make sure that our economic situations in America are better with each passing day. And spending billions on bombs instead of food and housing and education here does anything but benefit us. If you believe that intervening benefits America, please tell that to the homeless kid who's probably begging for food right now in the corner, because this country thinks that going to war is a better choice for our money than actually giving that kid something to goddamn eat.
All right. I believe that there is only Castle left on your team to cross-examine. Is that correct, Tyler? All right, Castle, Mr. Blurry Man, you are up. 3 minutes is on the clock. Start your cross-examination when you're ready, sir.
Cool. So I would just say for you, Razor, do you believe that the U.S. economy is large enough where we can fund both war and feed our own people? Or do you think that we're actually spending more money on funding wars that we legitimately can't support American citizens?
We are the currently, we're losing it, but we are currently the largest among the largest economies in the world. We could possibly do both, but it's the overspending towards military that's making it impossible to then fund, say, universal health care, universal pre-K through 12, and childcare, and feeding our poor and hungry children on the streets.
So Democrats actually under Joe Biden were looking to expand universal health care and sent that bill to Congress. It was Republicans who voted against that. So
Yep.
basically, your argument is that one side of the political spectrum doesn't want to expand social programs. It doesn't mean that we don't have the money to do that or that war is preventing that. It's basically a political argument. Secondly, I would want to ask if you thought that ignoring wars or conflicts in and around the world, if is that something that we shouldn't be defending and that won't cause long-term harm here in the US? Do you think that, past wars like World War II was something that we shouldn't have got involved in and hasn't grown the economy?
I do not consider defense of allies as interventionism. It is our allies getting into a skirmish, realizing that they might need a little bit of help, and going say, "Hey, you can you give us some extra weaponry or funds to make sure that this area is protected?" And then it becomes more of a trade deal, even more so, because without us intervening, they get protected, and we get better deals with our allies, and possibly something better once going on. But it is not. But I do not consider that interventionalism. That is just allies being allies.
Wait, how can you not say that what we're doing with Ukraine is an intervening in a local regional conflict with them
They're
and
giving us
Russia?
our
That's
leftover weaponry we weren't using. This majority of what's being sent there, all the numbers, dollars that you see being sent, at least on paper, is actually the amount of weaponry that we send over, and letting them handle it themselves. We're just saying, hey, we have extra shit, take it. We're not intervening technically.
that's a great point, though. So we're not sending any troops over, and then we're sending old weapons for Ukraine to buy and pay our military folks here in the U.S. that they directly benefit from, make money from, and create
That's not,
jobs from.
again, we're not intervening. This is once again is just a case of allies helping allies, not without actually intervening.
But Ukraine isn't even in NATO. They're not an ally we actually have to help. They weren't even an ally before the war with Russia. We actually had a contentious relationship with them and their government.
That has been asking to join NATO's for a long while, and Russia just kept stopping them.
All right. Now I'm gonna
Okay, so
jump
they're
in
not
there.
NATO.
Oh, yep. Castle, 3 minutes is
Okay.
on the clock
Yep.
now for you, sir. It's your opening. Let him have it.
Cool. So foreign interventionism is not about chasing perfection. It's about protecting American lives, preserving global stability, and maintaining leadership in a dangerous and interconnected world. The United States does not have the luxury of isolation. As a global superpower, what happens abroad does not stay abroad. Instability festers, threats grow, and eventually they reach our borders. Intervention is how we confront those early threats on our terms rather than waiting for them to strike at home. And it's important to understand this because in many cases, my opponent will bring up that the United States did not create the instability. We stepped into situations that were already broken. Take Afghanistan. Long before the US arrived, Afghanistan was already destabilized by decades of conflict, most notably by the Soviet Union invasion in 1979. And that war devastated the country, fractured its political system, and helped create conditions for extremist groups like Al Qaeda to emerge. So by the time that the US intervened after 9/11, Afghanistan was not a functioning state. It was a safe haven for terrorism. So when the United States acted, it wasn't starting a war, it was responding to one, and it dismantled Al Qaeda's base of operations, removed the Taliban regime that harbored them, and for 20 years helped prevent another attack on the scale of 9/11 that whole time. That level of security didn't happen by chance. It was the direct result of American intervention and helped Americans here at home. Considering Iraq, while controversial, it's important to remember that Hussein's regime was already a major source of instability. He invaded neighboring countries, used chemical weapons against his own people, and repeatedly defied international law. Removing that regime sent a clear message that the United States will not tolerate threats that endanger global security. And beyond the immediate outcomes, these interventions strengthened the United States itself. They advanced military strategy, improved intelligence coordination, and reinforced alliances like NATO and ensured that America remains the most capable and prepared nation in the world. That directly benefits American society through stronger security, economic stability, and global influence. My opponent will focus on the costs, and those costs are real, but what he won't address is the cost of doing nothing. And without intervention, terrorist networks would not have continued operating freely. Rogue regimes would have grown more aggressively, and power vacuums would have been filled not by peace, but by adversaries like Russia, as they had done in the past, China, or other extremist groups. Foreign interventionism is not reckless, it's necessary, and it's the price of preventing larger conflicts, that foundation of American leadership, and a key reason the United States remains secure in an increasingly unstable world. And that's my intro.
All right. And if I'm not mistaken, that means that the only person left on the floor is you, right, Vigilante? So I believe that means you are up for cross-examination. 3 minutes is on the clock, sir. Get in there.
All right. So, how do acts of aggression, creating more enemies, protect American lives?
So sorry, you cut out on my end. Could you repeat that one more time?
How does doing acts of aggression that create more enemies protect American lives?
So we're talking about acts of aggression like terrorism, I presume. And again, like I said in my introduction, we had terrorists exist long before we ever intervened in places like Afghanistan. So this is something that I pointed out that we have to look at these threats overseas and attack them firsthand before they look to attack us. I think that's something that we've seen already before, and it's why we prevented many terrorist attacks as large as 9/11 prevented them from happening again here at home.
So, do you genuinely believe that if America didn't fund these terrorist groups and basically create them, that we still would have drawn their ire?
So in the case of Afghanistan, the Mujahideen were funded largely by Americans before they were even considered a terroristic threat. They turned into a terroristic threat long after we got involved and kicked Russia out of Afghanistan. So, in my intro, again, I said that it's not like we're free from making mistakes, but our intention isn't to fund well known terrorist groups that we believe are going to start attacking Americans. Our intentions are to fund freedom fighters who are looking for independence and sovereignty for their own people to kick out horrible dictators, and then hopefully they can start running their own country. Sometimes that doesn't work, but I think our intentions are well, because we want to help the people. We don't look to start funding terrorists so they can start attacking Americans.
Yeah, I mean the road to hell is definitely paved with good intentions, but you can.
Right.
How can you sit here and say that all of this is beneficial when it's obvious that every time we've done this, and every time we have interfered with these things and funded these so-called freedom fighters, they always end up coming back and becoming terrorist organizations. Every single time that we have done this, they are always end up becoming terrorists that go against our interests and end up attacking us.
So I wouldn't say every time. I think that the only instance you can bring up is 9/11. I mean, we just took out Maduro in Venezuela. We just took out the Ayatollah in Iran. There have been zero terrorist activity from foreign terrorists from these countries happening in the U.S. And even before this happened, we haven't seen any domestic terrorist attacks from these countries since 9/11 at that scale. So it's hard to say that since that time, we've been causing more harm for the American people when we've actually been protecting them from future attacks like 9/11 ever since, because of our security overseas and the way we've been preventing it over there. We keep the land wars in the Middle East. We don't bring them to the U.S., and I think that's a good thing for our citizens.
And that's time. Vigilante, 3 minutes is on the clock for your opening, sir.
All right, so I'm just going to reiterate something that I think it was Grufus mentioned. The foreign interventionism is the military, economic, and political interference in other nations' affairs without direct defensive necessity. So one of the big things here that we've talked about are bad actors. How do we determine who the bad actors are? How is it we're just arbitrarily going around and toppling governments that did nothing to us? And the toppling these governments doesn't cause stability, it prevents it. The Iranian Revolution, which was also mentioned, apparently wasn't caused by us, because I don't know how. We literally toppled their government, created a fucking dictatorship, and then it was also mentioned that the Strait of Hormuz is being shut down right now by Iran, supposedly because Iran's just being malicious before we intervened. But no, the reason the Strait of Hormuz has been shut down and our gas prices and energy prices are going up is literally because of the fact that we intervened. Iran did that as retaliation. And then, according to Panda, resources on foreign soils apparently belong to us? What? That's fucking absurd. We can sit here and pretend America doesn't cause more problems by intervening, but the reality is we can look at more recent examples than just the Middle East. China was and is a massive trade partner, but the recent wave of aggression from China, an otherwise peaceful country, was started by the aggression of the Trump administration. This obviously reapplies to the Middle East, because all of the issues that we have in the Middle East were caused by U.S. aggression. And going all the way back to the Cold War, where we funded the Mujahideen, and who later became Al-Qaeda and a number of other terrorist groups. And then once we finally destroyed Al-Qaeda, they became ISIS. But apparently we should just endlessly kill and kidnap foreign leaders, costing hundreds of thousands of American lives until they institute a government that we like, and that this is somehow beneficial to America. It is an insane proposition that making people martyrs by committing terrorism against their country, only gaining us more enemies just because moral brownie points somehow benefit us when they don't. Interventionism can be a moral good, like when we intervened in World War II. However, moral good, more often than not, has a cost. Doing nothing is free, while doing the right thing often costs lives and a fuckload of money, and is not always beneficial.
Landed it right on the button. Good job there, Vigilante. All right, well, that wraps it all the way back around to you, Lethe. It is your turn to cross-examine, sir. Go ahead and cross-examine Vigilante as you see fit. Clock starts when you start, sir.
Hey, Vigi, how's it going?
You're muted.
Muted.
And you are muted.
Hey, Vigi, how's it going?
I'm good, buddy. How are you?
So far, so good, especially with the things that you said. I'm very interested in knowing, was there not a history of violence in the Middle East regions before the U.S. even came into existence?
Yes, there was a history of violence in the Middle East, but none of that violence was directed towards the United States.
Because it didn't exist at the time. They could direct it anywhere they choose to, and it was directed at the people that they saw as enemies, correct?
Generally speaking, it was directed at their religious enemies, typically speaking, the Jews, and in some cases, Arab Christians.
Not the British?
The British who invaded them and literally caused their own problems in the Middle East, just like we have.
So that is the U.S.'s fault?
No, you just gave an example of how the British caused the same issues that the U.S. caused with the Middle East. How the British drew the ire of the Middle East because they acted aggressively towards the Middle East as well, causing the exact same problem we see today, where where they create their own problems, and so did we.
And so them invading all the way to Spain was something that was warranted on their end? Creating more disenfranchisement, creating more animosity toward them?
I mean, considering that would have been caused by the Crusades, I would say that, yeah, it would. I'm assuming you're talking back in the Middle Ages.
Somewhat. So you acknowledge that some interventionism can be good, correct?
It can be good, but that doesn't mean it's beneficial. See, there's a thing here where we're conflating what is good and what is beneficial. Something that is good is not always beneficial.
So would you say tamping down on extremist groups in the Middle East is not beneficial to the whole of the Western world?
I mean, the terrorist groups wouldn't be our problem if we didn't fuck with them in the first place. So
you're saying the terrorist groups that also went up against other extremists that they didn't agree with and were much smaller than the larger groups they were attacking, it's better to just let...
Yeah, the groups that only got as big as they are because we funded them and provided them weapons, and so did the most of Europe, and literally created the problem.
All right. That is 3 minutes off. Now, we are going to go. That completes our openings and our cross-examinations. Great job, everybody. Enjoyed the hell out of that. I hope that the captains were watching closely because now we're going to get into the champion rounds. So, once again, the way this is going to work, there's going to be 2 rounds of champion rounds with 5 minutes on the clock for each. And for those of you who are not participating, highly recommend you slide into those DMs and throw in your thoughts at your champions. But Captain 1 is going to be affirmative. You get to choose your captain first for the first round. The negative is going to choose their captain first for the second round. So, Tyler, who do you want to put into the ring for 5 minutes?
Oh, Castle was on fire. I'm going to put Castle in there.
All right, Castle. Then that means the Castle, Gorps, anybody but Vigilante or Razor, who would you like to go against Castle for the next 5 minutes?
I'm gonna go.
Hey, that's awesome. So it's going to be Gorps and Castle sliding into the center for 5 minutes. This is, again, just an open cross conversation, so use it as you guys see fit. Again, please keep it clean, above the belt, but get into it. Time starts now.
So, Castle, do you recognize the fact that every time that America has been attacked by, for example, terrorists from the Middle East, it has been because we intervened in the first place?
Do I recognize? So when's the last time that happened?
I mean, the most high-profile example is 9/11, where it was exactly cited that U.S. intervention in the Middle East is what caused Osama bin Laden to plan and execute 9/11.
And you would also agree to the fact that we've been in Afghanistan, Iraq, arguably Syria, Libya, all 20 years later, and we have not been attacked by any of those countries since 9/11.
We've been attacked by terrorists within those countries.
In America?
I mean, we have, decently regularly small terrorist attacks in America, and also our American service members abroad are constantly attacked.
Which foreign nationals from any of those countries have attacked
It doesn't
Americans?
need to be a foreign national from that country for somebody to do it on behalf of that. So, like the attempted attack in New York City this month, right? It's not a foreign national, however, it was done on behalf of ISIS. It was done inspired by ISIS because of our actions within the Middle East.
Right,
It was
so
our
domestic
intervention that
terrorism
led to
is
these things happening.
that would be domestic terrorism from somebody not from that country. So our involvement there, I mean, you could say that somebody could be
You're right.
upset.
American citizens who are radicalized by foreign terrorist organizations are domestic terrorists. Sure, if you want to characterize it that way, either way, it is a direct result of American intervention. These
Okay,
terrorist
and so
groups
your
only
argument is that
exist
if we
and target America directly because of U.S. intervention.
okay, and there are also domestic terrorists who believe that we should be a white Christian nationalist country as well. I think that people with extremist beliefs will always be problems within this country. I don't think that just extends to people abroad. That extends to a lot of people at home, unfortunately, if you're on the right or even on the left. So I think
You're right,
if
but
you
shouldn't
start
we
to take
minimize how much we're having people that want to do terrorism to the U.S.? Shouldn't we try to minimize that? For example, by not radicalizing people through killing their babies. I'm sorry,
yeah,
if
so
I had
when
a
you
child and
wait,
America
wait,
came in
don't
and
you
killed my child, I would probably get a little bit angry. I might do
don't you
something.
agree that right wing nationalism has caused more domestic terrorist attacks than any foreign wars
That is
that we've been
irrelevant. We're talking about
introduced in?
foreign intervention. We're talking about
Right. So if you're
benefiting
but if you're
American
concerned
society.
about
There's no benefit
but
to American
if you're
society.
concerned about terrorism here,
There's
we should
only
start
harm.
with the biggest cause of terrorism, which is domestic terrorism fueled by
No,
right
no,
wing
no, no.
nationalists. And
You're right, but it's irrelevant to the topic.
you brought up terrorism.
Yeah, terrorism caused by American foreign intervention.
Right. And I'm saying that we haven't had a
domestic
single
terrorism for
foreign
other reasons is
intervention.
irrelevant to this
We haven't had a
topic.
single foreign terrorist attack our country since 9/11. And we've been involved in the Middle East ever
I'm pretty
since.
sure that's not true. I'm pretty sure it was like Santa Barbara or something, like 6,
It
7
is
years
true.
ago.
They were American citizens.
Either way, if they're radicalized by these foreign terrorist organizations that we have caused through our intervention, they're radicalized by these foreign terrorist organizations to commit these attacks. Do you think that if somebody is an American citizen but says, I pledge myself to ISIS and then goes and does a terrorist attack, do you think that that's an ISIS attack? Or is that just domestic terrorism?
Listen, I'm not saying that it's a good thing. I'm still saying that we should go after these
you're
people.
not
But you're
answering my
acting
question.
like
You're not answering.
yeah, I'm going to answer it. You're basically saying that if we have 500 people who die from gun violence every year, we should go after the 3 people who are attacking folks with knives in the streets. And I'm saying there's a bigger problem with the 500 people.
I'm saying
go
go after anybody, but you're not fucking arguing the prompt. Stay on the prompt, all right? The prompt is about foreign intervention. I don't care about random white nationalists when we're talking about foreign intervention. I'm talking about a direct cause of American foreign
I know, but you
intervention.
can't name any foreign intervention that's happened in the country. You're saying, well, maybe something in Santa Barbara happened.
I can't
and now
name
you're
any
saying
foreign
that
intervention that happened. How about invading Iraq?
Yeah.
How about invading Afghanistan? How about currently bombing Iran? How about
yeah, and
funding
you
the
can't name a
genocide in
single
Palestine?
terrorist who's
This is
attacked
all
the U.S.
foreign
from that.
intervention that leads to
And you haven't
terrorism
named a single
against
person who's attacked the
Americans.
U.S. from this.
Bro, the foreign intervention is America attacking all of these countries. That is
Yeah.
the foreign intervention that directly leads to American service members killed, American
Okay, you're talking about
tankers
service
being
members now.
bombed.
Okay,
These are
so now we're
Americans.
talking about
These are
service
American
members.
citizens. The fuck?
Okay.
Their U.S. embassies get attacked. That's American soil.
Okay, but you were talking about terrorist attacks at home. If you want to talk about the service members, I'm fine with addressing that point
I did
too.
not say terrorist
But-
attacks at home, by the way, and I have mentioned this multiple times throughout the course of when I've spoken on this panel.
but you know
attacks
that
on
we
American
have
citizens
service.
are still terrorist attacks, and it's still a direct result of American intervention.
Okay,
This
so
is
if
not
you want to talk
beneficial
about actual,
to American society to have Americans being killed and wounded due to the blowback from our actions.
Yes, and I'm sure you would say that it's not beneficial for Americans to die in World War II or the American Revolutionary War. Like, obviously, American civilians or American troops dying is bad, but that's the casualties of war that we have to deal with when we go overseas and are trying to
We don't have
help
to go overseas.
countries.
We're not forced to
Well,
go
how would
overseas.
we-
We choose to, and that's the problem.
And I'm going to jump in.
Okay, so
Okay, nope, yep. I let y'all cook for a little longer, but 5 minutes is up. Great job from both of you. Now we're going to do our second round of that. Gorps, who are you going to put in for your champion?
Vigi.
Vigilante. And so that means, let's see, it cannot be Castle or Lethe. Who do you want to meet him in the middle, Tyler?
Oh, I want this one.
Tyler versus Vigilante. All right, putting that 5 minutes back on the clock and get on in there, y'all.
Yeah, what's up, Vid? You're the only threat on your team.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So I mean, Castle wanted to keep using the false dichotomy, bringing up the homegrown terrorists and shit, right? So on the note of using false dichotomies, I do want to ask you a question. So since we believe that it was since you believe that it was beneficial for America to have funded these groups that eventually became terrorists, do you think it was beneficial for Israel to fund Hamas?
In the time that it happened, I'm glad you asked me this. I have a 26-page Israel Pollard document. I know all about that. So what happened was the PA was actually the major threat. They had just gotten through the second Intifada, where tons of Jews were killed. It was hangings and things of all that nature. So the PA was the major threat. So they had this up-and-coming, not yet terrorist group, Hamas. They funded them to win the election so the PA wouldn't have control of both sections of Gaza and the Middle East, basically breaking their united front. So even if Hamas did turn terrorists after, both groups were weaker because they were split either way. So yes, it was beneficial for them short-term and long-term.
But Israel continued to fund Hamas up until very recently, up until 2018, when they were after they became the major threat in Gaza.
So a lot of that funding was humanitarian aid. They were also supplying 9% of the water from Israel was going into Gaza because they had dug up their own water pipes to turn them into rockets. They were also supplying food. There was also about 500,000 work visas being granted to Gazans specifically to come inside Israel and earn wages. So they were working with this government. They were trying to normalize peace. They were currently in a ceasefire when the attack on a bunch of civilians at a concert happened. So I noticed real quick that you were having a hard time in your opening statement distinguishing who the good guys were and who the bad guys were. So I just want to ask you a couple of questions. When a group of people steals tens of billions of dollars from another country, rigs its own elections, kills its political rivals, and then starts mowing down its citizens in the street, you're still having trouble distinguishing who's the good guy and the bad guy and think it's arbitrary?
It is arbitrary because we have plenty of allies that do similar things.
Okay, but you're saying that doesn't matter. What is one of our allies that has done what Venezuela, who I just gave you an example of, has done to their citizens that we didn't punish them for in recent history?
Israel. We'll just go right back to Israel. Israel
killed tens of thousands of its own people and rigged an election in its own country?
Yeah. Actually, yes.
No,
yes, it fucking has.
Of its own people?
So Palestine is technically under the jurisdiction of Israel. So every member of every Palestinian that they kill is killing their own people. Also, if you want to talk about them also fucking sitting here rigging elections, let's see, how long has Benjamin Netanyahu been in power after fucking even the one time that he fucking got out of power, that he proceeded to fucking dismantle the government and sabotage the government in order to get back into power? And you want to say Israel doesn't do the exact same fucking shit?
What? You're accusing Benjamin Netanyahu of election fraud? There's no proof of that at all. You are going past Trump. You're going past Trump with his 2020 claims right now and going full making shit up the Jews are stealing elections. Benjamin Netanyahu has only been in power for 3 years because he lost an election against a coalition of 8 different parties. These parties varied in diversity from far right to far left. They were supposed to have a coalition where they split power. After the second one came into power, one of the far right parties refused to vote for the far left policy that they wanted to push, and the coalition fell apart. That's why Bibi got back into power. There was no nefarious election rigging. You just made that shit up.
Okay.
Rebuttal?
No, let's get back. We're way off the prompt. So, how does?
That's because you can't distinguish between the good guys and the bad guys. I'm going to ask you a question. How can you not distinguish? You said an ally that's killed tens of thousands of its own people, jailed its political rivals in its own country, and killed its people in the street, like Venezuela did over the last 20 years, after stealing $100 billion from the United States. Name a country that's done that we haven't sanctioned.
Again, Israel. We haven't sanctioned.
Israel has not killed.
On Israel.
When has Israel stolen $100 billion from the United States? This arbitrary thing is just.
We literally give them. We give them billions of dollars every year, and
giving somebody something is consent. You don't have consent when you steal something. Those aren't the same thing. I'm asking you when they've stolen. Like Venezuela stole $100 billion in U.S. technology and funded into their fucking oil field.
When did Venezuela steal that money? When they
Che Guevara, was it Che Guevara? There's 2 of them. When the leader before Maduro took power, they nationalized the oil fields. Those were all owned by U.S. companies. Since then, it's been about 20 years, 30 years of lawsuit. They've only recuperated about $20 billion. They've won almost every lawsuit, recuperated about 10% of what they lost.
So do we not own the fields here in America that China is currently in possession of? Like, countries own their own resources and can determine what they do with them.
Go ahead and stop there for me. Great stuff. Great back and forth. I appreciate the hell out of that. But again, I say just like the last one, I'll let y'all go a little over. But we do want to keep this reasonable because we have a lot of people here and a lot of people being patient. So with that said, we're going to go back through. As I said, we're not going to do any Q&A session. We're going to save our questions and such for the after party, I think, judges. I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I am, and I hope it's going to be just as difficult for you guys to decide as I think it's going to be. With that said, we're going to go through our closing arguments now, but I want the judges to remember that we are going to be asking you to put forth someone to steel man at the end of the closings. And it cannot be any of the 2 people that just came from your team for the champion round. So you're going to have to choose a third different champion. So with that said, we're going to go back through in the same order we started through, which means Lethe, if I'm not mistaken, you kicked this fucking party off, sir. I'm putting 3 minutes on the clock for you. Whenever you're ready to serve, use as much of that to close as you want. Put a cherry on it for us, boss.
So as we've shown throughout this entire debate, most of these conflicts were pre-existing. Anytime that America got involved, it was a net benefit to all parties involved, aside from bad actors doing what bad actors do. We try to aid certain regions, like when they decided to take the aid in the water pipes that we put out in Palestine to attack an enemy that they felt was problematic for them. They could have accepted that help. They chose to use it as a weapon. That is not America's fault. We were doing something good for the global community. Holistically, when it comes down to America's intervention policies, globally, I would say up until recently, it has been a stabilizing force. And we have shown this time and time again, even in the instances in which, hey, we don't like that America backs Israel and they decide to attack us for this or other entities within the US, it is not due to American interventionism. It's due to hatred of another country that America is allied to. Most of the instances in which they have said, hey, these regions were stolen from, or we're looting from other entities, it has been the other way around. We have shown that they have ruined American prospects within their own countries, which were there to benefit them as well, have ruined trade, have destroyed alliances in doing these things. America has still been there to give a helping hand, restabilize the region, and do it all over again. So, for the most part, as we've seen in most of the arguments, some of them have been made up or hyperbolized. America has been an overall stabilizing force globally. And I yield my time.
Okay. Groofus, 3 minutes on the clock for your closing, sir. Started when you're ready. And you are muted.
So,
okay, you're good.
all right. So the prompt says foreign interventionism is beneficial for American society, right? And I started this debate by pointing out that that's pretty hilariously ambiguous. Foreign interventionism could mean France helping us win independence, or it could mean what the affirmative was defending, America bombing countries that never attacked us. But here's what's not all that amusing. The consequences of that ambiguity aren't just grammatical, they are deadly. Because interventionism operates on the same vague, shifting logic as this prompt. We are, quote, spreading democracy, except we're backing dictators when convenient. We are fighting terrorism, except when we create the terrorists. We are protecting American interests, except we can't define what that means when we've already invaded. So let me tell you a little story about blowback. In '79, the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. The CIA decided this was a great opportunity to give the Soviets their own Vietnam, so we armed the Mujahideen. We gave them weapons, training, and billions of dollars. We funded a guy named Osama bin Laden in his organization. We thought we were brilliant, using Afghan fighters to bleed the Soviets without risking American lives. The Soviets withdrew in '89. We won. We celebrated. Mission accomplished. Except the Mujahideen we armed didn't just go home and become accountants. They became the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. Bin Laden's organization, and on September 11th, 2001, they used their expertise we gave them to fly planes into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. 19 hijackers killed nearly 3,000 Americans, and those hijackers didn't hate us because of freedom. Bin Laden's 1996 speech, his declaration of war, explicitly citing American interventionism. Troops stationed in Saudi Arabia, the holiest site of Islam. Sanctions on Iraq that killed 500,000 children. Support for Israel's occupation of Palestinian territories. We intervened. We created enemies. Those enemies attacked us. So we responded by intervening war. The affirmative is defending aggression and uses of force against innocent people who have never attacked us. They're defending $8 trillion while accomplishing nothing. They're defending the creation of terrorists that we then fight. They are defending the destruction of American liberty through the surveillance state while claiming to spread freedom. That's not beneficial to American society. That's catastrophic, self-perpetuating disaster that makes us poorer, less safe, and less free. You either learn from the blowback or you are doomed to repeat it.
All right. Let's see. We're over on energy. Energy, you got up to 3 minutes. Use as much as you need to. Close us out.
So the conclusion I would like to respond one thing to Gorps, if that's okay, which is basically he mentioned this idea that this is not a theoretical or a philosophical debate. It most certainly is. So this goes into your theory of how foreign relations work and your philosophy of ethics, right? What is the right thing to do? And in my view, what's right is also what's beneficial for us, because basically if we establish that we are the moral, good people who intervene on behalf of human rights, secularism, science, and other healthy values, we get the moral benefit of on top of the moral benefit, there's also the reputational benefit. So basically, as I was stating, basically what happens is the good stuff America does means long-term more people want to trade with us, more people want to be our allies, etc. I think that non-interventionism is literally going to it's a really silly and mistaken position, because basically it's getting rid of our reputational thing and it doesn't take into account that. Another thing I'll say is that it is not economically beneficial for us or for foreign countries to steal the contracts that we signed with their oil companies, because when you have a country that doesn't respect property rights or contract rights, that means that there's a moral hazard and people don't want to invest in that country because they're afraid of their investment getting confiscated by their government. I'll also add there are other problems with regards to the fact that if you want to minimize foreign terrorism, Yes, there's some blowback when we attack, but ultimately foreign terrorism is reduced because of interventionism. And if we had not intervened in Iran, then they would still be funding Hamas and Hezbollah. Whereas our current, what I think is an attempted regime change by the Trump administration, will long term get rid of this funding of Hamas and Hezbollah. So on every count, whether we're talking about reputation, which is good for trade and peace, whether we're talking about the benefit to American citizens in the form of having safety from foreign terrorist organizations being funded by totalitarian, authoritarian, theocratic, etc. type governments. Whether we're talking about the benefit that we get from the having a more secure allyship because people want to be friends with us, so it's not just a trade, it's also the allyship. And when we're dealing with the various benefits that we get from foreign intervention in the form of upholding long-term trade agreements, which is good for their countries. We also get that moral satisfaction that we can know that they don't have the moral risk, so it's a net win for everyone. It's a net win for us. It's a net win for them. And at the end of the day, I think that it's incredibly ignorant to be an isolationist in the modern day. And with that, with the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, I would like to say good night. Well, I'm not going, but I'm just saying I'm done with the thing.
Good stuff. Landed it right on the button. Okay. Gorps, 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, sir. Go ahead and close.
All right, so the opposition has failed to show an actual benefit to American society. The benefit of other countries is irrelevant as the prompt dictates benefit to American society. Even if Iran slaughters their own protesters, that does not mean that intervening in that actually benefits American society. Our side has gone above and beyond our job just to refute them and proven the harms of American foreign intervention. The 500,000 dead Iraqi kids due to U.S. sanctions, not to mention the over 1 million total dead Iraqis due to American intervention, obviously is going to spark terrorism. Any normal person, if their parents are killed by a country, they will want to resist that. There's thousands already of dead Iranians. Since the war started, we have over 200 injured service members, 14 dead service members. Since the war in Iran started, there has been a synagogue attack by a foreign national directly due to the actions of the U.S. and Israel in this war. American embassies across the Middle East are being attacked by the everyday people of these countries. This is putting even more American lives at risk. The Iranian war is the perfect test case. Going back in history, we overthrew a democratically elected government to install the Shah, somebody who was never going to be able to keep power because he did not have the public support. This directly led to the revolution in which the IRGC and the Ayatollah took power. Now we're looking at doing the exact same thing. Doing the same thing again and expecting different results is the definition of stupidity. Instead, we now have to deal with the highest gas prices in years, and for decades, we will be dealing with homeless veterans that have PTSD from fucking Shahhead drones. Venezuela posed no threat to America, yet we went in and couped their government for no actual benefit to America. America has seen zero positive outcomes of doing that. And in response to Energy's point about reputational benefit, there is no reputational benefit. Our reputation and our track record of intervening in these countries is horrendous. We slaughter civilians just like Israel slaughters Palestinians. Obama bombed schools. Trump bombed schools. There's no reputational benefit to killing everyday civilians, to killing people's children. All it does is spark more people to hate America, and in turn, it sparks more people to want to hurt America. This is a very clear and obvious harm to American society, and there is no world in which this is outweighed by any maybe benefits that exist from doing these actions.
Once again, landed it on the button. You guys are killing it tonight. Hammer, you're next at the plate, sir. Grab your bat. 3 minutes is on the clock for you. Start it when you're ready.
First thing I'd like to just say is that I believe that Groofus' side has also wildly strayed away from the point of the topic. the war in the Middle East is something that has happened. It is one of the policies that has gone on in America in the last couple decades. Okay, it is not the entirety of foreign international affairs. I will not justify every single action that we made in the Middle East, but that is a tiny microcosm of all the influence that we have across the world. We have a history of engaging in conflicts that have through today had a major benefit to it. It's not even it can't even be classified as a benefit. It is so major. We we interfered during World War II when Nazi Germany was trying to take over all of Europe. If we hadn't done that at the time, then we would no longer have our strongest allies in Western Europe. We interfered during the Soviet Union during the Cold War. And if we hadn't done that, we wouldn't have some of our strongest allies that we currently have. If we go forward and say, hey, we are not doing any kind of foreign intervention, we are going to let things pass as they will, we will be in the same situation. We see this obviously with Russia and what they're doing in Ukraine. The moment we stop committing to engaging ourselves by protecting our allies, they will take over nation after nation. Gorbs wanted to bring up how we haven't mentioned the actual benefit. Okay, how about let me just look up the number. Oh man, I just posted this. I think it's in 2025, it was 5.59 trillion, consisting of 3.42 trillion in imports and 2.18 trillion in exports. That is our global trade economy. That would be completely impossible if we had no involvement in the entire world. If we couldn't defend any of our allies, then we cannot have any of these benefits. Completely, I get that we can bring up examples where this goes wrong because sometimes we don't make the right choices, but that doesn't mean that we should just completely end the type of policy where we intervene in foreign affairs, especially since we have our citizens in those countries. I mean, you may not think that that's important because it doesn't increase our GDP as much, but because of our alliances, we are allowed to have our citizens move back and forth and have their citizens move back and forth to our country, and that makes us a more worldly people. It makes America what it is. It's like what Tyler said. The only way you can disagree with his prompt is if you do not like America and what it stands for. And I'll end.
Good stuff. Also landed on the prompt. Owlish, you're up. 3 minutes is on the clock. Use as much as you need to close. I'll start the clock when you start to talk. You are muted, my friend.
Yeah, you're muted.
Sorry, my bad.
No, you're good.
We have seen we have seen multiple times where the United States intervention has been a negative outcome for both us and the countries involved. We have 1953 in Iran, 1979 in Iran, and I distinguish the dates because those were two different events that caused two different problems in which they basically reinstated the same government that they had previously. We have Vietnam, Cuba, Venezuela, where all of the Vietnam intervention obviously ended in disaster, where we have people forever scarred by the chemical warfare that we did on them, that we didn't tell we were doing on them. Cuba and Venezuela having regime changes that backfired on us. This is Venezuela 2022, not current day Venezuela, which still we are not sure of the benefits or of that yet. We have all of these things have caused long-term instability and blowback from different countries. We see that a lot of countries, when we intervene, may not take the economic hit, but a lot of other countries do end up taking that economic hit, and we have no way we don't really care to help them once that economic hit hits. And I just wanted to address that we caused the problem in Hormuz, so I don't know why any of our opponents are arguing that we should intervene. We caused the problem, so us intervening in a problem we caused doesn't really make sense to me. I think the best result would be to remove ourselves from the situation, which we should have never intervened in the first place because we had no economic means to do so. I also wanted to mention that during World War II, we only became involved in World War II once we were personally attacked. We literally saw people overseas dying. There was that whole Holocaust thing. We saw people overseas dying. We kind of just kept our hands up and we said, we're not going to get involved. But we only became involved when we were directly attacked. So interventionist ideology still didn't exist back then. And another thing I want to address is that defense is not necessarily offense. We can be defensive without being offensive. I think offensive action is never good. We should not just attack someone because we can. That's not something that is antithetical to the American belief system, and it's antithetical to freedom, not only to us, but to overall, and it sets a bad precedent for everyone, including our allies. I yield my 9 seconds back.
All right. Good stuff. Now we're looking at you, Tyler. Follow that up. 3 minutes is on the clock for your closing, sir.
All right, so claims about, we're going to go through all the claims that have been made and how those have ended up in the conversation. Claims about the double standard against our allies. Those fell apart when the example that Vidge chose to show me that a group of people were slaughtering their own people, rigging elections, and jailing their political rivals could not be found. Alish agreed with our side of the prompt 2 times just now in her closing and during the questions that I asked her. She says she agrees with the intervention, not as offensively as it's been done in the past. So welcome to the side. If we get the win, I hope you get some points. While it claims that the U.S. is the cause, so the last one I just heard was that the U.S. is now the ones laying mines and firing into the Strait of Hormuz, or they're responsible for Iran doing it. We're not pushing the buttons. That is taking away the agency of the entire nation who is actually deciding to shoot into the Strait of Hormuz. You're saying we're the reason Iran's doing it. No, Iran is the reason Iran's doing it. It's time to hold everybody accountable, not just blame the U.S. for everything. We have all sorts of blaming the U.S. for everything. What we have was another example brought up of Iran. And we had Iran in the past, where the U.S. did go in and implement their own leader. Well, that coup was started organically in the country. All we did was back it. It was the people that were starting that coup. And he kind of just cherry picks where in history he wants to start, because prior to that, the USSR has been spending about 15 years in their government pushing them toward communism. They were in the middle of nationalizing their hospital system and nationalizing their oil fields when the U.S. intervened because Russia was so deeply embedded into their government. These people were doing the intervention first. They were the first ones to go in there and do this. We were isolationists at the time. We didn't even want to get into the world wars. We were isolationists, minding our own business. Russia was going around trying to get everybody under their fingernail. We pushed back against it. That's what the Cold War was. So all these bad actors doing all these bad things, you're just not even bringing it up. You're not trying to justify it. You're just saying history starts when the U.S. stepped in. It is the most U.S.-centric take I've ever heard. Even nationalists don't love the U.S. this much, or think about the U.S. this much. Now, the benefit that Gorp denied is being brought up, even though it's been brought up 10 times. He could say, I heard no benefit. It just means he's not paying attention. What we have is trade, imports and exports outweigh the cost of us aiding our allies 5-1. The only way to keep a market stable enough for people to want to do that economic trade, which we saw cap out in consumer confidence in 2023, right before the war started when Gaza attacked Israel. Right before that happened, we had global confidence at a market high in 2023. This means the most people, countries, companies were willing to do global trade. This brings down the cost for the U.S. taxpayer. This brings down, it accelerates innovation. This makes our quality of living significantly higher. Everything about global trade is a net good, especially the fact that we earn significantly more money than we spend on aiding our allies. So if you complain about the money and say there's no good, Gorp, you're just not paying attention, because we make significantly more being interventionists than we would letting our allies die to evil people that Vidge can't even tell if they're evil when they're slaughtering their own.
All right. Razor, you're up. 3 minutes is on the clock for your closing, sir. Give us what you got. And you are muted, just so you know.
I'm taking a breath. I apologize.
No, take as long as you need.
Okay. So, our opponents have obviously shown that they believe that that America can do no wrong whenever we cause our own issues. And using all of our money to help everyone else but ourselves, it seems. While we do have more than enough money to possibly do both, due to the amount of money that goes to defense contractors to go overseas to create more bombs, to do more damage and cause more strife in the Middle East or any other country that really we have no business dealing with at this point in time. We have American people struggling here to where any money that comes from our allies from what we are currently helping or are any of our current interventions currently helping America, as they are saying, is just going back into the pockets of the defense contractors, not into the pockets of the American people to help feed the hungry. I will say in the quote from Dwight D. Eisenhower, he stated that the cost of a modern bomber is a modern brick school in more than 30 cities. It is 50 miles of concrete pavement, and a single fighter plane can pay for 500,000 bushels of wheat. There's so much money that we are losing because we decide to intervene in wars or intervene in countries that we have no business going into. If you want to have these different respect or moral high grounds in order to have that strength across the world, soft power is a lot better. It is not intervening. It is simply making a consensual deal with another country, and you're not intervening with their stuff. You are simply saying, I want to trade. I want to make sure that both of our citizens are taken care of. There's no need for all of this hard manpower strength, peace through strength that never really leads to peace. Because as we have stated, the only thing that happens when we do peace through strength is we get more terrorist attacks or people that hate us because we bombed their kids.
All right. That sounded like a punctuation mark there at the end. Brother Castle, you are up for your closing, sir. 3 minutes is on the clock. We're all ears.
Cool. So I think just based on what my opponents had said to me, this debate that they want you to believe foreign intervention is creating more danger than it prevents, that terrorism and the loss of American lives are the result of U.S. action abroad. But it ignores a critical truth that the threats we face did not begin with American intervention, and they existed long before we even intervened in places like Afghanistan or even Iraq, where terrorism existed before the U.S. intervention. And terrorism didn't start because of the U.S. Groups like Al Qaeda formed in already unstable regions. They fueled by decades of conflict, including events like the Soviet invasion, which I mentioned. And by the time the U.S. intervened, these groups were already organized, dangerous, and targeting Americans, as we saw in 9/11. So the real question is not whether intervention creates threats; it's whether it confronts them. And it does, because without intervention, those terrorist groups are left unchecked. They gain strength, expand their reach, and increase their ability to strike. Imagine if ISIS was gone unchecked in the Middle East and in Syria during the Syrian civil war. It would have gotten worse. That country could have even been taken over completely by ISIS without U.S. intervention, which would have caused even more chaos. So intervention disrupts, weakens them, and forces them on the defensive. Is why after 9/11 and sustained U.S. action abroad, we have not seen another attack on that scale for 2 decades. My opponents also point to the tragic loss of American troops, which is a real loss and matters. But those sacrifices aren't in vain either. They're made to prevent even greater loss of life at home, and that's the reality of national security. You have to confront danger abroad to reduce the likelihood of facing it here. And to suggest that intervention also creates terrorism oversimplifies the deeper issue that extremism thrives in power vacuums and failed states. And in regions without stability in the United States, if the United States withdraws completely, those conditions don't disappear and they worsen. And when they do, they grow even larger. So foreign intervention is not about creating conflict. It's about managing it before it reaches us. That's how we protect people at home and how it benefits people here in the US. So there are costs and there are difficult outcomes, but the alternative of inaction allows those threats to grow stronger, more organized, and more dangerous, because it's between confronting danger early or paying a far higher price here later. And history shows us which one keeps Americans safer. And I'll end it there.
Right. And last but not least, Vigilante. You get to bring it home. Last word goes to you. 3 minutes is on the clock. Let's hear the closing, sir.
So, today we have witnessed a lot of bootlicking by a side that pretends they want to put America first, but instead, they want to put Americans to the grave first, pretending that these wars and coups benefit us while we now have $3.50 a gallon in gas prices in even the most cheap areas of the country. Food prices that are highest that they've ever been, and instead of focusing on taking care of the people here at home, we are prioritizing delivering death to foreign nationals that are manufactured enemies. We would rather topple a democratically elected leaders all over the world and prop up fascist dictators while pretending the reason that we do this is to promote democracy around the world. You might believe that the discussion that me and Tyler had of who is being good is arbitrary and is irrelevant to the topic, but I promise you it's not. For the example of the Mujahideen that has been talked about here a lot, they were freedom fighters, but once they started fighting America to become free from America, they suddenly became terrorists. Who we consider good is arbitrary based off of who we determine is good for us to ally with. I don't think any of us here would consider an absolute monarchy to be a good thing, but somehow we consider the only absolute monarchy in the entire world, Saudi Arabia, to be good. This cannot be explained in any other way than that what is good is arbitrary. And this is important because we use the excuse that we are helping the good guys to stop the bad guys, as well. What we are really doing is creating puppets that we can control to ship American jobs overseas and hurt Americans even more. To be clear, this is not about it is not about should we do what is good, like they are pretending it is. It is about if doing things that in some cases are good, like regime change, like military intervention, is actually beneficial to American society. The fact is, the affirmative has not even remotely demonstrated that it is beneficial to society. Their entire argument stems on a straw man that it is beneficial because we are doing what is right. It stems on whataboutisms like Venezuela and stealing money from us by taking their own resources back. All they have done is try to appeal to our emotions, trying to push that it is patriotic position. The fact is, they have conflated trade with interventionism. They have conflated what is good with what is beneficial. They have simply not proven any actual benefits to the American people. We have clearly proven that this does not benefit the U.S. It only creates more problems.
And time. All right. So, everybody, I am going to remind you that it cannot be one of the champions who have already spoken, but Tyler and Gorps, go ahead and start thinking for a few seconds. I'm going to come back to you in a moment for who's going to do a 2-minute steel man. And what I'm asking for here is somebody who is going to give the best case presented by the opposition tonight, or even just your own best case, whichever, steel manning the prompt from the opposite side. I only need 2 minutes from each of those two interlocutors, but I'm also going to remind the audience, chat, and this goes across all of the chats, including over there in yours there, Tyler. I'm going to be putting a link into the chat for everybody. And you know what? Debaters, you're welcome to vote too. Everybody go ahead and vote on it. It costs absolutely nothing. It's a free link. It's just going to ask you whether you think that the AF on top made the best case or the neg on the bottom made the best case. We go to the judges first. If the judges disagree, then it comes down to the audience vote. And with that said, Tyler, who is going to be your steel man for the night?
Hammer time.
Hammer is going to be your steel man. All right. And Gorps, just so that we can go ahead and go through it quick, who is going to be your steel man?
Mr. Cat Ears, Razor.
Hammer and Razor, really? Okay. Well, then, we're going to start with 2 minutes on the clock for you, Hammer. I would like for you to please give us your best case for foreign interventionism is not beneficial for American society. I'll start the clock when you
Me?
start to talk. That's you. You are the one that was invoked by your captain.
Okay. I am understanding now the point of the steel. So I'm supposed to be arguing for the enemy team, right?
You got it. I want you to articulate the best arguments for the opposite side of your prompt.
Oh, so wait. We're not repeating their arguments. We're making our own.
No.
We can make our own.
You
Fuck,
make
I
up your own
misunderstood that.
arguments. Yes, correct.
I misunderstood
It's just-
that too.
Nope, that's okay. 2 minute steel man of the opposition. If you
Give
want to
the-
use their arguments, you're welcome to. If you want to use your own arguments, you're welcome to. This is simply just to show that you at least understand the other side's position.
Best
Can we call it time out?
representation.
Get a 30-second team huddle.
Absolutely. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves if you need to while I'm doing that. And you guys, yeah, Gorp, same thing. If you guys want to talk a little bit behind the scenes in your DMs and such, I'm going to go back to my judges and I'm going to tell my two judges, you guys have been very, very quiet throughout this. You guys have been enjoying the show, I'm sure. And I'm sure that you guys have a whole shit ton of notes. So with that said, whenever I do go to you guys for the decisions, I'm going to ask for each of you to just give a couple of words of feedback to each of the debaters throughout all, and I know that's a lot. So, again, try to keep it succinct and moving, but just some sort of thoughts or feedback for each of them before you actually give your final total score points. And remember, everybody, it is going to be 10 points total that they can distribute across the two teams. So that said, 5-5, 6-4, whatever, whichever side wins, obviously, is going to go based on your vote, not the score, but the score is for the rankings in the after. There you go. That's what I was trying to say. So that said, I can sit here and babble for a couple more minutes, and I'm going to thank you everybody, by the way, in the chat and in the debates for participating tonight. Enjoyed the hell out of it. I am honored by each and every one of y'all's presence every single Saturday, and I hope that everybody's enjoying this as much as I am. We're going to keep doing this. Last thing that I'm going to say before I go back to hoping that they're ready to steel man is a reminder that next Saturday is going to be a little bit different too. This was our first time doing a 5v5. It was just to see what it would look like. I'm going to get some feedback when we first start the after party about how this went, the goods, the bads, the uglies. There were some parts of this that I liked, some parts of it that I didn't, but I'm not sure how often we're going to do 5v5s. Probably not very often. It was mostly just kind of an exhibition match, which brings me to the last thing I was going to say. Next Saturday is also going to be an exhibition. For anybody who wants to have a piece of me, I am putting myself up as tribute. I am standing in front of the firing squad. Anybody who would like to debate me next Saturday, I'm going to have two judges, hopefully the same two judges here, because frankly, they're kind of the most fair and fair and impartial judges I have, as well as a guest moderator. I'm going to ask you to give me the position that I hold on the prompt you propose. So in other words, send me a DM if you want to participate next Saturday. If you want to debate me, it's going to be a 1 minute open, 5 minute cross, and then 1 minute closes from each and every one of you. And we're going to try and do those rapid fire. I'm going to take anybody who wants to come. So that said, start thinking about the prompt, start thinking about my position, tell me what you want to go on. And yeah, again, I will not deny or turn down anything that is within TOS. So if you want me to, if you want me to defend World War II, that shit ain't happening, but damn near otherwise, you're probably good. So that said, are you now ready, Mr. Hammer, to steelman the opposition?
I think I'm about ready. Did you put the link for the straw poll in chat yet?
I have not yet. I'm waiting until after this.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay.
So 2 minutes will start when you start to talk.
Here's my argument for why intervention is a problem that the U.S. It is a problem that U.S. isn't engaging in it. Okay, because the opposition, they need to prove that the decisions that we make when we do intervention, that the actions of intervention themselves have a direct benefit to the American people, usually economically, but also to the livelihoods and to the mortality of Americans. They can't do that. If you look at all these examples of intervention, if you bring them up, let's look at what do we get from it? What are the financial outcomes of it? It's all negative. We're all losing money. What are in terms of livelihood? Well, we have soldiers with PTSD, and we have people losing their lives. It is almost exclusively negative. And then, well, fine, we can steelman it here by saying we're going to get some long-term benefit. Once we engage in these conflicts, we're going to have more allies. We're going to have more trade partners. But that doesn't seem to happen, does it? We've done this in the Middle East for decades now, and we haven't gotten any allies from it. We did that with the Cold War. How many allies did we get from that? We did that with North Korea. We didn't get any allies from North Korea. We didn't get an ally from North Korea. We got South Korea. We got one of the nations that we fought for. We are one of the nations that we fought for, and they are not a major ally for us. Most of our biggest allies are not ones that we've defended in any major conflict. We didn't get like you know what? I made an argument that I can't even agree with myself on. I'm going to end right there.
All right. No, it's okay. You understood the assignment. You were doing fine. Okay.
I caught
So
myself.
now you were about to start arguing with yourself. I know, I heard it. All right, Razor, same things on the clock for you. 2 minutes. This time I want you to tell me why you think that it is beneficial, that foreign intervention is beneficial for American society. And I'm putting 2 minutes on the clock for you. Give us your best steel man.
Through showing the absolute might of the power that we possess, we put a fear into dictocratic leaders, authoritarian leaders in multiple different bad actor countries, and make them fear that if you mess with one, you mess with all. A true peace through strength, as it were. So it is beneficial in the sense that we then have better trade partners who feel safer with us because they know that if they are working with us, they are working under the umbrella of America's military. And through unfortunately, I think, and I believe that's the over and under of it.
Yep. Nope. That's all right. You know what? The truth is, like I said, this was the first time we've ever tried this. And I think both of y'all did exactly what I was asking for. I think both of y'all nailed that better than I could have expected. No, it's okay. I heard Hammer's eyes roll back into his head while he was speaking. So that said, both of y'all did exactly what I asked you to do, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. I appreciate it because to me, that is really important, right? That we can demonstrate that we at least understand the logic of the opponent. So with that said, we have gotten to the end times here, people. We are going to drop that link in chat. Like I said, everybody out there in the shared chat, click that link. Go ahead and go vote. It costs you nothing. And we're going to see who the judges think it was. I'm going to give you that link as well now, Tyler, so that you can put it into your chat as well as anybody else who's secretly streaming on YouTube and not telling me. It was a lot to listen to. Doomer, Chief, who wants to go first on this? I know it, like I said, if you can, I want you to kind of go through each of them, just give them a couple of words, feedback, whatever, good, bad, the ugly, and then render your judgment. So, Doomer, are you ready?
I'm still going over some notes here.
Cool. Chief, do you feel like you're ready yet?
Yeah, I need to keep mine kind of quick and pithy because I kind of got a hard out anyway. So I don't mind just doing a quick rundown of the part where we just say nice words about people first and then give a score.
Yep. Perfect. That's all I'm looking for, buddy. Let us have it.
I feel like Lethe was a strong foundation to get the team started. He does a great job of understanding both sides of the argument, and I think that's why that's a strong place to start. So yeah, great job, just like getting the ball rolling there. Groofus, I think you're really smart and have direction. Take a moment to gather your thoughts and get your feet underneath you before you start moving in a direction. I feel like that'll be like helpful for you, is just to, even though there's a clock ticking in front of you, almost like don't worry about that pressure so much. Just kind of, worry about like where you're going, and like I said, get your feet underneath you. Energy. I think that was this his first time on one of your panels for the debates. Horseradish.
Dave, if you don't mind,
Or one
second,
more?
I think.
Second.
Yeah, they were
Yeah.
on one before.
So he's still like newer, but I feel like this is energy is like strongest performance. I felt like I feel like all the conversations energy's having, on like peripheral channels and stuff like that is really doing like a great for, just getting him some practice in some of these more adversarial conversations. I felt like he was really well composed and handled himself well in this conversation, especially against Gorps, who could be a really difficult opponent. Gorps, I feel like you kind of went down a line. I feel like Gorps has great awareness, and when Gorps kind of went down a line of questioning, I feel like didn't go too well for Gorps. Gorps kind of like pulled out the hook and yanked himself off stage and kind of went another direction. So great job for having the like awareness in that moment to kind of just like pivot, not in the negative way that people say pivot in a debate, but just heading a direction that's more beneficial for your argument. Hammer, I'm still getting to know Hammer, but I feel like Hammer also does a great job of understanding both sides of the argument, and is always able to really earnestly engage in these exchanges. And I feel like that really speaks to what we try to do here, and I feel like he's been a great addition lately. So great job, Hammer. Also, Alish, I feel like Alish fucking came out of the gates swinging. Like, I don't really know Alish that well at all, and I felt like Alish had some really great prep, understood the assignment, had a fucking tough challenge with the cross-X coming from Tyler, but absolutely held their own ground against Tyler, who, being the kind of leading scoreholder in this kind of series for this first experimental type season. I just feel like you really did a great job, Alish, start to finish. So great job there, and welcome to the show. Tyler, fuck you. No, just kidding. Tyler, Tyler, the advice that I give you is the advice that I've probably given you the last 3 streams. Find some way to fucking get your mic closer to your mouth. Other than that, you know what you're doing out here. Razor, prep to understand and argue the opposite side. I feel like something that newer debaters or people kind of newer to the arena of debate have is maybe because you're so passionate, I feel like your passion could sometimes like cloud the ability to imagine the chess moves that your opponent might make. Like you kind of had to throw up in your mouth giving the the attempting a steel man that I thought was honestly like kind of mid. But I feel like if you kind of prep in advance to argue the opposite side a little bit better, I feel like that's going to take you further in these conversations. And then, you won't be as caught like off guard is what it seems like when it ends up being like your turn sometimes. Vigi, I feel like I have some of the same critique for as Razor, in that like your passion could have the ability to cut off your ability to like think a step ahead. One thing that I feel like Vigi is make great, passionate arguments. The close Vigi gave, I thought was fucking fantastic. There was at one point though where Vigi said that we're deciding what good is and who the bad actors are, and it's kind of arbitrary. And I feel like with all of these recent conversations about Christians arguing about an objective morality that I'm sure Vigilante doesn't agree with, then I think it'd be kind of interesting to kind of explore what the idea of that arbitrary nature of good is, and is there an objective good then, if that's what you're saying? I don't think you believe that. So just kind of, again, like the passion clouding the ability to step ahead. And then fucking Castle has been like on fire lately, on a hot streak. You saw him fucking shadow boxing in the background, ready to kick ass and take names. I think maybe the tape fell off a little bit. So get some stronger tape, Castle. Other than that, fucking keep up the good work. You're headed, on a great path. And I feel like you really do have your legs underneath you, and you're kind of like really stepped up your game lately. So great job to you. But overall, I found it tight, like really tight back and forth. There was some like really, I don't need to get into like each individual score, but there was like some really surprising results, specifically just to highlight like maybe one or two. Like I thought like Energy kind of eked out against Gorps's Cross-X. That was really, really amazing to see. I had Alish toe-to-toe, defending against Tyler's Cross-X. I thought that was amazing. And then, Castle doing a great job in his Cross-X against Razor. But overall, I gave the final score of 6-4 to the F.
6-4 to the AF. All right. Great feedback, sir. Absolutely loved it. And I agree with most, if not everything you just said. So once again, chat, I'm putting that straw poll link in there again, just in case Doomer completely disagrees with every word out of Let's Chief's mouth. It's going to come down to y'all's vote. So please make sure you click that and tell us who you thought did the best job. Not who you agreed with, but who you think made the best case, which team made the best case, and which team laid out the best rhetoric. Okay? Doomer, have you composed yourself, sir? Are you ready to lay it on us?
I think so. I wish I took better notes this time around. Went a little more vague with the amount of people, but I'll try and cover this quickly.
Do the best you
can. So I'll just kind of start from top to bottom in Discord here. Tyler, I felt, was like the pragmatic and more like facts-based person on the team. Really represented the argument very well. I just really liked the strategy there. Lethe, I felt opened super well, really covered the bases, and in his cross really kind of covered what the person kind of laid out, and kind of rose the questions I was kind of raising in my own head there. Castle was shadowboxing, and I kind of got a little distracted, but outside of that was a fucking MVP in my head, kind of. Both him and Hammer kind of brought in like the reality checks kind of on some argumentation, I felt, and kind of more solidified how I'm voting, actually. So kudos to Castle and Hammer there. And yes, that should be a podcast of some kind. Energy, I thought, answered like everything that Groofus brought up in his questioning and everything. I'm giving, or Gorps, but really brought up pretty much everything that was kind of questioned there, and I thought also had an all-star second performance. Want to see more Energy here for sure. Gorps and Vigi both kind of got the same notes from me, almost like literally identical on my notes here. Brought kind of the more emotional side of the argument, all the historical links, and like kind of like Tyler on that side, more of like the pragmatic kind of facts side. I really appreciate that. I felt the only downside in theirs was kind of a narrowing of a definition of like military intervention versus any kind of intervention. And outside of that, like I think they were damn near perfect actually. Grufus, I thought everything was going to go different once Grufus opened up after Lethe. Like I thought him laying the definitions out first in the debate, I believe, and kind of making the arguments of how everything is fitting those definitions to their side, I felt was really strong. I felt he kind of won the race in getting everything defined there. For Razor, I kind of had the same thing with the note with Let's Chief with the Steel Man. I just think it, especially with like I'm in the debates kind of more in the background most of the time, but just knowing every line of argumentation that they're going to make so you can kind of game down every conversation and discussion, and just knowing which turns it's going to take is going to help you out tremendously. But outside of that, you're doing really well. Owlishness or Owl, whichever you want to go by. Really liked the first showing. If there was a good faith award, I'd give it to you for like some of the questioning that Tyler was giving you. You were just taking on the horns, and even though I think it kind of went semantic a little bit at some points, like kudos. I really liked the engagement there. I did see it a little more one-sided than Let's Chief. I gave it a 7-3 to the AF, just because I felt that the negative kind of narrowed the definition to more military type intervention versus any other types of intervention. And really that's the only thing. I think if the prompt was more narrowly defined, they would have taken it for sure. But outside of that, I just on the little prompt battle there, I think the AF kind of took it a little more just based on the prompt.
All right. Well, there you fucking have it, people. It sounds like regardless of the audience's vote, you guys, it doesn't actually matter, but I still want to see what you decided. At this point, the judges are in agreement that it went to the affirmative side. However, I do want to say that regardless of the score, regardless of the winner, everybody brought their fucking A game tonight. I was impressed by every single one of you guys. I agree with everything that the judges said, but I would also bring up the fact that I have watched many of y'all go from never having debated before to what you did tonight, and it's super fucking awesome. It makes me feel even more faith in what we're doing here and why we're doing it. So thank you guys for that. Let's go ahead and look over and see. For what it's worth, I'm going to get to my MVP in a second, but I do want to see where we're at. Drum roll, please. Ooh, it's closer than, but it's the same. 6-4. 6-4 to the AF. So it looks like it is a shutout. All three judges, the audience and our two present, all agree that this went to the affirmative. Now, I do want to be clear. This does not mean that they're right. It just means that they were better at saying
Yes,
they're
it does.
right. Now, the MVP thing. So once again, as you guys know, whenever we started out the season, I was letting the judges choose an MVP of the night, but then I decided, you know what, you guys are fucking deciding who wins, and I just sit here and listen. So I get to decide who gets the MVP. And I was torn. I had it down to 3 people, but I'm just going to say that both of the captains, you guys reminded me why you were the captains, why I chose you as the captains, why I'm pleased with you as the captains, and you reminded me of why having captains on these team debates is useful. However, and I was tempted to give both of you guys an MVP, but really, man, I gotta side with the judges. Castle, 2 weeks in a fucking row. I am giving you the goddamn MVP, bro. First of all, the shadow boxing, getting pumped up and psyched and ready. Dude, everything about what you did tonight was amazing. You stood up to the scrutiny. You brought a great opening. You brought a great closing. It was a thing to behold. So for the second week in a row, Castle is going to bring home the MVP from the Horseradish. Huzzah. So, all right.
Thank you. If I could say one thing about that, I can't believe that happened at the worst time. I was talking to my fiance, and she's like, you think people saw you? And I was like, no, I think it just fell off. And then I'm getting critiques about, yeah, we saw you shadowboxing. I'm like, you got to be freaking kidding me. I can't
No,
believe
dude, I'll go you
people
one better.
saw that.
I even wrote in my notes, "Goddamn, Castle is swole." Like you don't look scary when you're just sitting there neck and shoulders. But dude, like I'm like, "Goddamn, I don't want to squab with that dude." So yeah, no, it made you look cooler, not worse. I promise.
All right, good. I'll take it.
So,
Thank you, though.
anyways, I want to say once again, thank you to every single one of you guys. I hope you all enjoyed this as much as I did. I hope that you guys are all going to keep coming back starting April. I'm going to keep doing this regardless, although as many of y'all know, several of us are involved in another separate tournament. I'm going to do my best to avoid putting people who are involved against each other out for sake of, for sake of that debate tournament and for these. But we're not doing a tournament here. Like I said, it's more of a proving grounds. It's more of a place for all of us to practice and get better. So that said, I am hoping that there is going to be feedback about the 5v5s, but mostly just in general about things that we can do moving forward, how we can keep making this better. And the fact of the matter is, I'm going to look to you first, Owl. This was your first time. This is your first exposure to the DMZ, what we do here, who we are, et cetera, et cetera. And you don't have to I want you to be honest. What were your first impressions?
No, I actually liked it. It's a good experience. I have all sorts of debate experience coming from, multiple different formats, YouTube, Discord, TikTok, and then just randomly, people that I fight on the streets. This fight. No, I'm just kidding. No, I like it. It's a good, I like this format with the time thing, because it can get a little bit overwhelming when you have 10 people talking at once, everybody talking over you. So I do appreciate that a lot. It's good. I liked it.
Cheers.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. You're going to keep getting invites. You don't have to respond every time, but the way that this works, and if you know other people who are interested, especially now that you've seen that it is kind of a safer place to be able to get your thought outs and stuff, if you want to spread the word and have other people reach out to us, first of all, everybody out there in the chat, if you haven't already, please by all means jump into the Discord channel. I will give you guys it'll look like a hollow and empty channel when you first get there, but it's just because you got to read the rules and stuff, and I'll give you your permissions in a few minutes whenever we're done tonight. But the way this is going to work is I send out a list of between 5 and 10 prompts after, Sunday morning, usually after the debates on Saturdays. And I ask everybody to just respond with a quick AF or a neg for each of the ones that you're particularly interested in or you're willing to debate. And if you're super passionate about it, throw an asterisk after it so I know that that's one that you want to. And I tend to prioritize people who, A, show up, B, are new, and C, have a passion for that prompt. So if I try to keep it as fair and interesting as I can. But yeah, I appreciate you, Castle, keeping the camera on for us, buddy. And yeah, everybody, if you want to turn off your cameras or whatever, that's perfectly fine. But yeah, so like I said, we do the 2-hour debates, and then it's usually about 2 hours, give or take. It went a little long tonight because we had the 10 people, but I mean, it is what it is. But then afterwards, like I said, we're about to open it up so that everybody can kind of have a conversation. Now, we try to still be respectful. We try to still be leave as much space for people to not talk over each other. However, I mean, when you got a fucking herd of people who are all passionate about the subject, it tends to get a little sloppy. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and put that on the open party on. I'm going to run and go to the bathroom, get myself something to drink. Everybody here, y'all just kind of start discussing. When I get back, I'm going to go through and I'm going to kind of talk and ask some questions and kind of direct the conversation a little bit more. But for now, just kind of spurg or whatever you kids call it these days.
So,
cheers.
I have to say, to say, the judges made me regret being nice on this debate and not low blows.
Well, there goes
Why
the
is that?
I am
babies.
curious, Corpse.
Yeah, there go the babies, right?
I am curious, Corpse. Do you think that my performance in this debate is kind of a redemption arc for me?
No.
No, I don't think you're redeemable.
Actually, I didn't think Kirk was, or sorry, I didn't think there was much redemption to be had with Energy, but actually, Energy, very recently you were on a panel with Confluence and Speakeasy, and I thought you were fucking doing a great job on that panel. You have a great,
Is that the
like,
one where
overall
they were
kind of base
singing?
knowledge of philosophy. No, it's not the one where there was some kind of anti-Jewish tropes happening and Hava Nagila got sung in response. I thought that was fucking brilliant. But other than that, I thought you did a great job navigating the conversation recently with Speakeasy and Confluence.
Yeah. I mean, I used to be very aggressive because, so I'm on the autism spectrum. I'm not gonna lie. I don't have great social skills, but I've tried to train myself to be more cognizant of how other people view me. So I've become more patient and calm. And yeah, I think Gorps just doesn't like me because I'm pro-Israel and because I'm a Jewish Zionist.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, that's probably
For the
true.
record, I don't like anybody who's a Zionist.
Israel! Israel!
No.
Is it going to degrade into that? I mean, I'm sure since this is an interventionism
You told them to spurg.
panel. Yeah, I did. I was about to say, since this is an interventionism panel and I told y'all to spurg, I'm sure it's going to get sloppy.
Let's spurg on anything except Israel-Palestine because Horseradish is going to piss and he
no,
doesn't want to
just-
lose his channel. Let's go.
Yeah, a ground invasion of Iran. How about that?
Trust me, you guys don't want these hands on the big eye question.
So-
let's just move on.
Big
We can talk about theoretical physics if you guys want.
No, my God, no, Panda.
I'm gonna
anyway,
assume
Panda,
that I'm gonna
how
assume
did
that
they-
he learned social skills and that was actually his first and greatest joke.
I want to ask about the debate.
Oh,
I want to like the debate that just passed. Like the argument we were offering forth economically is that trade needs to be protected in order for it to happen on a world stage. That's why our interventionism and hegemony is necessary. And the fact that trade brings in 5 times what we spend on its accomplishing that, it's a net economic good. How would you guys address that if I just asked that directly?
I don't think that outweighs the negatives. That's kind of what I said in my closing. It was that there are benefits. Like I agree with you that there are some economic benefits, but I don't think it outweighs the negatives that come from it.
Also,
I have a follow-up
part
question.
of what I said in my closing, where a lot of that trade and that stuff that we do overseas also results in us shipping American jobs overseas and fucks over Americans.
So I have a
Well,
follow-up
no.
question
So,
from
are you familiar? Just real quick. Are you familiar, Vigilante?
Why is Panda so much?
Like, Hammer, you're really
Yeah.
quiet.
Yeah.
Hello,
Am I
can you hear
really
me?
quiet? I might
You're
turn
good,
myself down.
Energy. Hammer is quiet, but he was already
Yeah,
talking.
Hammer.
You kind of stepped on him, so let's get to Hammer and then we'll
Yeah.
throw on
Okay,
back to Energy.
My follow-up question is here, I'll just talk louder. So my follow-up question from Tyler to Gorps is, if we stopped intervention, what do you think the result would be? Like you said, the pros outweighs the con. What do you think the cons of ending intervention would be?
The cons of ending intervention could be China and Russia themselves intervening more, and us having, or the
I have a clarifying
global South
question for that,
largely
actually.
having more
I have a
of an
clarifying
influence
question
by
for
them,
that
but I
real
don't
quickly.
care. What?
When you, I have a clarifying question for that question. When you say just ending our interventions and stuff, like, does that mean full? Are you asking like full pull out for what we currently are, or just stopping outright and holding where we currently are?
No, I mean like pulling out of where because if you're against intervention, you would be against the current level of intervention we have. So pulling out of all forms of intervention that we are currently engaging in, and saying that we will no longer be doing any more intervention in the future.
Yeah, like
really quick,
okay.
just
Oh, here.
hold on, just
that-
bring us all together. I kind of, for definitional reasons, would you all agree that USAID is/was American interventionism? Would everyone say that
Yes,
is
and I
American?
actually don't think.
Yes.
Yes, and I
Only
don't
when
think
spent countries were
USAID
allied.
was a good thing. Actually,
Go ahead. Actually, I'd
Same.
like to hear a little bit of that, and then after you get this out, let's throw it back to Energy because he was waiting to get something out.
wait, me?
Yeah, just to opine on that a little bit.
Yeah, so USAID, while it did do some good things, like the vaccines to like Africa and shit. It was also the main source of funding from the CIA, specifically to doing a lot of the regime change wars, where we would prop up fucking fascist dictators, so that way American companies could go in and steal people's resources, which is not a good thing.
No. Visually, they're all the U.S.'s resources. Visually, they're all the U.S.'s resources.
I think that's actually like part of it. Like I think I was trying to put it, trying to talk about that in with my ending. Is that all of this economic boon and stuff that we're talking about, that we get from these interventionist trades and stuff, and with all the different wars, none of that money right now, due to I like none of that money is actually helping people. It's unfortunate.
It just goes back in. It just goes back into the fucking military machine.
I was going to add to Vijay's point just very quickly. USAID is how we funded Al Qaeda until last year in Syria. USAID was funneling money to fund Al Qaeda. So
yeah, on the Les Chief, is it okay if I respond real quick to Vigilante?
It's all you. Go ahead.
Okay, so are you familiar with the concept of comparative advantage in macroeconomics?
Yes, to an extent.
Comparative advantage, just for other people who are not familiar with it in the chat or in the panel, is the idea that two people one person can be better at specializing than another person in two goods, but if there's one, it could be more cost effective for them to each specialize in their own good because it's more time effective for them to specialize in one good each. And comparative advantage means that free trade is necessarily economically a win-win.
I'm gonna actually respond to both Energy and Tyler with this, or not Tyler, Hammer, with this. So this is the part of my closing that I actually didn't get to because I didn't read fast enough. So I'm probably the only person on my side that actually supports these things, but also does not believe that they're necessarily beneficial. So this is the last paragraph of my closing that I did not get to. It is not beneficial for Americans to die. It is not beneficial for us to fund other countries or to ship jobs overseas. It is not beneficial for us to give billions of dollars to other countries. But that doesn't mean it's not the right thing to do. You can support intervening in specific situations like genocide because it is the right thing to do, while also acknowledging that it is not. It is a cost. It is not a benefit.
Welcome in, boy band, by the way. Okay, so now that I'm back, first of all, Chief, I know you said you got a heart out, so I appreciate you babysitting for me while I was gone. Whenever you do need to go, I completely understand. And again, to anybody who needs to go, I'm going to go ahead and give you a quick goodbye now. I did shout all of you guys out in the chat. However, make sure that you guys do click or type something, just so that everybody can follow you as well. It looks like Owl took off as well. So good night, Owl. Appreciate you. And yeah, again, anybody who needs to go, I appreciate the hell out of y'all. So there you go.
Oh man, RazorSharpG, Twitch.tv. Y'all have a good one. I gotta get going.
Appreciate you, Razor. Great job tonight.
Thank you.
By the way, I know you've been because me and Lethe have talked about it a little bit. I know you've been wanting to see what it looks like when I don't prep and I just do the debate based off of what people say and shit. This was an example of that.
Are you saying
because
you did not prep at all?
I did not prep at all. Everything that I wrote for my opening, my closing, my notes, all of that was based off of everything that was said here.
So
you read it.
To that,
I'm sorry.
Hang on, Groupus. To that, my first thought here is that not a good idea in hindsight, considering how the judging went. But that said, I noticed you actively writing your closing during the debate, and I thought that was pretty funny. I was like, ooh, he's actually like molding his closing on the fly. Good on you. So so there were parts where I thought that was true. So
My opening, I wrote while the other debates were going, while the other openings and crosses were going. My closing, I finished while the other closings were going.
Yep,
I also
like I said, I watched that happen.
probably
yeah.
wrote a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Wrote a little bit too much considering I didn't get to that last paragraph.
But it still sounded great. Groofus, before I open it up to you, Groofus, I just want to say I actually wrote down this is the first time your opening was worse than your cross. You did better on your feet tonight than you ever have, and your opening was the softest opening I've ever seen from you. However, I understood what you were trying to do with your opening, and it was almost as though you had difficulties quite sealing the deal, but your close was super fucking solid. So, what were you going to say, Groofus?
I did the exact opposite of Vigi, including my cross questions, closing, or not my closing, my two openings that I wrote, because I thought Tyler also might be going first. I had one for Tyler, one for Lethe. I have 31 pages of notes.
Nice. That explains it, because like I said, you were by far better on your feet than I've ever seen you before.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
So I was just going to say, I didn't prepare a lot. So on my free time, I did prepare like a general thesis, but I didn't write any of it down. It was just mental memorization of some ideas, and I intentionally, I didn't want to participate with the group because I thought I would be doing good on my own. And it seems as though even though I didn't prepare very much, I prepared a little, but not much. I still did pretty well. So that is interesting.
No, sure, 100%. Well, and to that, I mentioned this to Gorps, and I will be shaking my finger at Gorps a couple of times here because Gorps kept telling me about how, oh, we're just keeping you out of our prep. You're just not seeing our prep, blah, 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 blah. Vigi's telling me there was no prep. Energy, or
I'm saying I didn't prep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he didn't personally prep, but we had.
He didn't participate. Okay,
points
cool.
that we were talking about.
Meanwhile, what I watched happen was over 400 fucking messages between the other team, the affirmative team's prep conversation. I got to watch and witness, and I told y'all several times, I really hope you are fucking prepared for what is coming at you guys, because the AF was, and it showed. I felt like they definitely brought it. But I also felt like you guys needed less prep because your arguments were primarily emotional. This goes back to kind of what the judges were saying, right? Doomer and Chief were saying. Your arguments were primarily built off of the emotional appeal. And so as such, again, Gorps, Vigilante, Groofus, and Razor. I didn't.
Owlish.
Well, no,
Razor.
Owlish actually seemed to bring more facts and more like evidence based. And I think Chief kind of mentioned that. Like the other four of y'all all kind of had more of like the appeal to emotion. This is
I was
wrong
citing
'cause-
historical precedent.
Yeah, you did as well. Yes, you did set, but it was a historical precedent from an emotional appeal.
Don't act like you didn't do an emotional appeal, Gorsh.
Okay.
Dead and
I'm not
injured
saying I
soldiers.
didn't, but
Dead
I'm
and
saying
injured
I
soldiers.
also-
Do you think that's good for society?
Radish,
To be fair to Gorps,
are you
he
allowing
did.
viewers in chat?
Yeah,
Radish, are you
just to
allowing
be fair,
viewers in
Groofus.
case?
Oh, hang on, like Groofus. What Groofus?
Are you allowing viewers in case asking?
Yeah, you know what? Sure, why not? This is a
Full
crazy
spurg.
night, and as long as
Oh.
no spurging, I will nuke people very quickly if they spurg, but it's K, and I know he's not gonna. So yes,
And
of course,
Lethe, I got a
everybody.
question.
Yeah,
Are
so,
you firmly
just
on
to
the
be-
affirmative side of this, or do you have a foot on kind of either side of the camp here?
I'm primarily
you should
on
ask
the
that.
affirmative side, but I do agree with the negative side to a strong degree, especially with the current administration and the actions that they're taking. It's destroyed a great deal of soft power we have internationally. It has completely undercut even the partially negative intervention that we've done over decades. So I feel like this administration has set us back dramatically in the good that the intervention has done.
Just Radish, by the way. Oh,
Can I just
Go
want to say
ahead,
something?
Vigi. Go ahead, Vigi. What's your question,
Oh.
sir?
I was gonna say the reason why I didn't prep specifically is because the part of the approach was with me closing was me using this strategy to basically just tie everything together. both in my opening and in my closing. That's the whole reason why I didn't really prep, because I was tying everything together, which I did.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. I was just going to say, to be fair to Gorps, he did bring a historical precedent, but I think the reason that one of the reasons that the affirmative won was because the fact is, I think the interventionists tend to, just generally speaking, have a more a facts-based approach to understanding things, and I think the anti-interventionist things tend to rely on emotional appeals and stuff like that. So I mean, that's, I think it's just a general political tendency, not unique
Well,
to us.
I think
I
that
think
there's
it's good to not murder people.
Well, yes, but
Except those poor babies.
The problem with it
Yeah,
is
yeah.
that America has been very aggressive in our foreign intervention for over 100 years. So we don't know what the world would look like without American intervention being as aggressive as it is. So it's all speculation. There's no real fact that we can tie to, because we've been doing this for 100 years, and we've shaped the world like this.
Yeah, it looked more like China and Russia. Ni hao, tovarish.
I mean,
It's illegal to be a member of the Communist Party in
we
America.
can point to some things, right? Like there are things that we can point to, like
Sure,
literally every example, like every chance that they're given, Russia and China are aggressive and they try to take land, right? If we took away our military presence and said, "Oh, we're not going to do anything, no matter what you do," what are they going to do? Like, let's all be real. We know what they're going to do, right?
China's foreign intervention is more beneficial to the country that they're intervening in than America's ever has been. So I think it's actually better for these countries to have China do it.
Gorps, let me jump in there because we have two people. Hang on, Hammer. Hang on, everybody. We have two people who just jumped in.
I bet you would, Vijay. Sorry.
We just had two people jump in here, and I kind of want to get a couple of minutes out of them to see kind of what's on their mind. I want them to contribute. Plus, before Kay, I'm going to actually have you go second. Cleaner, are you Cleaner from the
yes,
from Grid Stream? All right, welcome in.
Yeah.
Glad to see you here. If you could just give me a couple of words so I can make sure that you're not blowing us out audibly, and tell us what's on your mind. What'd you think? How much did you get to watch tonight?
A couple of words so I'm not blowing you out audibly. Did that help?
Beautiful. It did.
Awesome.
Blow me out not audibly.
No, I've been in a lot of debate areas for a while now. Even before the online stuff like really started blowing up over the past couple of years, and I've been watching a lot of different areas in the debate world online, and where people have these Point Break type, like in Dragon Ball Z, when he'd go to level up, like he'd jump up a power level, like we have these point breaks kind of in our debate world, right? Where people elevate and learn how to debate better, or learn to get to the root of the arguments, or whatever, right? And I see one of these things that's going on rampantly right now in our debate sphere, in our sphere, in all of the spheres actually right now, is that people will make arguments that take their personal feelings, their assertions during an argument, as if they're a given fact and an assumption in order to say something. And the problem with that is that there are exceptions, and we're arguing with a lot of the exceptions right now, and they see the whole world as them. And you have to get the thresholds, right? Because there's thresholds to everything, and people don't talk about that part to it. So
sure,
they get into the assertion rather than having the conversation it is, which is much like what you guys have done tonight, right? There's been a lot of assertions, radical on one side, radical on another, calm on one side, calm on another. But they haven't been able to get to the point of understanding that this really is all about our thresholds within our society. All of it is going to be about that. We're pushing thresholds in different areas right now, trying to figure ourselves out with our new technologies and the things that we've got, our new luxuries, the land that we're living in, right? So we're trying to figure ourselves out to some degree still. We haven't quite leveled out and figured out our good equilibrium yet. And we may never, because we'll keep, growing and advancing. We're humans. We can't help it. We're curious, right? So we're always going to have this that we're going to have to do. But what I was hearing tonight here, I wanted to just interject and say, look, I think this would help you guys all if you could pay attention, not even to yourself, because maybe you don't do this, but to your opponents even, when they're making a personal assertion and it is an assumption within whatever argument they're stating. Like if I say the sky is purple, and because it's purple, we're going to say that people can't see it blue. I'm stating that the sky is purple and it's a fact. I'm not giving you the choice of being able to see it a different way, because you might be on a different part of the world looking at your sky and it's pitch black right now, or blue, or whatever, right? So I'm not taking into account any other threshold breaker that might exist that would help us build that scenario, that hypothetical, that point of question.
For sure.
You get what I'm saying?
So I do. So I would actually real quick, I'll respond to it, and then we'll go over to Kay. But my thoughts on that are that one of the reasons that is happening, what I've absolutely seen, and I agree with what you're saying, and the best I can articulate is that there's a difference between an activist and a debater, but a lot of activists are trying to become debaters. And so they're trying to find ways to articulate in a more logic-based manner what it is that they feel to be right. And this is on both sides of any issue, in my experience and in my opinion. There's people who feel passionately about what they're arguing. And so that's kind of one of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing here, is helping people kind of learn how to stay passionate, but also bring in the logic. And again, you have to listen to what the other person is saying when there's a timer on you. So that's kind of one of the reasons why we're doing this. I also want to say I'm super fucking glad that you came over here, because of you, sir, have the most respect from me in that community, and the fact of the matter is, I'm very, very glad to have your takes and your input in this space. So that said, I hope that you stick around. Do you debate as well, or do you just judge?
No, I do debate as well. I've actually done a lot of in-person debates over the past. Since 98.
Okay.
1998.
If it is all right with you,
debates all over. They're very different.
That's when Razor was born.
I am.
We're all old. Eat a dick. Yeah. So if it's all right with you, Mr. Cleaner, I'm going to start sending the prompts to you as well. It's not an expectation for you to do it all the time. But if there's any of the prompts that stand out to you that you're like, ooh, I want it, that one, just give me an AF or an egg. I send out between 5 and 10 prompts every week. It's going to start back up in April, because next week is me basically standing in front of a whole bunch of firing squad, whatever. Anyway, I'm debating next week, but other than that, it's going to go back to every week I send it out. Just respond to any that you're interested in, or if you're not available, that's cool. And if you get tired of my spam, just tell me so, and I'll leave you the fuck alone.
No, sure. That sounds great. I should have my new studio finished sometime in the first or second week of April, so that should be perfect timing. Yeah.
Perfect. I'm super stoked to have you, sir. So, Kay, over to you, sir. What did you think of what you saw tonight? What are your thoughts? I saw you were streaming over there on Kick. What's on your mind, buddy?
You mean I was watching on Kick?
Were you?
Yeah, Legate and I were watching. You said streaming.
Right.
I thought you meant watching.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I did. Yeah, maybe I saw.
I was there
watching,
with Legate, Nair.
I saw. Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't want to really talk too much about like the debate as is, but actually wanted to like get some I wanted to see like during this after panel like a more nuanced discussion, like he was talking about the is it good overall, is it bad overall, but a conversation of where should we be at right now in the current administration, and where should we be at next administration, because there's going to be some level of foreign intervention, and I'm sure everybody here can agree that not all intervention is bad, just it could be like risky and such. So I would like to see like the debaters actually talk about what that should look like going forward for America right now.
As a matter of fact, I noticed the same thing. Both sides had plenty of people acknowledge that some interventionism is good and some interventionism is bad. So yeah, the prompt was a little bit loose on purpose, and I was asked by both sides at one point, or people from both sides, like what I was looking for in the prompt. It wasn't my prompt originally, and it was sort of birthed off of last week, one of the prompts from last week. But the fact that we had the spread that we did excuse me, the spread that we did, I was like, you know what? I'm going to leave it and let them sort it out with 5 people on each team. We'll figure out what the fuck they think. But you're right. We didn't really get into the specifics of which types of interventionism is good and which interventionism is bad.
So,
Yeah, I know that's not an easy sentence.
Radish, is it
Yeah.
okay if I answer Anarchy's question real quick? Because I actually want to give my position on this.
Sure. Yeah. Go
which
ahead.
is,
Get after it, Energy.
I think that there are some interventions that were bad, like the Iraq, like staying in Iraq, staying in Afghanistan. I think going into Afghanistan to take out Osama bin Laden was good, but staying there was bad. But I think the current overthrowing of the Iran is such an obvious American W because of Iran's funding of Hamas and Hezbollah that if you are against it, I think you have to be ignorant to some extent. I don't think you have a real understanding of the situation if you are against it.
Okay, so hold on, Energy. Instead of using specific examples like that, I would rather specific criteria. So, what circumstances do you think justifies American interventionism?
And this is the problem: is that I'm a pragmatist, so I don't really like rigid principles. I tend to like flexible governance.
I can give
I
you a
don't know if
rigid principle. It's no military
Yeah.
intervention unless we are attacked.
Okay, but that's my general political philosophy is more pragmatist. Like I think what works works. Does that make sense,
We
Radish?
already acknowledged together that military intervention isn't the only intervention.
Radish, that's a problem.
Just in general, but I guess this is more of a meta point, Les Chief, is that I think Radish, I'm sorry if this isn't answering your question. I don't think I can give you specific criteria. It's more like a we'll know it when we see it type of thing. Does that make sense?
Kind of like pornography.
Yeah. Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense to me.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Groofus, what were you going to say, sir?
That could be a debate, me and Panda versus on pragmatism.
So I'm going to ask on Energy's behalf, please try and call Energy. I know it's difficult because a lot of us have known this person for a long time and we've known them under several different names, but do your best because again, and this isn't like some like weird, like dead naming thing, but it's just a matter that, especially when somebody is trying to reinvent or reintroduce themselves after having done some self-reflecting, as Energy already said they did, the more that we can help that happen, the less likely a person is to go back to the things that they used to do.
We're harnessing the good energy, blocking the bad. Harness good, block bad.
Block. Yes, you got it. That's right.
You guys need your crystals?
They're
in my prison pocket right now, sir.
Just to respond to Groofus, I would be maybe willing to debate that, but I would have to do a lot of prep for that. Probably not anytime soon because I don't plan on debating for a little bit, but I do plan in debating in April. Just I don't know exactly. I'll see what Radish sends.
I'll send you the prompts whenever you're ready. Just let me know. And yeah, I will also agree that you did sort of level up a little bit tonight. So you definitely impressed me. So I was worried you weren't even going to show up, and goddamn did you. So we just need to work on getting you a better like camera and microphone. That'll be your next level up. So
I'm sorry. It's just I got a new phone and I'm currently using headphones, so it's the best I got.
It's all right. It's better than it has been. It could be better, and we're waiting for that to happen. So, okay. So real quick, because obviously I want to go through and I'm going to ask everybody this sort of question because I want to hear everybody's take. Just a minute or two, if you don't mind going, like, don't go too far over. Tyler, what are circumstances of good interventionism and what are circumstances of bad interventionism on behalf of the United States? Try to avoid the memes. Like, I want your honest take.
I think it has more to do with intent. Things can go wrong. It doesn't necessarily mean that it was a bad version because, like, let's say Iraq. The original plan there was to instate a leader, and that just crumbled. It all fell apart. Their intent wasn't to go in and do a 20-year nation-building thing. So I think it has more to do with the intent of it, and I think generally the U.S. is well-intentioned.
Okay. Lethe, what do you think are good examples of American interventionism, and what do you think are some bad examples of American interventionism?
So the bad examples of interventionism usually come down to when we're upholding bad actors, like what happened with Haiti and France. When Haiti overthrew France and kicked them out, and we came in to reinforce what France was doing in Haiti, that was piss poor interventionism. I think what happened in Cuba was some misguided interventionism, but I think a lot of what we do tends to be like 70-30 good when it comes down to how we intervene. So like what we did in World War II, obviously, even though you could say we were sparked to do so, we went above and beyond and even started taking in refugees. And I think that's something that really wasn't covered in the process. Even if we, screw up along the way and destabilize a region, we're willing, until recently, to take in those refugees and give them better advantages.
So funny you mentioned the World War II thing. I thought it was super awesome, and it kind of sucks because I was going to do a shout out to Al for this particular response, but pointing out the fact that even in World War II, America didn't intervene until we were provoked directly, until we were brought in, we were attacked. I thought that was actually a really good point to bring up. That if it's reactionary, is it still intervention? I like that.
Well, what is intervention to you then? Because they were sending aid to the Allies and were doing so to underhand the Nazi regime. So you can clearly say that they were involved.
Fair enough.
Prior.
So we were intervening financially.
We also started to starve oil from Japan. Hence why the Pearl Harbor attack. Japan had a 90% reliance on foreign oil exports, and we decided to starve them of that oil in order to cripple their economy and prevent them from having any access to Asia, since we wanted to push in it at the time. So these are two actually acts of foreign intervention that got us into World War II.
So another thing that I thought was interesting that got overlooked was somebody said something about where I think it was you, Hammer, and I'm about to kick it to you. I think it was in your cross-examination, one way or the other. I remember if it was you asked or you who got asked. But somebody said something about the fact that the military armaments and equipment used in World War II was not beneficial to the war in Vietnam. But I got to think that that overlooks the Pacific front of World War II and what the Marines were up against on that side. A lot of people forget we weren't just fighting in Europe, we were also fighting in the Pacific. And I would say that what was happening in the Pacific was directly preparing us for what we ended up doing in Vietnam. But that said, Hammer, what do you think are good justifications for interventionism, and what are bad examples of interventionism?
I think that So good examples of interventionalism, I think that when there's I think the most unambiguously good examples are when a nation is basically asking us to come help them, then when we do, it just does so much for us. It establishes a new ally. It deprives an enemy state from gaining power. And it also raises our status, right? It raises our status as like kind of a world authority, and there's so much good we can get from that. A bad example would be the first ones that come to my mind, like the most unambiguously bad ones, are when the U.S. embarrasses itself because it's so war hawkish that it wants to start a conflict that there's no justification for. So I'm thinking of like Bay of Pigs, huge embarrassment, and another one is the USS Maine. I heard that a while ago, where we blew up our own ship to create false flag. Yeah, there's a word
the Ukraine and Russia war.
I don't know what I don't know what this guy is talking about.
The Ukraine-Russia war, he said.
The Ukraine-Russia war. The U.S. had a huge hand in causing that.
Was the Spanish war.
The USS Maine is in 1898, and it gave us a pretense to join into the conflict of the Spanish Revolution. But we were obviously immediately found out, and it just huge egg on our faces.
Cleaner, I'll go through that Victoria Nuland phone call with you sometime and show you why this is greatly overstated.
Yeah, let's at least answer the question. Get everyone to answer the question before we all get fucking dragged down this rabbit hole and fucking
100%.
learn some history real quick.
funny enough, Chief, I know you were a judge tonight, but I'd actually like to hear from you as well, because I'm not sure where you stand on American interventionism. What do you think are some examples, sir, of good and bad American interventionism? Or what do you think
instead
are
of
good,
examples, I'm
acceptable
just going to give
justifications? Yeah.
general guidelines.
Yeah, that's what I'd
basically.
rather.
So
That's
good
what I'd
would be just something that helps a population thrive. Thriving people is a good partner and customer, basically, on the world stage. And bad would be like solely political projects, because the U.S. is not politically static and unmoving. Like intervention to remove and interfere with sovereignty type shit.
Checks out. Sounds good. Gorps, good examples, bad examples.
I think a lot of what
Preferably
USAID,
motivations, but
I think a lot of what USAID did was good. I think things like the vaccination programs, things like trying to make sure that people have access to food and all of this, basically just allowing a population in a shitty country to live. I think that those are good U.S. interventions. I think that bad U.S. interventions are anything that our military does when we are not attacked first. I don't think that we should have 750 foreign bases. I think we should have a grand total of about 0 foreign bases. So, basically everything our military does, I don't like.
What if we're invited
Vigilante.
to put a base down somewhere?
What?
What if we're invited to put a base down?
I think that we can work with that country, like if they have a military, right? Maybe we can store a couple planes at their base, but I don't think that we should be establishing a presence.
so an American presence on foreign bases instead of foreign or American bases on foreign land. Got it.
Yeah.
Vigilante, what do you think are justifications for and against interventionism?
So military interventionism, my opinion's almost as strict as Gorp's. I basically generally speaking, don't think we should militarily intervene unless we are attacked. The only exception I would say is acts of ethnic cleansing or genocide. As far as like financial intervention and stuff, I would say, and like weapon support, I would say like Ukraine's a good example, where they were attacked by a country and the intervention is purely to help them defend themselves. To try to carefully word this as much as I can, I think a bad example of an intervention would be Israel. I don't necessarily think that we should be helping Israel because of the criteria that I laid out on military intervention. I don't think we should be supporting
we're not purely
people
helping
who
Ukraine
are.
defend themselves.
Well, I mean, we're not anymore. We were.
No, we were helping with their offense too.
Well,
Okay.
that obviously. But offense is the best defense.
Okay. Rufus, as the most isolationist, I think, in the room, what do you think are
No
acceptable
interventionism
ever under any circumstances? There's no such
Nope.
thing as a good type of American intervention.
Nope.
So when they
We
prevent,
can defend ourselves, but no.
what about
We can trade, we can do interventions, we can trade, we can defend allies, we can defend ourselves, but unless we have a treaty with them, no interventions.
that still would be an intervention if we have
Yeah, but
treaties.
that would
Also, what
still-
about
yeah,
like
that would
when we
still
have
be an
vaccines? What if we gave vaccines to like, and we do this to like an nation that's having a current
Doo-doo.
outbreak of something that could go like worldwide? I mean, this has happened multiple times in Africa.
But
What
the
about
thing is,
taking
he
in
gave you a
refugees?
threshold, though. He at least gave you his threshold, though, for where he
Yeah.
thought it would be acceptable, right?
Yeah.
I mean, at least that you got the threshold, so you understand what his extreme side would be
Yeah.
in his
fair.
viewpoint.
All right. Yeah. So moving on to you, Energy. What do you think are acceptable and or unacceptable forms of American interventionism?
So some examples that I would consider acceptable would be going into Afghanistan to take out Osama bin Laden. I would be fine with some sort of retaliation against the Chinese government for the IP violations against American companies, supporting Ukraine and Israel against against Hamas and Hezbollah who are fighting Israel, and against Russia, which is invading Ukraine. Are examples of just fighting intervention. I would say that unjustified intervention would be staying in Afghanistan, the Iraq War, and some other things. Some of the stuff USAID did, I think, were unjustified. Like I heard they were funding Al Qaeda from corpse. Like I've heard they funded like jihadist Sesame Street, which was bad. But so I'm against USAID, and I'm glad Trump abolished it. I'm against the intervention done by some of the tariffs we've done on like European goods and services. I think that with our allies we should have free trade. And so yeah, those are some things that I would consider good and bad interventions.
Okay, Mr. Cleaner, when do you think it's justified? When do you think it's not justified?
See, I think that is a fluctuating area. I think I have a very unique viewpoint on this one specifically. I'm a lethal person to have within 6 feet of you. I can do a lot of damage to a lot of people. Therefore, I have the responsibility of using that only when it is absolutely necessary. Right? That's what I did for my country. That's what I do just by surviving in the civilian world. I have responsibility because I have more strength. The same way I would do this here, I see America doing this for the world. We are the strong force, whether what we're doing is necessarily good for another country or just helping us more so that we can get bigger as the big brother. We're going to keep doing that and getting stronger and doing more that we think is good for the world. This is kind of, it's twofold, right? Like it hurts us because we have to do this, and that means necessarily we will have guys like me that have to live with the horrors and the traumas of the things we did for our country, right? And then you have the guys that don't have to deal with that, most people, right? And that's why we do that, is so you don't have to. And that's how our country is built. That's why it's so great, right? We're always going to be that. We're always going to be the big brother because we're stronger, and we should.
Okay. What do you think are justified circumstances for interventionism, and what do you think are unjustified circumstances for interventionism?
So I think most non-combative interventions are pretty fine. Anything like USAID was doing, minus some like very cherry-picked examples, such as that like trying to teach like, I don't know, like gender studies to like Afghanis. It's like, okay, you're not going to. It's not okay. Just stop. But like yeah, anything with the vaccines, medicine, infrastructure, building up basically a nation is fine. When it comes to anything that requires like retaliation, war, I think we need to be careful. I think Ukraine could be almost a golden standard of this. I think that sending over reserve like military ammunitions is a lot better than what we have done in the past. I think that boots in the ground should be the last step, and that it's generally fine if we want to offer up lines of credit, resource deals, giving used armaments, and things like that that allow us to aid an ally, but not put ourselves as the direct target that might get like blowback. I think this is generally fine.
And Boy Band, you actually haven't spoken yet. I think you're just here to listen, but just in case you do have a mic, do you want to weigh in as well? What do you think are justified and unjustified examples of American interventionism? You are muted in case you don't know it. I will take that as an I don't have an opinion. That's all right.
All right, I'm going to take that opportunity to probably bow out for the night. So,
all right. Cheers.
It's been
Hammer.
fun, everybody.
See ya, Hammer.
Absolutely. Absolute blast as always. Love having you here, and keep coming back, please.
You want to wrap the stuffed animal in plastic so that your tears don't ruin the stuffed animal. Just for the record,
bro.
Well, also real quick,
I'll just use your mom.
And then in duct tape. Don't forget the duct tape, because otherwise it's going to blow up. In the
I'll use that for sure. She likes that. All right. Have a good night, everybody.
Have a great night, buddy. Appreciate you.
Good night.
Yeah, I didn't want to change the
Radish,
neat
something-
panels, the 3 rows of 4, so I'm going to peace out too. Love
right,
you all.
Chief.
Have a good one. Talk to y'all later.
Absolutely. Have a great one. Thank you as always. Great job tonight. sir.
Radish.
Thanks, Chief.
Yes,
Radish.
Also, any of you guys that are here right now that are going to stream this or video upload it, shoot me a message so I can link to your page, because I just actually gave one of my real world viewpoints on interventionalism. No one has ever asked me about this before, and so this is a cleaner 409 first.
Right
Yeah,
on. I will make sure and give it a clip, and I will
But
send you the link to that clip, my friend. Or are you going to
Awesome,
say something?
awesome.
Yeah, Groofus.
Panda can go, or Energy can go first.
Energy, what you got?
So Gorps, I actually had a question for Gorps. It's a little tangential, but it's kind of related to the topic. It's sort of a meta point, which is you mentioned this idea that it's not a theoretical or philosophical debate, and in general, I think you have a very anti-theoretical and anti-philosophical approach to understanding issues, which I think is really unproductive, right? So, for example, let's take the concept of theoretical physics, right? Theoretical physics is one of the most empirically verified subject
so this
matters
is exactly why I said you were irredeemable earlier.
Get him, Energy. Get him.
I don't know if you understand how bad an argument that is. I really don't know if you understand how bad an argument that is, right? Like science right now is determining that time itself isn't even a constant anymore. So let's stop saying that science knows everything about science and what's going on in the world, right? We're just trying to do the best we can.
General relativity,
We're trying to do the best we can.
Very, very
I will
verified theory.
actually respond to your statement.
Go ahead, Gorbs.
In a certain way. I think that it is useless to talk about things in a philosophical manner when we're talking about things that are actively happening in real life. We're not talking about a possibly maybe this thing will happen. We are talking about things that are happening right now. We are seeing the consequences of them right now. Talking about it philosophically is a waste of time. And it obfuscates from the reality of what's happening.
Is the theory of general relativity empirically confirmed? Is the theory of quantum physics confirmed?
I give a fuck about what's happening right now.
Okay, ladies, stop being stupid. Corp, you need philosophy in order to determine like whatever you want your like worldview to be. All right. If you have a philosophy of like natural rights or liberty, that means that you're building off of philosophy. And Emart, stop being a jackass. All right, and bringing in just random like nonsense know-how. That's like unrelated. Use the philosophy that is relevant. What you started to do, but like then you stopped. So just keep it to what's relevant, please.
The reason I
any actual scientist will tell you. Any actual scientist will tell you you don't have theories that are proven correct. You have theories that are proven less wrong than any others,
or haven't been disproven
yet.
Yeah.
But you don't have any that are correct. If you have someone telling you that as a scientist, they're telling you something is correct, fucking ignore them and walk away.
Well, so on that note, hang on. Hang on, everybody. Hold on, because Ancom just walked into the room, who is our resident science communicator, and I'm sure that he is ready to fucking go off. But before you do, Ancom, I want to hear your answer to the question I was asking everybody. Then you can go ahead and say what you came in to say. What do you think are acceptable and unacceptable motivations for American interventionism?
None, I'm guessing.
This is a difficult and complicated question because there are so many different kinds of intervention that we could potentially engage in.
Yep. So give me the ones that you agree with and you don't agree with.
Yeah. Generally speaking, I tend to favor oh god, I'm losing the word. I tend to favor self-governance. So if a society wishes to govern itself without intervention, then we should leave it the fuck alone. Unless, of course, it by itself goes against those principles by trying to intervene or interfere with us. In which case, I think defending from such interference is justified. if a society wishes for our assistance in, say, providing medical or humanitarian aid, vaccines, food, etc., then I am fine with it interfering to that extent and no more. So basically, if they say we can, or they want us to come and help them in a specific way, I am generally okay with that. But you get to the complications of who is they within a society, because we see so many cases where the government and the people are not aligned on these things. So it gets very complicated very quickly, and it's not something I can easily generalize.
Quick, looks like Tyler wants to push back on that. Hang on, let Tyler push back on it real quick, and then you can go.
No, since I answered the question first, I answered it differently than everybody else. I kind of wanted to re-answer in the way that everyone else did. Generally, I think since the United States is, unlike almost any other nation in the world, is a nation of ideals and not a blood and soil nation, no matter how much nativists want it to be, I think that we have a superior moral code because we got to make it with post-Enlightenment values in mind, and that not only should be exported, but also is morally superior than most of the far-right blood and soil nations we have around the world upholding their tradition. We are superior. We should spread democracy, and very, very, very rarely is the United States actions not defensible. And I don't think there's
Tyler, you're a good comedian. You're a good
I support
comedian.
intervention to take care of
We should stay in Afghanistan.
If anyone wants to in a foreign country intervene, you can have Tyler, all right? Like, that's fine.
We should have stayed in Afghanistan.
Supporting American citizens, period.
Okay, I have a question. I think that will mix this up, Horsey, before I leave.
Yeah, go ahead, Kay. What's up?
All right, like I think to mix it up is, all right, what about if you have a neighbor that is posing a threat to your nation, either because of their instability or because of their projection of power? I will give two examples, the drug cartel in Mexico and America pushing into Greenland and Canada. Have fun with that one, ladies. I will listen.
Fuck you, Kay.
Okay, you know what?
No,
No,
real quick.
that's go ahead.
Focus on Groovus too.
I just want to put back on something Anarcho said, which is NOK was saying that I was being a jackass and bringing up something unrelated. The reason that I say it's related is because if we say we're getting rid of theories, we have to get rid of theoretical physics, which is the basis of modern technology. So theories are important. That's the
I don't
relation.
believe anybody said we needed to get rid of theories. I'm sorry. I think that might have been a misunderstanding there.
Gorp said he just doesn't give.
Theories
Gorp said he doesn't
can.
give a shit about philosophy.
I think
Theories
it's a waste of
can.
time to
Hold
talk
on,
about.
hold
I'm
on,
not saying
hold
get
on.
rid of
Yeah, philosophical theories.
Hold
Got
on.
you. Go ahead, Cleaner. Go ahead.
Theories can be important. Theories can also be minuscule. So don't just assume just because something's a theory that it is important or that it is discountable in either spectrum. I think is a fair thing to say here. Gorps was kind of taking it to the extreme. That's all. He was just saying it's
Fair
a
enough.
theory, so it's true.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like, well, no, hold on. You know,
It looked like
there's
you had
threshold.
something you wanted to add there, Lethe.
Well, I was going to say I fully agree with Rand Paul being attacked on his lawnmower for ruining the security of his neighbor's lawn.
What? It's Ron Paul, not Rand Paul.
Oh, sorry, was it Ron Paul?
No, it was Rand.
It was Rand.
Rand
who
got-
attacked.
yeah, Rand got attacked.
It was Rand who got attacked.
Oh,
I thought it was
And
Root
it was
Paul.
it was
No,
a dude
I'm the one
named
getting-
it was a dude named Mark Wayne who thought that it was a swell thing. So
now
Mark
I'm
Wayne
getting.
Gacy?
Okay, that's embarrassing. That libertarians getting
Mark
the calls.
Twain?
confused.
No,
Yeah,
Mark Wayne.
I thought it was RuPaul. Maybe I missed the cue here.
different Paul. Yeah, for what it's worth,
No,
I
it's fake
just
Paul.
I think it's the most redneck name I may have ever heard to name somebody Mark Wayne.
Mullen?
Not Mark Wayne, Mark Wayne. I'm just like,
Mark
are you
Wayne.
fucking
To
kidding
have a
me?
double first
Tell me you're
name-
from Arkansas without telling me you're from Arkansas.
Oh, dude, I met a black guy. That was his first name.
Mark Wayne
Yeah,
or
Mark
Arkansas?
Wayne.
Oh,
No, Mark Wayne. His first name was Mark Wayne. Yeah.
I've met
I
Mark
shit
Wayne.
you not.
Mark
I
Wayne
shit you
that
not.
with
It
Q,
was
though?
it was like MARQUA.
Yeah, Mark
I was gonna say that'd be with a Q.
Yeah.
is different than
Yeah,
Mark
but
Wayne.
that was the name though. It's still it's the
No,
same thing
sure,
as like the old
sure.
joke. You know, Mike Hunt.
Sure.
You know,
Yeah.
like Mike Hunt,
Yeah.
right? You know, Like, I mean, it's the same thing. It's wordplay. It's funny.
Yeah. But that said, I did really get a kick out of his what do you call it, the congressional hearing, where and that's why I brought it up, was the whole Rand Paul and him going back and forth over that, and the fact that Mark Wayne wanted to throw hands with somebody on the floor of the Senate and thought that was a perfectly reasonable thing to do, which
based?
No, not based. Not based at all.
Based.
Not based at all.
Isolation dueling.
That is
Look,
not
combat.
how a civilized society fucking functions, period.
Yeah, we're not civilized. We're fucking America, dude.
That's not based. That's not based at all,
Based.
man.
Agreed.
That's bullshit. That's fucking fake. That's not based.
Mhm.
Based would be you have a disagreement with somebody, and if it's
We're fucking America, it could not be truer.
Fair. Well,
Like,
finish what you were
thank
saying
you.
there, Cleaner. Hang on. Cleaner was in the middle of something. What were you saying?
you have your disagreements with people, but that doesn't mean that things have to get physical at any point in time. Like there's
Exactly.
no fucking. I can tell you from experience, like there is definitely a reason for things to get physical.
Sure,
but that reason is like
We don't escalate it over words.
99.999% of all other reasons would be applicable there, right? So you could stay away from violence almost all the fucking time if you really wanted to, and
Now-
just have the conversation in the appropriate place.
That
There's a
actually brings
boxing
up-
ring for the other shit, right?
Yeah, that actually brings up a prompt that I plan on putting into like early into next month, which is, and I'm still trying to find the exact wording of the prompt, but I've heard so many people refer to the camaraderie or friendship even between what's his name? The guy in Congress and the guy in Senate. I'm sorry, the
Massey and
Bushmills is
Rand?
catching me. No. The two who like go biking together or whatever. The Speaker for the House or the former
Johnson.
Oh shit! I saw a meme on that.
McConnell, and the other dude.
Johnson?
No, previous. McConnell and
I don't know. It's
McCarthy?
McConnell and a Republican.
who is it that McConnell
Hakeem
goes like,
Jeffries?
no, fuck off. The two
Chuck
old white
Schumer?
dudes. Schumer, thank you.
Paul
Schumer
Ryan?
and McConnell.
Oh, Schumer.
Schumer and
yeah.
McConnell going to like lunch together and shit, like being like actual buddies. And a lot of people shit on that. But to me, that feels like exactly what we would want, right? So again, I'm looking to find the right prompt to encapsulate the question of, does cross-party companionship or camaraderie,
Collaboration.
yeah, does cross-party collaboration benefit society or is it detrimental? Like
No.
I don't know exactly the right wording for the prompt. So if anybody has any suggestions, hit me with it in the DMs.
I think it's
Yeah.
meaningless. Like, how much has Chuck Schumer and Trump
I
being
got it.
friends done anything for them?
I think it's value neutral. I don't think
it's positive.
I don't
so.
think that necessarily.
I mean,
Yeah,
it depends on the
I think
people.
it's positive.
It
on the
depends
people,
on
you
the
said?
people. Yeah, because
And how they
I
use that
mean,
camaraderie.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen there are very few politicians that believe in what they are fucking doing and they are trying to do the right thing, right? And then there's a spectrum of everything else.
Sure.
And that's the
I got you
problem
on the-
that we
I got you on
have
the
is that spectrum of everything else. That's where our problem is really within our society. It's how much of that spectrum either side has more control over.
I just feel like
direction our
collaboration
society
and
gets-
collusion is a net benefit. So
Well, and that's why I say it depends on who's there.
yeah.
Well, I think
prompt-
also just like
the prompt
strategically,
will-
I think that the people that we elect into office should be doing their best to, get past what they promised.
mean they
And
do.
being homies with somebody on the other side can get you an amendment in a bill or something that otherwise might not have approved. So it's just
Sure,
useful.
they coerce
that
each
amendment is
other.
a good thing.
They coerce each other in all kinds of ways. You're right.
For sure.
Some of it being money, some of it being friendship.
Vigi, what were you going to say, sir?
The prompt would be fuck, I lost the word. God fucking damn it. Hold on.
Like I said, DM me. Just hit me in the DM so you don't forget it.
Did you see my prompt to you for next Saturday?
I sure did, sir. And I'm not sure how I feel about it. I got to double check that that's within TOS.
What is it?
But if it is,
We can make it within TOS. Yeah, it's a good one.
all right. So that's
Radic.
actually you're my first official challenger for next week, Tyler.
So I'm gonna make him I'm going to make him the affirmative on legal age of consent is slavery.
Oh my!
Is this going to be a team one? Is this going to be a team one?
No, I am putting myself in front of a firing squad next week, Cleaner. There have been people who have commented about the fact that they would like to challenge me to a debate. I'm going to have Kay come back and be my moderator. I'm going to have my two primary judges, which is Let's Chief and Doomer, be the judges. And basically, I'm going to do short form, 1 minute opens, 5 minute opens, 1 minute closes. Anybody who wants to, you assign me the prompt, you assign me my position. So basically, I want to challenge myself is basically the idea, because this is the last Saturday of the season, which for the record, I do want to say, since we've only got like 15 seconds left on the clock for our tonight's stream before we, I'm going to stick around just so everybody knows, but we're going to raid out into somebody else and we're going to keep the party going. And I'm going to be a little less concerned about my own TOS. I'll be the thorn in somebody else's side here in a few minutes, but I want to say thank you everybody. This has been fucking amazing. This is the conclusion of this season of the DMZ, and I learned a lot. I figured out a lot. There's a bunch of shit that we're going to change for next season, but there's a lot of shit we're going to keep sticking around, and I hope all of y'all stick around, and I hope that you guys keep bringing in more bodies for us, because the more people we have in here competing, the better we are all going to get. But I do want to be clear, I am looking for people who are trying to get better. I'm looking for people who are interested in good faith debates. There are plenty of other places where people can do blood sports, yelling at each other, shit talking each other, all that stuff. You do that. I'm not complaining. There are places for that. I'm trying to create a space that's not for that. And I want as many people who are down for that as we can get. So with that said, next week, I'm going to be steel manning positions, even if I don't hold them, as an attempt to demonstrate what it's like to be able to understand the opposition's perspective, even if you don't hold it. Because I really think that is a big part of what's missing in today's political conversations, is the lack of ability to be able to humanize and understand your opposition, even when you disagree with them. So
I hold the opinion that you should dehumanize your opposition.
Hold on.
I was just gonna say,
we're gonna keep talking. I promise we're gonna keep talking. Hang on 1 second. I just want to ask Lethe, are you gonna keep streaming for a little while?
Yes, but I'm gonna go get some food in a minute.
That's fine. I'm just trying to decide where I'm gonna raid out to. Gorps, are you gonna keep streaming for a little while?
No.
No?
Yeah, I
Vigilante, you can? Well, do you want to? Which one of y'all am I raiding?
Well, I'm gonna be here in the conversation, so might as well just leave it alone.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. So again, which one of y'all am I raiding into? Lethe or Gorps? I think I've done you a couple of times recently, Lethe, so I'm going to go ahead and raid out into Gorps, I think, if that's cool with you, sir.
We have to show that, support can create a reformation of bad ideals.
Cross partisan
if you don't
support.
Raid me, you're
that's
transphobic.
Hey,
that's it.
That's it. There you go.
Hey,
yeah, go ahead.
I would like to apologize. Oh,
no, yeah, hang on. Go ahead. Go ahead. What were you going to say? Grufus, you first.
I forgot what I was going to say.
All right, cool.
I was going to say, I will apologize. I do know that I brought a little bit of my blood sports stuff in tonight.
Nothing over the top, nothing egregious, nothing that made me pause, nothing that made me.
It didn't save you,
and it didn't help.
I think I should have brought more blood sports.
Thank you all. Again, we're going to keep going. We're just going to stick over there at Gorps's. So shout out Gorps. Everybody follow over there. Gorps Inc. You should already have seen it in the chat. Say something in the chat for them real quick, Gorps, so they know where to click and they know where to follow. And I guess actually they're going to see you no matter what, because we're rating. Huzzah.
I want to know from Gorps, how did it feel to have energy take your lunch money?
I decided to be the bigger person and not say the things that I wanted to say, and I'm still doing that. So I'm going to, except for that answer,
I actually did have another question for Gorps, if that's okay, which is, you said that you don't want to get rid of theories, but when I've brought up theoretical physics in your chat before, you've dismissed me.
Yeah, because what I've said is that it's not like that I want to get rid of theories. I just find it useless to talk about in this setting, so I don't give a fuck.
But theoretical physics is the basis of modern technology.
Preference, energy.
Energy. Is anyone here, yourself included, a theoretical physicist?
No, but I'm relatively well read in theoretical
What
physics.
are you wanting to talk about theoretical physics? My
I am.
point
Thank
is,
you.
if you are not
I actually am.
then
I actually am a
about
theoretical
theory.
physicist.
Yeah, me too.
But here's the thing: I am relatively
I'm
well
actually a
read in
nuclear
it as of
scientist,
late.
No, I actually am. I have three. I have 3
I'm not
master's
a
degrees, and
theoretical
one of them is
physicist.
in theory. Yeah.
I've been listening to MIT Open Courseware.
Cleaner,
Okay.
I was not aware of your credentials going into that question.
But it is good to know, and I will bear it in mind.
You know what's funny? The credentials didn't teach me near as much as me going out and reading on my own did.
Reading a book.
Yeah,
I love
no
I
shit.
love the Goodwill Hunting. The best Goodwill Hunting quote, the best quote in any movie, is you're going to figure out you spend $150,000 on an education you could have got for $1.50 in late fees at your local fucking library. I love that. I love
and
that.
that's exactly what I was going to say to AMCOM, is that I've been listening to MIT Open Courseware. I've been reading part of Werner Heisenberg's book, Physics and Philosophy. I've been taking online exams. I've been reading articles and stuff and excerpts from other books as well, along with Heisenberg's book. So I even though I'm not a theoretical physicist, I am kind of self-educated in it, at least relatively to the panel.
Enough for conversation at a party.
Yeah.
What kind of fucking party?
Doesn't care about the theory.
Exactly,
Is that
Tyler.
The theory is not something that can help us in the moment. It can inform things that we can discover, and it can inform our understanding of those things. But when you're talking about the theories in a context like this, where you're talking about current events and things that are happening right now, oftentimes the political theories and things of that nature are not going to be nearly as useful as the facts on the ground.
Let me translate that. Right? Hold on. Let me translate that for you. You're acting like a real fucking fedora tipper right now. Shut up about physics. We're talking about Israel.
What about the
Well,
physics?
Einstein was a Zionist. Einstein was a Zionist. To be fair.
Einstein can be
Hey,
stupid at
Radish,
times too.
Yeah, that just proves that
Radish,
the
can I
smartest
ask
people in
an
the world can
off-topic
be
question?
idiots.
Yes, you just did. So you can ask another one.
God damn it. Since we have at least a couple new people, can you, with your next set of questions, can you ask about Citizens United again?
Yes, absolutely. Citizens United will go back on the prompts list.
That's a good one.
Oh, I know, and I desperately have been trying to do it. Groofus has been begging me to form a 3v3 about the way it was Citizens United got it right, basically. So I've put it on a couple of times. I keep not getting, like, there was a really good response from one time, and then 3 of the people that responded fucking flaked out and just disappeared. A thing that I find keeps happening, when people lose, they tend to think that they got robbed. I'm sure everybody here knows this is pretty common in the debate sphere. Everybody thinks that they, except Pearl, everybody thinks that they won the debate, right? So that said, I think that, I try my best to get the most unbiased judges, unlike some people. And so I do what I can to make it so that people can walk away from it feeling like, okay, you know what? That person did outdo me, right? That's what I'm hoping for. But there's so much
usually you do
ego
that
in this
well,
feed.
except tonight. Tonight we were robbed, so.
Because you were
another thing is,
I want
yeah.
I'm gonna
Another
be
thing with
honest. The
regards,
funny thing is, my past few debates, I have felt like I was robbed, specifically because of the fact that the people conceded the prompts, and then tonight I actually don't feel that way, to be completely honest with you.
Very cool.
Yeah. And if I may, can I just respond to AMCOM real quick, because I want to get this point across.
Hang on, Groofus. As long as it doesn't have to do with theoretical physics. What were you going to say, Groofus? You said you did not feel like you got robbed?
No, the only time I felt like I got robbed was my debate with Game Boy. Because he basically accidentally conceded the prompt at one point.
If you lose a Game Boy, you did get robbed, yeah.
Well, Gorps was one of the judges, and the 3 of them have this weird, like I don't know, like incestual meme relationship where they just shit on each other reflexively. And I knew that was going to happen that particular night. So again, it was kind of the bad faith night of the DMZ.
It was K, not Gorp. It was
Oh, was it?
Cannon Corp.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I was gonna say if it was Gorp,
same.
that means
I'm
that
being dragged for no reason here.
libertarians are the natural enemies of libertarians.
Yes, that's exactly. I
mean,
swear to
Corp
Christ,
is-
I made that fucking joke.
Yes.
Like libertarians all hate
Yes.
each other. What the fuck is this?
Yes.
Well, yeah,
Well,
'cause
the
Groove
problem is
correct.
all
I'm
hate each
correct.
other.
The problem is that I even most of the libertarians I've talked to on a personal level, not the social media figureheads, but like the actual
IRL
libertarians.
people. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, they agree with me. Libertarianism by itself is not self-sustainable. Democracy
Sure.
is not
Complete ideology.
self-sustainable. It's just
Sure.
not. Those two
Libertarian's not a
concepts
complete-
are not self-sustainable because there's no guarantee your outcome that you believe is for the net positive for your country right now or your people or whatever group you're in is going to be the same later. There's no way to guarantee that you're still going to be getting the same net positive later because other people can come in and change the vote, change the rules, change the laws, change. You see what I'm saying? So there's
Well, I
no
do.
self-sustainability to it at all.
It requires a whole cultural shift.
Right.
Like an
in order
ideological
for it
shift
to
for all of us.
exist,
I mean, every
I
in
would
order
say that
in order
this-
for
I
it
would say
to
that that's
exist,
the
it
same thing.
requires there be the other two. It has to have the other two to exist.
I think this exists for any ideology. I don't think that there's any
Yes.
ideology
Yeah.
that
Sure.
by itself can
Yes.
actually work.
Wholeheartedly agree. For those of you who have never heard my take on this, I always get really, really angry. And Ancom, I know that what I'm going to say is probably going to piss you off just because it's such a gross oversimplification. But I spent so many hours listening to the Capcom sock fucking argument that I figured out a way to boil it down to its simplest terms. And my take on it is capitalism is the means of production are in the hands of the owner class. Communism is the means of production is in the hands of the worker class, and socialism is means of production is in the hands of the government class. And I don't think any one of those is
I also hate that.
sustainable on its own. All three of those are corruptible inherently. But what America is and should be is a balance of those three. We have communism in the unions. We have socialism in things like social services, police department, fire department, roads, et cetera, and capitalism insofar as the business class. The key is
I don't think
we need to be
unions are-
adjusting those knobs. We need to be adjusting those knobs to get it right, but it still has
I
to
don't
have
like
all three
that.
of those. I'm sorry.
I think you're
You know what?
oversimplifying.
Right in that I didn't
Yeah.
like what you said there, but the funny part is I only disliked it when you said that unions are communism because that's
Yeah, that's that.
I know,
same,
but it is
same.
It is, but it is the worker
not fucking
class
communist.
having a say in how the business is run. That's why I
And
say that,
I feel
which
like-
is what
I feel like a
communism's
better-
goal
Communist.
is.
He's not
I
wrong.
feel
It's
like a
the same
better
thing as
example
like
is that
homeowners
co-ops were
associations. Homeowners
Fuck
associations.
homeowners associations.
They're communist as well. I mean, it's the
But
same
no.
thing.
Hell
Oh, they
no.
are. Oh yeah.
No,
No, hold on.
No.
Let him cook.
Homeowners
Let him cook.
associations
Let him
are
cook.
oligarchical.
Hold on. Let him cook. Please explain what you mean by that, Cleaner. What do you? How do you figure that a homeowners association is a representation of communism?
It is by necessity communist. It has to be in order for it to function correctly.
How so?
It is in its fundamentals. What it does is it's taking a little from the whole community to make sure the whole community stays up to a certain standard. That
That's called
a certain
That would be
a
socialism.
certain hold on
No,
that
yeah,
a certain group of people who you will never be a part of, save bloodletting, will be controlling everything, including whether or not you get evicted.
Well, so
Once again, that's a
wouldn't you have
governmental
to-
agency or some sort of a like leadership class, which again, this is getting into semantics. And it's a thing that, again, like I said, just because I've listened to people fucking have this argument, I always laugh when people call me a communist. It's like, bro, I lean kind of socialist, just because I know that we have to cooperate and collaborate as a society or we won't function. But it is very, very clear that communists want the workers to control shit. The socialists want the people, which really just means the government, to control shit, which again, a homeowners association would be, we are all pitching into a group organization who then oversees our better good. And then capitalism is an individual is in charge, right? Of the business. So again, you're right. It is socialism, but I would say that communism would be like the people who mow the lawns run the homeowners association. That would be more akin to communism.
What about co-ops? You can have a 100%. You can have a completely capitalist economy with markets. It's about it's a multi-factor. Like
yes, it's
government jobs. Government jobs can be in pure capitalism. You can have a pure capitalist state and still have government regulatory jobs. Like the monopoly on government doing things does not fall to Marxism. These are multi-factor things. Like,
sure.
You can have a completely capitalist economy with 100% co-op, so workers will own the means of productions, and it would still be capitalism and not communism, because there's a lot of metrics that have to also be met before it's that thing.
Yeah, I was referring specifically in the homeowners association example. I'm referring to like the dictatorial communistic countries, like it's set up much in that way, right?
So
like there is a dictator at the top that is controlling it, and it's
Can I ask
all.
you a question? I've been trying to ask you a question.
What you're comparing it to is not communism; it's authoritarianism.
So,
As
Cleaner,
an anarchist
under
communist, I do make that distinction pretty strongly.
I would say he's comparing it to state capitalism, which is what all of those countries have been.
Cleaner, under the like parameters that you outlined for calling the HOAs communist, the same exact structure exists for the entirety of the American society under the U.S. government. So would you say that the U.S. government is also communist?
I would say there's a lot of communists that have infiltrated the U.S. government.
Okay.
Okay, McCarthy.
I mean, what? I know that to be factually true. I don't know.
I was about to say he's not wrong. There are people who would consider themselves to be communist or hold communist beliefs who are in the government. I have made the joke many times. McCarthy might have been an asshole, but he wasn't wrong. Like the commies really were trying to infiltrate, and they kind of succeeded. As evidenced by ANCOM being in the fucking room.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. That's where I have some give. That's where I have some give.
You are a demonstration of communism taking hold in the U.S.
Listen. This is why I say there's some give.
For the truth.
Like I will give some towards what Gorp said, right? Because when America was founded, we were not communist, right? Like people paid in for things they believed in. We had a bond system. If our politicians couldn't convince people to spend money on something, they didn't get money for it, right? Like,
correct me wrong. That's egalitarianism, right? Am I using the word right?
No, that's not egalitarianism. That's patriotism.
What is egalitarianism? Remind me.
Oh my God, that's a whole.
Everyone is equal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
In the absolute simplest form. It's
closer to it's some kind of equity of equality type thing.
The founding of the U.S. was everybody has a farm, you do your thing.
Right.
It literally comes from the French égalité, which means equality.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, sorry. Go on, Cleaner. I didn't mean to walk over you, sir. Please continue.
No, I lost my train of thought.
you were talking about the founding of the United States. Hold on. Let him finish.
You were talking about the founding of the United States.
Sorry.
Right.
The United States being founded as non-communist, or it wasn't communist whenever it started.
We weren't communists when we started. I would say that the communists have had enough influence on our government to where we're at right now that, yeah, you're right, Gorps. It is very much framed like a dictatorial communist structure right now. It is. It needs to be walked
you believe
back.
There's a Politburo?
I think it needs to be walked
or
back.
Our government has communists.
I think our government is more formatted to a communistic style right now. I believe it has slowly over time been formatted in that way. There's a spectrum between communist and the republic democracy kind of thing that we had envisioned in the beginning, the republic thing that we had in the beginning, right? Like there's a huge difference between the two.
Hold on, Gorps. I want to respond to that before you. I'm sorry, buddy, because I think there might be something to this. If what you're getting at is that most, if not all, communists, except for the ones that ANCOM personally advocates for, most communist societies or communist governments have been authoritarian in nature. We have created a situation where there is an authoritarian note to the American government, and one could argue that MAGA exploited that system that has been set up and is now in control of the authoritarian system that was established previous to them. They are just now taking advantage of that communistic leaning or the authoritarian level of communism leaning that has been embedded in the United States. Would everybody agree with that?
No,
No.
I would
No.
argue that it is not
No.
the
You're
communists
conflating
who created
communism
the
and authoritarianism.
authoritarianism. That's just something that's existed from the beginning.
So my
Well-
problem with communism has always been the idea of a Politburo. For those of you who do not know, who have never heard my rant about anti-communism, communism inherently requires loyalty to the party, and anybody who dissents against the party is dissenting against the greater good in their mind. So they are ostracized. They are even publicly fucking like murdered because of if you don't follow the Politburo's like the elders' rule, you are kicked from society at the very best and murdered at the very worst. I would say that is inherently an authoritarian system.
Yes, it is authoritarian inherently. It is not communist inherently.
Like that's what you're conflating is you're seeing authoritarianism and saying, okay, well, we can kind of call that communism. Whereas
I'm saying communism is
can exist
authoritarianism.
under any of
No,
communism is
I'm gonna
authoritarianism, but
disagree.
authoritarianism is not communism,
You can
and
have
that's where the
a
difference comes in our
separate
government.
Politburo without a communist economic policy underlying.
I see. So you're holding to the idea that communism is exclusively an economic principle and not a social or government.
Oh, it is social, but it is
See,
not.
I think there's overlaps. I think this is the problem, right? This is the problem within our society.
Communism does have overlaps to
Well-
these other elements of, the social, the economic, the political, all of that. I'm saying that you're conflating communism with authoritarianism. Yes, there have been people who claim communism as their ideal and use authoritarian means to allegedly get there. I'm not disputing that. I am saying.
Can you name one that hasn't?
Can I name a communist who has not
A
advocated
a communist regime or a communist government that did not resort to authoritarianism?
Well, see, you're limiting me with regime or government there because, as far as I know, no government
Paris
that
Commune
has acted as such. See, that's the thing. Is
So
I
the
wouldn't call the Paris
implementation of it
Commune a
requires.
government. Like I wouldn't call the CNTFAI
Yeah.
a government. I wouldn't call God damn it! I
Yeah,
wouldn't call the Zapatistas a government. I wouldn't call Rojava a government. Like that's the problem. Is all of these places that have attempted to implement a communist ideology without the authoritarianism, I wouldn't call them governments or regimes. Not
Because they didn't use authoritarianism.
Yeah.
Well, I would
because
also
they
say that
specifically
any
went out of. It's not because they didn't use authoritarianism. It's because they didn't seek to actually rule an area. It was
I would
a
also
group of
say that
people in a region that developed a self-governance model, but none of it was authoritarian. None of it was controlling.
any quote unquote revolution like this, whether it's going to a more capitalist, going to a more socialist, going to a communist system, inherently requires authoritarianism to enact at the beginning. Any revolution requires this. America had it during the American Revolution. You cannot do a revolution without
Revolution
authoritarianism. At
requires
least at the
political
beginning.
violence. One of my favorite prompts
Yes.
that I've never actually been able to put up
No,
because everybody's
I
afraid to
also
answer.
I disagree.
Well, see, this is
I'm
kind of the
understanding
problem,
it's
though.
bullshit.
I agree.
The problem.
There have been revolutions that aren't. There have been revolutions that aren't weren't violent.
Which one?
The problem is that we're looking at a lens right now where there's like 140 something genders and there's like 140 something different political major worldviews right now. Like there's this spectrum of shit, and you might have two things you believe that sound communistic, but they're good. That makes your country good. But does that mean you're communistic? I don't know. It depends on who the fuck says it,
So
like
it's
one
funny.
guy
It's
might
funny.
say one thing makes you communistic. Well, if that's the case, every country on the planet has at least one thing similar to communism. So we're all fucking evil, right? So what's our
It's
threshold
funny you
breaker
say
here?
that. Yes, No, you're absolutely right. And this is actually one of my favorite jokes. When people say that they're a communist, I'm like, which kind? Which flavor? Because
Yeah,
I have
like
talked to
which
so many
gender of
flavors of
communist?
communist. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
that
So,
yeah.
but that's the same way
speaking
with
of which,
capital.
I've been wanting to
We
ask-
literally have an ANCOM and an ANCAP in our conversation right now. And so they're both anarchists in theory, but one of them is
Yeah.
a capitalist anarchist and one of them is a communist anarchist. Ah,
Speaking,
okay.
speaking.
You see what I'm
I'm
saying,
about
though?
to.
This is what democracy and non-self-sustainability looks like.
Oh, fuck.
And
Did
Bam!
you
Mic
just
drop.
say free will? Yeah, no, that was a mic drop moment. Free will leads to that level of confusion. There's too much gray. Are you saying that the gray is bad, Cleaner? We
I'm
need
saying
hard lines. We need black and white, man.
I'm saying that different levels of people need different levels of guidance in whatever it is to keep them. It's much like we have locks on our house, and we all know that like that only keeps honest people honest. But that's the differential, right? It helps keep honest people honest.
Yeah, but the
People are too dumb. They
the
need
40 cal
fascism.
keeps everybody else honest.
That's true. The
and
44 does. The 50 AE does. Probably all of the other rifles. Yeah.
Wait, I have a question to pose to the group.
Shoot.
Are all doctors
I've-
communists because they have a duty
Yes.
to treat all because of the
Ooh,
oath that they
that's
take?
a good question. That's a really good question. Because of the Hermetic oath, are they inherently communistic?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
The-
Well,
I don't know
I
because
think
It's stupid, but no.
I think again it's a spectrum thing. It's like just because that inherent oath has a couple of things that sound communistic doesn't mean that that oath like subscribes to communism. That just means
just
that
means the greater
it has
good.
some things it agrees on, right?
Yeah.
Like you can
I
even
don't know.
have
Forcing
you can
people
even
to work
have
without
two
pay,
political
technically?
structures. You can even have two political structures that work alongside each other to form a little bit better government. And we've actually got a modern day representation of this over in Europe right now. The king and the lands versus the people and the government they have on the lands.
So real quick, I want to pick that apart, Gorps, because I'd never really thought about this before, but I would like to ask an honest question that I don't know the answer to. If anybody can, and I'm looking mostly over there at the red on the right, Ancom, if you can confirm or deny this, are there legal consequences to a failure to follow through on the Hermetic Oath? Is the Hermetic Oath legally binding? If we're on it,
I think it.
the Hermetic
Why are you
Oath
asking
is
him?
the.
I'm the fucking law guy.
Are you talking about the
The Hippocratic Oath.
The Hippocratic
I'm
Oath.
sorry,
yeah.
sorry, yeah,
Do no harm.
Yeah.
sure,
No,
yeah,
that
that
is
one.
not legally binding.
Okay, so
I
in
think
other
it
words,
can
if
be
you're on an
civilly binding.
airplane and somebody starts choking, you're like, "Fucking not it, bro! I just clocked out." Like,
Yeah.
there's no consequences or anything like
No
that.
consequences.
No, there can be consequences.
There's a legal
It's not a
consequence.
crime.
You can get
It's not a
sued. You can
crime.
get sued. There was
You can
just
get
some
sued, you can
lawsuit
lose your
in New York
license.
State for gender affirming
Hold on,
therapy.
let Tyler talk. Let Tyler talk. Hang on,
There was just
Tyler,
a
go
law.
ahead.
I don't know if it's legally binding, but civilly it absolutely is. Someone was just sued for it was a doctor a girl that wanted to transition. Apparently, she went in for her first examination and they coerced her, got her rid of the medicine, coerced her parents, and she just won a lawsuit over it. So I'm pretty sure it's civilly binding, but.
When you said legally, I was thinking criminally, but yes, there
That is what I meant.
Mhm.
That is what I meant. But okay, civilly, is it civilly
It's binding in civil
as
court,
well?
and you
Yes,
can lose
absolutely
your license
civilly
to
binding.
practice.
Actually,
So there are
yeah.
consequences.
No, there are actually a couple
I
of
gotta go
states.
back.
Okay.
There are a
Good
couple
man.
of states you can lose your license as a doctor. There are actually a couple states. All right, so there's a couple of states that if you are a doctor, you know how you have to get different certifications as a doctor. If you have
Sure.
emergency care certifications in your field, and you walk by someone in that state that needs emergency care, and you do not render aid, you can lose your license if it's proven. There's a couple of states in
Really?
America that are like that, yeah. And
Okay, well there you go. That does sound.
They went to the
communistic.
extreme with it, but
You are forced to work without pay. If
I think
that
those are
is-
really
yeah.
old laws too. They just haven't ever been changed. Kind of
Yeah,
like in
no, but still.
Texas, like they say you can still hang somebody technically, but
Dude, in
like
Texas,
nobody
you're
fucking
still not-
does that, you know?
Fun fact: in Texas, an unmarried man
authoritarian,
is not legally allowed to own sheep.
In Texas,
Really?
you can only have like
But
3 dildos.
is it
Well, I know
legally.
in like
is that
2021,
actually
I think it was
enforced?
2021 or 2022. The Louisiana legislature finally passed laws against bestiality.
Yeah.
Notably though, the vote count was 12 to 13. Right? I'm not fucking kidding. I'm not kidding. It was 12 to 13.
That is alarming, but it's also Louisiana.
Of the 25 capable voters, every single one of them either said yes or no.
I'm curious.
Do you
I'm curious
realize
if there's
that
laws in Arkansas.
there wasn't even somebody that was like, I'm just not going to vote on this shit. Everyone was that diametrically polarized, right?
God damn it! I want my American right to fuck a sheep. Anyway,
Well,
Lord, dude.
Washington,
God.
Washington
wealth
State
right.
only made it
The wealth
illegal like
right.
20 years ago, and that was just because there was a super high profile incidence of a dude fucking a horse. It's
Yeah.
the only reason it's illegal
Dude,
in Washington.
It's
Was
the
it
thing.
Donald
We
Trump?
have some crazy laws in our society that are still there. Some people don't even know exist, man.
For what
And
it's
some
worth,
of them we
there was-
find out and we're like, wait, that's a fucking law?
Yeah. For what it's worth, there was even
Well,
a
like,
book.
are
I
they
had a book.
enforced?
That's why I know
No.
the sheep one. There was a book
Yeah.
that was like crazy fucking laws you didn't know existed. But there was something, I don't remember. I think it was MAGA. This was one of the things that I supported of the ideas that they put forth, which was every time you make a new law, you have to go through and get rid of 5 old ones. Like, I kind of like that idea.
I like that.
That's incredibly.
I
vague.
don't remember the exact framing of it. So again, but like
It's
that the
regulated,
concept.
but yeah.
Yeah, the concept behind that I think holds water.
I think that actually brings us to something
Not
that would be
at
a good
all.
idea. A really good
incredibly
idea
good
would be a federal organization that was there to help states organize their shit so that they can manage their laws and do it, not change their beliefs in any way, just help them organize it, get it documented right, show them the links between old ones, shit like, all of that shit. Not tell them which direction to go, just tell them, hey, this and this look the same, or this is fucking archaic. A federal service that could come in and help the states do that, maybe they'd get a lot of their laws like cleaned up, because I'm sure we'd be able to find a lot of errors in the law for our states and how judiciary things happen if we had a federal committee that just came in neutrally and was like, all right, we found this error, this error, this error, this error, I think that would help.
Hey, and
Bold of you to
totally
assume the
unrelated.
government cares.
Yeah.
And come.
No, but I mean, if you want a government
mean-
that's going to be like all controlling of your life and all that, like you're going to have to do this at some point, right? Isn't that how puppets like to be puppeteered?
Ain't no strings on me.
And come.
Shit, we all got
I've been
strings,
meaning
bro.
to-
We just don't
Yes,
know
we
it.
do. My wife, no, I know it, and my wife controls all of those strings.
I miss those days.
Okay, Griffiths, you have a question for me.
Yes, I've been meaning to ask you for a while. Are you an ML ANCOM or are you a Kratopkin ANCOM?
Oh, sweet.
Well,
Christ.
Or is there a third I don't know of?
Jesus
Marxist
Christ, you're as
Leninist
bad as anyone.
anarcho-communist is a contradiction in terms. Yes, I'm much closer to Kropotkin than I am either Marx or Lenin.
Kropotkin. Sorry. Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify.
I think when you talk ideological extremes of any religion, theology, any of that shit, like if you just build someone who is based off of the ideological extremes of any of those belief structures, they're gonna go to war with each other no matter what. Like they're the fucking extremes, right? Like, what do you expect them to do?
To be fair, I wouldn't say I'm at war with anyone, even
No.
Griffiths over here. I disagree.
Yeah, but that's why that's fine. That's why other people who are stronger than you would war you into non-existence, right? So like even just by you being weaker or passive,
Like
you might
Lenin.
get warred upon. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter.
To be fair, I knew you were going to say.
I wouldn't say I'm passive. Like I will
And I was about to
defend
say-
myself, my family, and my community when and if it is under attack. But like,
Right.
I'm also going to be pragmatic in the ways in which I use violence to achieve goals, and the mechanisms. I'm sorry, the situations in which I use violence cannot conflict with my own personal beliefs about the justified uses of violence. So like,
Yes.
I'm not gonna go commit a genocide because I think that's a good way to get to my end goal, because A, it's demonstrably not, and B, even if somehow it was, by me engaging in that activity, I see that as corrupting the goals that I'm trying to achieve in the first place, thus making it impossible to reach those goals. It's philosophy
but
and
think,
lefty anarchism called the unity of ends and means.
think of all the land you could take if you genocided people. I mean, Israel's doing it, so.
Well, I mean, you've got
your communist endeavors.
You definitely got extremes of that. I mean, obviously the Holocaust happened, right? Like, I mean, yeah, all right. There have been extremes that have shown us that. Like, yeah, fair enough. There's all kinds of horrific things happening right now. We've got all extremes of it though. But it's just any of these ideologies that we have, these belief structures we have, like if we keep taking them to the logical extreme rather than finding the meanderings, the similarities, and being okay with them being different but similar, then we're never going to get anywhere. We're just going to keep butting heads, going to war, having suicide bombers, having people go to other countries and assassinate leaders. Like we're just going to keep doing this stupid shit, you know? We're going to have to find the merger points between the ideologies for what sums up the base T for all life as human beings at some point. We're going to have to get back to survival and reproduction, keeping our people safe, keeping us healthy, keeping us living, keeping us growing, keeping us prospering.
Getting us back to survival and reproduction by itself feels like going backwards as a society. We did the survival and reproduction thing for tens of thousands of years, and it got us to this point. And like, if we got to go back to that to continue surviving as a species, I dislike it, but you know, I can see if that's necessary. I don't personally think that it is necessary. I do partially agree with you in that, like, yes, we need to get better at how we voice and air our disagreements and, you know, become that enlightened species to which we have aspired for 300 years, to find ways to solve our differences without the levels of violence that have in the past been seen as the primary conflict resolution. We have gotten to a point in the world, I think, that we tend more often to use nonviolent means to solve conflicts than violent means, but we've also gotten to a point where the violent means that we have developed have become so enormously destructive that their use is simultaneously a deterrent and I want to blow the thing up, right? I don't know the word for that particular sentiment, but it is very common within a certain segment of our population that happens to have quite a lot of power and control.
I hate
and
the Bernadolles.
has for some time.
Yeah.
I'm heading out, everyone. See y'all later.
Good night, group. Appreciate you. Great job tonight.
So, like,
see you soon.
Yeah, so
go ahead.
Ultimately, it is we have to find a way to reach the people that are more predisposed to violence, but doing so with violence ends up being destructive to that cause. And so we end up at something of an impasse, and the best that we seem to be able to do is slowly convince people that violence is not and should not be the first, second, third, or 10th solution to any problem. It should be the solution of absolute last resort.
Don't tell that to Mark.
Except with
Lane.
Nazis.
What were you going to say, Lethe?
I was going to say.
I mean,
hold on. I want to hear what
Nazis
Lethe was saying. Go ahead.
I was going to say, it seems to be that there's one particular ideology that wants people completely focused on survival and reproduction. And they want to keep them, or keep these people, as uneducated, uninformed, and oblivious to what's going on in the world as possible to keep that goal while maintaining a very strong upper class. I am entirely...
Is that Scientology?
No. Closer to Mormonism.
Conservatism, I'll just blatantly say it.
I think he's going for Christo-nationalism, but that's...
I know what
conservatism, Christo-nationalism, like especially in the outlines of Christo-nationalism. I'm going to say that's the ideology we should all be working against, and everything else, maybe there's some middle ground we can get to with the rest of them.
I have a
So,
Which is why I don't think compromise is productive in America.
What, Corpse?
I have another semi-related, not actually related question for the group. If you guys want another prompt,
Lay it on us. Yeah, fucking let's go. I'm enjoying
which
this.
would be better for America to be, a Christian nationalist society or a Muslim nationalist society?
Christian
How about
Nationalist
neither?
Society.
I would go for neither.
No,
Of those
you have
two,
to pick one.
of those two, I'm gonna go with Christian, but I'd prefer to go with neither.
Yeah.
I'll go with
The
Muslim
only-
just so I can go.
I go with
just
Muslim.
to-
So
Just
I'll
to be
I'll play with the
consistent.
hypothetical. Yeah, I'll play with the hypothetical, the Christian side. Yeah.
The only reason that I say the Christian side is because now here's going to be my caveat. I mean a true Christian national,
Right.
not what is being used as or framed as Christ's teachings. If you actually were to run a nation based on Christ's actual teachings according to the New Testament, I think that nation would be the best nation on earth. It would also be the most
communist.
beneficial. Oh, absolutely. Well, at the very least, socialist. I'd say socialist because Jesus didn't really talk about too much about workers' rights, but he did talk about the benefit of the group, right?
I mean, it wouldn't be any of those. It would be Christian nationalist.
So
Sure.
can I
No,
explain to you guys why I
he
think
talked
Muslim?
about ownership and wealth quite heavily, and
He did.
said, sell all your possessions and give the money to the poor and follow me. Which, if you
Easier
look at the
easier for
actual
a camel to go
history
through the
of
eye of a needle.
Yeah, and if you look at the actual history of what the first century church did, it very much was that. They
Yes.
lived in a very communistic way for that first century.
For the benefit of the good of all. Yes. And that's why I'm saying if it was an actual Christian nationalist, I think that would be the best. You all have heard me say this before. I don't call myself a Christian, but the only reason I don't call myself a Christian is because of all of the things, the baggage that term comes with it, and because of all of the things that have been done in his name. But if you actually lived by the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth, the world would kind of probably be a better fucking place. Like,
If
it's
you actually
hard
lived
to
by the
deny that.
teachings, we'd be stoning people to death.
Not according to
we wouldn't be
Jesus.
stoning
Jesus
people to death.
never advocated for stoning a single fucking person.
No,
Not
we wouldn't
one.
be stoning
There,
people
there
to
is
death.
a reason.
Not one.
The
It's in the Bible.
Yeah,
I
it's in
did
the
not
Bible
say
that
the Bible.
he.
I did not say a Judeo-Christian. I did not say based on the teachings of the Bible. I said the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth. I was very specific in my
The
verbiage.
teachings of Jesus of Nazareth come down to upholding the law. So when he stopped the stoning of the woman that committed adultery, he was just upholding the law because it was being applied horribly, and it was technically a trap to put him at odds with Roman authority.
Yeah, and I also think that the problem I have with Christian philosophy is that I think it's too altruistic. I think it's not putting yourself up enough, right? You need to.
Yeah, see,
you
and
need to be
that's
more
exactly
selfish.
the problem. That's exactly the problem. I'm saying that true Christian nationalism would be altruistic, and that would be the nation I would like to.
Selfishness is a good thing. Some amount of selfishness
Bullshit.
is a good thing.
Disagree hard.
To call it Christian nationalism, I think is completely misidentifying it, because it wouldn't be nationalistic at all.
If it was Christian, yeah, true. If Christ was against nationalism, true story. So yeah, fair point.
Wasn't Christ also against his own teachings being used to create the laws?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. But
Among other things, yes.
I also have a problem. I also have a prompt, Horseradish, if that's okay. It's not really related though to politics.
I'll listen to it, but DM it to me because again, it'll go on the list for next month.
It's basically what is the best way to unify general relativity with quantum mechanics?
And I'm sure that I will get ANCOM to respond to that. So yes, send me the actual answer or the actual prompt, and I will put it on the list for you. Energy, you earned that.
I want to see that one too. I want to see that one.
So I was going to answer.
We got an
none of
actual
you-
physicist in here too now, so you got competition, bro.
So
None of you actually, nobody involved in this conversation ever actually defended the Muslim part of this, and so I will to give you guys the thought
Could easily
process.
do so, but go ahead, Gorps. Let's hear it.
No, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Yeah,
Because he looks like Jesus of
So
Nazareth
I'm not
right
a
now.
fucking communist, and I think there's only one communist in this chat, so fuck him. But other than that, I would not like to see an America run in a communist way. Under Islam, you are forced to give a certain percentage of your income to charity. I think that that is a good thing. I think that everybody, if they have the means, should give money to charity. I think that that's beneficial to
Christianity
society.
asks that too, but go on.
No. Christianity encourages it. Muslim
No, it
or
specifically
Islam.
says an amount that you're supposed to tithe, but go on.
I
Well,
haven't seen
tithing is
that,
to the
but
church, not
I'll find out.
necessarily to charity.
10%.
There's a difference.
The church is who's supposed to then differentiate or supposed to distribute it to the
Yes,
charities
but
as
I
they see
believe
fit. But
in the case of Islam, it does not rely on the priests or the religious leaders of Islam to to distribute to charity. It relies on the followers to determine where
to
that
arbitrarily
charitable
decide
giving
where
comes.
the charitable. Okay, fair enough. Although a lot of
Yeah, so
Christians
it's
believe
like
that
purely a
tithing,
charitable
a
donation.
lot of Christians believe that tithing does not necessarily go just to the church. But I got you. Go on. I'm sorry.
That's
Please
fine,
keep
but like
cooking
the
here.
original source of the tithe in the Old Testament was to the
Yep,
priest.
was to the church. You're absolutely right. But we're not talking about the Old Testament because Christians technically don't follow the Old
But-
Testament. But go on.
Yes, but
Is
tithing does not
Islam
appear anywhere in
also
the New Testament. It is based on Old Testament law.
Sure.
is Islam also explicitly calls men and women equal, and that if you harm a woman, you are gonna
that is
see
benefit.
fucking hell. Whereas
Wait a
Christianity
minute. I
does
thought
not
they
do
stoned
this.
women all the time.
I'm talking about.
I thought
actual Islam,
I
not-
thought that
not
it was
explicitly
Islam that
proven.
was all about like if you like even like if you show your hair in public, you're gonna get murdered or
No,
some shit.
you're talking about
Am I
radical
wrong?
Islamic government. You're not talking about
I
actual
believe
Islam.
Forbes is talking about purely Quranic Islam, not
Yes.
the
Okay,
hadiths
got
and the other
you.
writings.
Got you. Okay.
I'm not talking
sorry.
about the Shias.
If I talk over y'all, I'm sorry. I'm really deep into Bushmills went from here to here. So again, I'm a little sloppy, but I'm listening. So if I talk over you, it's just because I don't have the patience to write shit down. Go on.
Yeah. So the Quran actually forces the equality there, and actually basically commands that men will protect women and ensure women's rights. Obviously, in certain regimes that we see in the Middle East, that's not the case, but that's because they're not actually following the Quran. So you have everybody does
Kind of
charity.
like not all Christians actually follow Christ. Got it.
Yeah. Everybody does charity.
because we
People
elect
actually
all.
have equal rights. The part where both Christianity and Islam fail on this is like gay shit. All right, none of them like gay shit.
Well, that's mostly that's mostly doing.
and none of them
doing
like
this
trans shit. But I
translation
think
in
that
Old Testament.
the Quran also lays out like a lot of
I
laws.
thought Iran preferred trans over gay.
Well,
I
no,
thought
they
that if
force
you're going to
you-
be
they
gay,
force
you got to
you-
like chop it
I-
off.
I
they
don't
force
I
you
don't
to
I don't
transition
think
if you are gay.
Gorks, I don't think you've read the actual Quran. I think you've read the Quran that they've translated over into English for English speakers
Yes, I'm sorry, I
and
don't
English
speak Arabic.
readers.
But this
And
does have Arabic
the
in it.
big thing is though about the Quran is that it is very anti anyone that's not Islamic, right? If you do not believe in the religion and you are not pure blood of the religion, you will eventually be killed by the religion.
No,
it definitely
what it
teaches
advocates
its
for is
people
at
to
a
go
time of
forward
war.
into the world
You're wrong.
and
you're
either
wrong.
coerce them or subjugate them or dominate them
It says
out of
that
existence.
Muslims should.
That's literally what it
says-
teaches people
hold
to
on,
do.
hold on, hold
No,
on.
Christianity
It says that
teaches
Muslims-
to spread through
You're wrong.
faith and choice of belief.
No, I
You're
wasn't
wrong.
talking about what it taught. I'm talking about what it did.
That's what I was about
I'm
to say.
talking
Hold
about
on,
the
Hank.
belief.
To be
I'm
fair,
talking
yeah, I
about
was
the
about to say,
the belief
there's a
though. I'm not
difference
talking
between
about
teaching and
the
the implementation
extremes.
of. Yeah.
Right. I'm not talking
Go
about
there.
people who have gone to extremes in every case. I'm talking about the teachings themselves. The Quran itself actually teaches that if you are not of Islamic blood, right, then you are not a person. You're not allowed to say no to sex. You're not allowed to say no to anything of a person who is of Islamic blood. This is
So the
literally what
part
it
of the
teaches them.
Quran, the part of the Quran that you're talking about, where it says like, kill
You
all
understand?
non-believers.
You understand the
In
entailment
the
of what I was
context
saying there,
of
right?
What it is talking about, it is saying at a time of war, at a time in which Muslims were being attacked, it says, yes, kill all non-believers. It does not say to go out and fucking wage holy war. And yes, it does say that Muslims should try to guide people that are non-believers to Allah in the same way that Christians, many of which try to guide non-believers to Christianity. I think you need to take the
All of
context
the
in which things are
Abrahamic
said
religions
within the
do
Quran.
try to get people in.
And when he returns, he will wage a holy war.
No, you're right. My bad.
Yeah,
True
and
story, Andrew. Good call.
evangelicals think that everybody's going to get slaughtered except for them and a couple Jews that get lucky. When the
Right, I
rapture
don't think that's
happens.
very good. I don't think that's very
But-
good religion either, and I'm not proposing that one because that's fucking retarded too.
No, but what I'm saying is that this
What
is
does that have
this
to
is
do with
a-
what we're
a-
talking about?
This is a thing of all Abrahamic religions.
All
It's not
Christ-
a Muslim thing. It's all Abrahamic religions have a very similar thing. Judaism is a little different, but
I was about to say, yeah, no,
this is
energy's
not-
right. Judaism literally
wasn't energy,
tries
that was
to
me.
avoid bringing people into their religion.
That,
Yeah,
that was
try
me,
to
not
talk
energy.
it's
people out of
isolation.
becoming Jewish.
Christianity and
Yeah.
Islam both
To
they
be
tell
clear, that
the
was
same
me, not
fucking
energy.
stories. It's all one book
Oh,
at
that
the
was
end
you.
of the
I'm
day.
sorry. You
All
sounded
three of
like
these
energy.
religions are the same book, just stopping at different points. All right, Judaism stops first, then Christianity
Nah,
stops, and then Islam stops. It's
All of the
same
Abrahamic
shit.
religions
Jesus
are
is
bad.
Jesus is in the Quran too. Like,
Yeah,
Jesus is a
they
prophet in
just
the
don't believe
Quran.
he's the Messiah. They believe he's a
Yeah.
prophet.
The,
Like
the
it's
only
all the
acceptable
same
version.
shit, and Islam actually does lay out a set of laws to govern society, even just like mundane shit, like what the punishment should be for stealing. Now, do I think that's a bit extreme? Yes, but Islam lays out an entire governance structure that could govern a country, whereas Christianity, I'm pretty sure, says like don't make a law based on this. So it would be more pragmatic to have a Muslim nationalist society than a Christian nationalist society.
Can I ask you
There's
then
only
for one take, just
Hang on, yeah,
one
let
take
him
here?
finish.
So, what's your take on, a guy who says he's a prophet, starts his own branch of the religion full of people that believe that he is this new prophet come back to life, the new Messiah, whatever, and
Let's call
gets
him
them to
David
do things.
Koresh.
Let's
Just for
call him
David
Muhammad. Let's call him Muhammad. Since we're already talking about Islam, let's follow the Islamic thing.
Okay,
We'll call him
fine, but David
Muhammad,
Koresh is
and
more
we'll
fun,
say
like more.
we'll say he creates this group of people called, I don't know, like the Brotherhood of Muhammad, right?
Jonestown. Oh wait, fuck. My bad.
And they do some really, really horrible fucking things in the world that they took from their religion in some way. This was their
Jonestown.
extreme view, right? I get that. But this religion continuously produces people who have this viewpoint over
Every
and
religion
over
does.
and over. I understand that religions do have this problem, but this specific religion has a much higher propensity to produce individuals that do this thing.
You're incorrect on that.
no.
No, I'm
It-
not
it is just
actually.
a
I'm
Hold on,
statistically
hold on,
correct.
hold on.
No,
I'm actually
Christianity has
statistically
the
correct.
exact same propensity.
Less than
I would really
1%
like to
of
know the
Muslims
statistical
worldwide support any level
statistical
of violence.
radicalization. I would like to know the
No.
statistical
Gallup
radicalization of
Gallup
the
did a
different
global
Abraham.
poll on this.
Do you have that by any chance? Please pull it up and throw it in the chat.
I
would
can
really
pull
love
it
to
up
see
right
that.
now. It showed that
Because
less than
this was
1%
South
of Muslims worldwide
fucking
support
what's
any
their
level of
name?
violence
Baptist
for their
Church.
religion.
Like there's plenty of Christians who also advocate for violence against the non-believers and such, right? So I would actually like to know an actual number of which religions have advocated for violence the most. I feel like that's important.
I mean, literally, it sounds like Christians at the moment because when you got a war going on right now in Iran, and most of them are saying this is to bring about the end times and bring Jesus back.
Do we believe that the Iran situation is a religious war? That's an
Some
honest
do.
question.
I think
Yes.
some do. I don't think
Yes.
most do.
Do we the people in
So-
this room believe that?
Not
Yes,
Hold on. I
it
found
is.
Well,
this is not the exact poll I'm talking about, but this is a similar poll, but done just on Americans, and it shows the propensity towards not specifically like Islamic violence or like religious violence, but the propensity that people think that violence is okay, and it lists Muslims, Protestants, Catholics, Jewish, and Mormon.
I feel like
and
sometimes and depends
Muslims
is the
are-
same fucking thing here, Gorps.
but
Sometimes
yeah,
it depends
yeah,
is
yeah.
the same.
The point of this is that the Muslims have the highest propensity of saying never. Never do we kill civilians.
Sure.
Well,
Now,
the
I would
problem
also be curious about the level of damage done by those extremists. because every group,
Right.
every ideology is going to have extremists.
Christianity wins.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Yeah, well,
37%.
Extremists are running. The Christian extremists are
37%.
running
On which
the
window?
government right now.
On global terror, on global, like terrorism across the entire globe. 37% of it is from Islamic radicals.
Can I explain why that's bullshit?
Atheists and no religion are the second most never. Who's the most? There is no yes. There is no yes option. There's sometimes and depends, which I think it kind of is the same. But Mormons
cleaner.
are the most violent according to this poll. I think that's interesting.
Could be.
Cleaner.
I'm looking for
why
the
why
data
that
source
global
for this
terror
because
thing-
I want to be able to give more data.
Yeah, I would
Can I
like to
explain why
more
that-
know. Yeah, go ahead.
The global terror thing is kind of bullshit because it obviously showcases Muslim terror. What it doesn't showcase is that the American, and a lot of it run by Christians, America does terrorism too. What we do with our military in the Middle East is terrorism. It is the exact same actions that these motherfuckers are doing, but it doesn't get labeled as terrorism. So yes, when we're talking about this, it's the terrorists are all fucking Muslim, but when our government is doing the terrorism, it doesn't get labeled as terrorism because they're a government.
No, you're not wrong. Definitionally, if you are trying to pursue political change through fear, it is terrorism. And it was funny because this was one of the things. If I start sounding blustery, it's because I'm fucking drunk. But there was somebody who mentioned in the Discord or in the debates about the fact that that the U.S. uses its military might. I think it was actually Owlish. They use their military might. Or no. That's right. It was through the Steel Man. It was through the Steel Man when Razor was talking about the demonstration of might seeds fear in the bad actors. Basically, it's big stick politics, right? That is absolutely a form of terrorism, but I think that there's a difference between terrorism and guerrilla terrorism, right? So guerrilla terrorism would be sneaky terrorism, as opposed to like the general fear of repercussion. It is more of the fear of like sneaky consequences. Like there's a difference between us fearing being bombed and us fearing somebody slipping a bomb into the subway. Right.
Well,
we
I
use
don't
the
think-
term terrorism very broadly, but I think that it should be more targeted towards terrorism is guerrilla terrorism.
Well, so I don't necessarily think that it's that big of a difference. If we take two things that I would call terrorist attacks that happened recently, all right, and I'm not talking about anything on the American homeland. In Pakistan, recently, there was an anti-Shia bombing of a mosque. It was a terrorist attack from, I think it was Afghani terrorists, but this was a terrorist attack. And I think that everybody can blatantly say that because all the governments involved blatantly say this was terrorism. I think that the American bombing of the girls' school, and actually yesterday of a all-boys school, these are also terrorist attacks. And if we're going to say, oh, well, one's not guerrilla, it materially does not have a difference. If anything, the guerrilla is less bad because it is less harmful than a 2,000-pound bomb.
I would say guerrilla terrorism would be Timothy McVeigh blowing up the federal building. Like, I don't think that it's necessarily less harmful than
I mean just like strictly payload wise. They generally make homemade bombs. We drop 2,000-pound bombs. I don't think
I see
that
your
it's
point. No, I see your points. State-sanctioned terrorism and state-sanctioned like fear mongering is definitely going to be more effective. You're right.
Yeah.
And it also depends on which side of it you're on too, as to whether or not it's terrorism. If you're the one receiving it, like I'm sure from their point of view, like they're radicals, right? But like they believe we're right. Like they're like we're the right guys, right? These other guys are coming in here, right? You know, so
no, you're absolutely
right. The key is the rest of the world has to look at it and understand whether it's something that's good or bad for the rest of the world. You know,
the court of public opinion. The court of public opinion is really who decides.
Well, and it's a necessity more so right now because this like this change that we're going through, we've had different evolutionary changes that have happened in society. During World War II and World War I, we had a really horrible one where we learned to kill each other a lot faster than we learned to negotiate with each other, right? And we've since tried to put that behind us for the most part, but it spurgs up sometimes where we can't figure out how to adequately negotiate something to where we don't have to use violence.
Well
so
said.
I, it sucks that we have to in some cases, but for the greater good for all of the rest of humanity, there are always going to be people, much like myself, that went and did things for our country that we don't want to live with, but we have to.
Now
So
the
you don't
question
have
then
to.
the question then becomes, who decides what is for the greater good? And do we trust our leaders to make that decision
no.
in a moral way? Right.
This also goes back to our
Especially
original debate today.
especially when we are worried that our leadership has been compromised.
I think
Even
it
when
comes
we're
down
talking
to
about previous even when we're talking about previous administration, my answer is still fuck no.
Mhm. Well, I think it comes down to people understanding and accepting that there is a big brother mentality that America has. And we've always had this. We probably always will, because if we see something that is fucking
big stick.
horrific, like, yeah, I mean, like, come on, dude. If we see in another country, for whatever reason, they've been invaded by a group of mongrels that are raping the children, we will go there and fuck them up if no one else will, right?
Justifiably. But
Because
now,
that shouldn't
now,
happen.
Okay, but then
hold
why
on,
haven't we
Cleaner,
attacked
but
the
hold
cum
on, Cleaner.
warriors yet?
How many times are we manipulated because
Sure.
of our moral commitment?
Sure, that's fair enough. And you know what? That might happen sometimes, but all we can try and do is what
How
we
do we
believe
guard
is
against
right.
it? Yeah. How do
Well,
we guard
No,
against
don't.
see,
We don't.
here's
We
the thing,
don't. We don't. We go back to basic game theory, right? Like if they stab us in the back, we hit them back, knock them the fuck down, and then extend them a hand and say, "All right, now get up. Let's cooperate again." Otherwise,
Isn't that what we
Wait.
did with Iran just recently? And
yeah,
then
we just did it with
then we
Iraq
decided-
again too.
And
Or
then we
Iran,
decided then we decided to engage according to our leadership, specifically because one of our allies was going to attack them, and we anticipated some sort of a repercussion from that. So we had already done what you just proposed. Like, absolutely agree with you. We
Right.
said, "Hey, knock it the fuck off," and then we said, "Okay, now we're cool. We're cool."
Right.
And
right.
then our
we
ally
did our
got
side
riled
though.
up.
We
Yeah.
did our side though. All right. Now we're not. Listen, I haven't said that we haven't incited anybody in some way. Like we haven't done something that left people with some extra anger or whatever, right? A grudge. But it's their choice. It's their fucking choice to do something about that or build a new life in a new world.
I
They
have a
chose to
question
get
for you.
violent. We didn't, right?
Did
like
they?
we
Hold on, hold
Wait,
on,
wait,
hold
wait.
on, hold on,
in
hold
that
on,
in
hold on,
that
hold on.
specific instance where they're getting angry and riled up and choosing to do violence, we're not the ones choosing to there. They are.
I was
They made the
of
choice
the
to go there.
impression.
Violence to them
You
first.
see what I'm saying?
I
It's
was
their
about
choice.
well, hold on. I was of the impression that we smacked them down. We're speaking specifically about Iran. We smacked them down regarding the potential for nuclear enrichment, even though there's no actual evidence that we were concerned about this, but we did that, and they gave us their token response, which they even warned us they were going to do. We said, "Oh, okay." We accepted that token response. We said, "Okay, now we're cool, right?" And then it was our ally. It was literally like we went to a bar and the buddy with us was picking a fucking fight. And we were like, well, fuck, I know I'm going to get hit here. So I guess I got to kick these people's ass. Like, is that still justifiable?
You're kicking the ass of the dude who's
If you go to the bar and your buddy next to you, let's say you went to the bar last week and you got into a
Right.
fight with a guy bowed up to you, you popped him in the nose, he sat back down, said, "You know what? Okay, cool, my bad. We're cool. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to fuck with you." And then
Oh,
the
no.
next week, your buddy who went to the bar with you picks a fight with the same guy, and you're like, "Well, I know he's gonna punch me, so I guess I gotta fucking whoop his ass now." Even though you were not involved in this, even though you had not been provoked in this, do you think it's justifiable for you to fucking beat that dude's ass because your buddy threw hands with him?
I mean, it depends. Like if it continues to cause you damage and you don't want damage
It
to
doesn't.
your people, or
Literally,
whatever,
your
like,
buddy,
yeah,
your
I
buddy
don't know.
decided to pick a fight with the guy, and
That
you
depends.
know, you're
how
probably going to catch a stray fist. So you're like, "Fuck it, I'm going to kill him." in
like
Minecraft.
if we're actually talking about like me and a handful of my friends,
Yes,
you
you
throw
and
hands
you and
with
your
my
buddy went to the
friends.
bar. Yes.
you throw hands with my friends.
No. Your
I
friends
probably
throw
don't need
hands
to
with
get
somebody
involved.
else. This has always been a rule with me and my group of
I
friends.
probably don't need to get involved.
If somebody starts shit with you, I am fucking in there. We're gonna ground them into the dirt. But you start shit with somebody else, I'm gonna make sure nobody else piles on you. But bro, this is your fight. You did this.
Yeah,
not me.
no, I that's what I'm saying. Like if me
You
and one
agree.
of my
Okay.
brothers was at a bar and they started shit with some dude, I'd sit there and finish drinking my beer and watch. Like,
and make sure nobody else jumps in, right? But you're
no,
gonna let
the more the
you handle your
merrier.
shit.
It's going to take a bunch of you.
But you see what I'm
Okay,
saying?
so-
Again, for what it's
so-
worth,
so-
same mentality, same culture. So with that said, if we apply
Yeah,
that, to
I'm
what
not going to
happened
let
with
you
Israel
kill
and
him,
Iran,
but I'll let y'all fight.
exactly. But I'm gonna let y'all do it because he wanted this. He asked for this. I'm gonna let it happen. So
Yeah,
applying that
Face,
to the
let
situation in
the Middle East
Iran.
sort itself out.
Yeah, applying that to the situation in Iran, we said, "Hey, y'all are getting real close and ugly with your nukes. We're gonna fucking say no," and we said no, and they said, "Okay, well, we're gonna respond, but kinda, and this is how we're gonna respond." And nobody got hurt in the response, so we're like, "Okay, you saved face. We're cool. Fisties, we're good." And then a little while later, we go back to the same bar. Your buddy named Israel decides they want to throw hands with that same dude. You're not going to fucking jump in, right? You're going to be like, "Hey, bro, this is your fight. I guess if you want to do the thing, do the thing."
Can we talk about the fact that Israel admitted that they have nukes, even though they've been lying about it for fucking like 22 decades now?
They stole them
We
from
all
America
knew
too.
they were lying.
But
We all
I
knew they
had
were
a separate
lying.
question that I wanted to ask Cleaner. That's
Yeah,
along the same
go ahead.
lines. But I want to. It's from. A
I do
different
not
framing.
want this to feel like a pile on Cleaner for what it's worth, just to be clear.
Oh, I don't
So-
mind.
I'm
It doesn't
just
matter to
curious
me.
his
All right, cool.
thoughts. I'm just curious.
I'll go 1 for 20 Jubilee. I don't give a fuck.
I know,
Yeah,
but
well, this is a
we're
dude that I've never
we're all
talked
here to
to, so
conversate,
I'm
my friend.
curious
We're
where
not
your
we're not
thoughts
we're not
I
we're
get
not
it.
here to.
I get it.
So you were talking about how
Speak for
America
yourself.
is the big brother, and it's very understandable when America wants to punch somebody effectively, right? Do you apply that same logic to other countries, that it's understandable that they may want to punch somebody that has wronged them?
Sure. I get that people may want to do all kinds of things.
So do you think it's
People have all kinds of
understandable?
intrusive thoughts all throughout the day. What's your point?
Well, is it intrusive thoughts, or is it something
Amen.
that
Thank God I'm
that
not punished for
people
'em.
are valid in responding to? And of course, I'm going to tie this back to the war that's happening right
Well,
now
I
with
mean,
Iran.
what's
Do
valid?
you think
What's
that it's
valid for you? Hold on.
justifiable for Iran to be striking back?
You're talking about valid and then justifiable, and there's a difference there. So what
I'm
is it
using
you're
them
actually
interchangeably.
asking
What's
me
the
for
difference
here?
for you? I'm using them interchangeably. What's the difference for you?
Right,
So I
and
can use the right one for you.
that's why I say there's a problem, because they're not interchangeable. There's definitely differences between that.
Okay, well, what I'm asking is, what are the differences for you, so I can use the right word for you?
Oh, between value versus justice or whatever, right?
Valid versus
Being valid
justifiable.
versus justifiable, right? Validity versus justifiability. Justifiability is something that's based upon a belief structure that has to do with like goods and bads, right? Valids don't necessarily have to do with that. They can be true false statements. They can be truth claims. They can be claims made off of observation and data saying 1 + 1 does indeed equal 2, things like that. So
when I'm saying a strike is valid, what I'm saying is
there's
that
a
it is a
spectrum is
strike
what I'm
that can
saying.
be justified, and rightly justified, right? So
Right,
if
well,
I were
the thing
to drone strike a bunch of terrorists that are about to launch a missile, and like it's 3 terrorists around a missile launching platform thing, right? That is a valid strike because it is justifiable. So in that sense of using the word,
So
right?
so for you,
Do you think that
justifiable would
Iran is
be
valid to fire back?
for you, justifiable would be upstream of valid. Valid would be downstream. It's like it's valid
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it's justifiable.
Yes, yes. Given that framework for the words that we're using, do you think that it is valid for Iran to be striking back on American bases in the Middle East?
I mean, yeah, they have a right to defend themselves for what they believe. They have a right to defend themselves. Yeah, they can try and shoot. They can try and do whatever they want. Like, I mean, they can keep on waving their stupid little stick at our tanks all they fucking want. I don't care. We'll eventually get tired and squash them like a fucking mosquito. Like, they can do whatever they want.
Losing right now. I mean,
we're not
losing this
losing
war right now.
We're not
Really?
losing. We are not.
Really?
Holy shit, dude! You've got some
No,
really
but
bad info. Like,
Can I
I
explain
don't.
why
I don't
say
think you
that?
know what's actually going on. Then I think you're listening to
why I say
bullshit.
that we're losing. Can I explain why?
What
For Iran-
constitutes winning to you, Gorps?
This is what I'm going to explain. For Iran, winning is simply surviving. For America, winning right now, based on what our government has said, is a weird mix of regime change and also no ballistic missiles, but also Israel really wants regime change. But it's some weird mix of this, right? And
So basically, you're going based on end
We're giving them
expectations.
conditions.
Yeah,
We're giving them conditions, right?
To this effect,
Sure.
If we look at the situation on the ground right now, we have eliminated the old Ayatollah of Iran, the man who said that Iran will never get a nuclear weapon. We now have an Ayatollah who is much more radical, who wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon, and who is much more willing to attack America and Israel. We have many military bases at least hit. We have Israel getting struck. I mean, even just today, 7 people killed and something like 100 injured in a ballistic missile strike in Israel. We are failing on our front. We have 14 dead service members. We have well over 200 injured service members. And Iran is still standing. They're standing more radical than they have been for the last 50 years. And we've done... What are we doing? We're getting killed? We're getting injured? For what? We haven't actually achieved any of our goals. No matter what Trump says when he comes out and says, oh, they don't have anything. Well, again, today, fucking ballistic missile strike in Israel that's killed a bunch of civilians. Like, we're not winning this, dude. Americans are dying for Israel. That's the only thing that's happening.
We can definitely win this.
I didn't say we can't. I said we're not. As of this moment, based upon our war goals versus their war goals, we're not winning this, dude.
I think you've been hearing a very niche cliche of false propaganda that's been going around.
If you don't mind me asking,
I understand why you've gone down that rabbit hole.
Where do you get your news from, sir? This is an honest question. Like, what are your primary believable news sources?
Fox News, New York Post.
That was a prediction, but I honest question.
No, I don't tend to believe any one of the sources that are already out there any more so than the others because they're all subject to misinformation and disinformation. But the data itself, I trust when I see data itself that gives us these understandings.
But the data is going to be just as biased as the news source. So again,
some can,
yeah. The presentation of the data comes from somewhere. Where do you get that data from?
Yeah, I can't say all of it.
Okay. All right.
I can say I take a good grouping from what I see within the world. Right. I can't say where I get all of it though.
So true.
Can I explain to you where I get mine from? Because you think that I have getting propagandized. Where I get mine from is reports on the ground of what is happening. There are a lot of independent
which is very difficult
journalists.
To come by these days for what it's worth, Corpse.
Yes. There's a lot of independent journalists working on the ground in the Middle East. I go to those sources first to see what they're saying. They're not always right. Right? For example, somebody could be on the ground in Israel and something fucking blasts into the ground and they say it's a missile, but actually it's a fragment of an interceptor. It's not always exactly right in that way, but we can see what's happening. We can see the damage that exists and we can get a general idea of what is going on there. And then over time, and this part is in a lot of more major news sources, is we get the explanation for what that was, whether it was a missile hit, whether it was a fragment of something, right? So we can see what's happening on the ground. We have whistleblowers within the American military. Specifically, some of these soldiers who have been injured and have been sent to hospital have since been whistleblowers to the media about the actual reality on the ground in these bases. We have the fact that the largest U.S. military hospital outside of the United States has shut down all birth care because they're too busy focusing on mystery something else. I'm going to assume from that the mystery something else is American injuries. It is American service members taken out of the fight due to their injuries. Right? We see that on the ground. And then we see Tehran. We see what's happening in Iran. We also have reports on the ground in Iran. We have the American military posting what they're doing in Iran. And we have the fact on the ground that the Ayatollah, the current Ayatollah, has been known historically to be more radical than the old Khomeini. This is what I'm basing this off of.
Yeah, there's a problem with that, though, that I was kind of speaking to earlier when I was talking about how you guys debate sometimes. You add in some of your beliefs as if they are assumptive truths.
The only belief I added in was about the hospital. Nothing else.
No,
everything else is reporting on the ground. What else did you think that I added in?
You're believing that whatever article it is that you're reading or whatever is the truth.
No, I'm watching videos of drone strikes and bombings. It's not that I'm like believing somebody saying this thing. It's people reporting on the scene, showing what's happening.
Are they telling you what the people there are saying? Like the people of Iran themselves.
This is super important, because this has been a problem that has been arising in American political discourse for a couple of years now. And I actually see it getting way worse instead of better, because there are so many people who question one another's sources, and we have reached a point where everything can be faked. Everything can be questionable. We can dismiss literally anything because of AI, because of what can be created fake behind the scenes. So at this point, literally, we can't even believe our own fucking eyes whenever we see those strikes. Like, I believe, Gorps, for what it's worth, that what you're seeing is legitimate. But on the same token, I also know for a fact that what you're seeing can be faked very, very easily, right? So
can I explain why I don't think that mine are?
No. I know. Hold on. Let me finish. I think that we have reached a point where we no longer share reality with one another, and it's almost impossible for us to have a meaningful conversation.
Clear in this conversation.
Say again. Very clear in this conversation. Yes.
Yes.
We literally are in a situation where we cannot agree on what is and is not fact or truth or reality. And once we've and I want to point out that is a strategy. That is not an accident. That is 100% a plan, and it has been implemented perfectly. We are now at a point where we're literally not even standing on. We can't acknowledge that the fucking Earth is the same Earth, for fuck's sake. So it is very difficult for us to have a meaningful conversation talking about sources, evidence, et cetera, when we don't know what is fucking real and what is fake anymore. Is that true? Does everybody agree with that statement? Like, it's basically unless you saw it with your own eyes. And fuck, at this point, we even have people who can make an argument for why you can't even trust your own fucking eyes. So
I only halfway agree with you. It's the same reason. It's the same reason that is the reason that I trust my sources in the Middle East. And it is that you can fake an AI video of a drone hitting somewhere, right? Or a bomb hitting somewhere. It's something that obviously is fakeable. However, when you have, 10 different angles of it happening, again, technically, yes, fakeable. However,
still fakeable, but harder to fake.
Exactly. We run into the situation of, okay, well, if we have these 10 different angles, it is, I think it is fair to
My
assume that this thing
inclination
actually
is to agree with you, Gorps, but I'm going to give you a great anecdotal exception. As Ancom will know, and he's going to kind of roll his eyes when I say this, you all know, anybody who knows in my sphere, UAPs and extraterrestrial, yada, 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 all of that is super, super important to me. It's near and dear to my heart. There was actually a wonderful video that was made that I kept referring to as some of the most compelling evidence, because there was a globe or an orb that came down just above the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem, hovered there for a few minutes, and then shot straight up in the air. And I said, dude, we have 3 or 4 different angles of that fucking video. That to me added so much legitimacy to it that I was like, fuck you. This is irrefutable evidence. And then I found out that all of those different angles, later on it was figured out they were all part of the same film group. They were in a class together doing a film group, and they were all collaborating in their bullshit fucking fakery. So literally that was an example of multiple angles not turning out to be as reinforcing as we would like it to be. So yes, I agree with you.
Agreed, that can happen. I mean, I'm also what I'm talking about is like drone strikes and missile strikes. We also have like injury and death numbers coming out of these after the fact from the relevant
that we
authorities.
have to trust
so, like,
from the government of the authorities, right?
Well, you're right, but like
that's what I'm
again,
getting at. Is everything is questionable now.
It's all about your threshold to belief. It's all about your threshold to belief.
It's all about who you believe. Yeah,
that's verifiable that 7 people are dead.
Well,
so
what I'm getting at here is it's all about thresholds of belief. And we see this when we argue with lefties, right? They'll go fucking crazy on this one thing, and it's like, yeah, but what, like, your threshold for belief isn't the same on both sides of this. You know, like if you applied, like if a girl went out there and said, oh, these are all the guys I slept with, and showed a video of all the guys she slept with, like, guy couldn't do that, right? Guy can't do that same thing. The opposite was not true in that. You see what I'm saying?
No, I can do that same thing.
Please explain that. Yeah. I'm not sure I followed that. Please.
Well,
please
they don't apply the same logic both ways, because you can't all the time.
I will also say that Radish and I both are not lefties. I don't think either of us would consider.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Even though when I go into conservative spaces, they all think I'm a fucking commie. I am not a lefty by any definition.
I've been called a Nazi.
Somebody vehemently agree that Horseradish is not a communist.
See,
I agree. There's also some crazy right sides too. It's just like right now, there's just a lot more of the left crazy people going on. So it's pointed out more. That's all.
Have you seen our government?
On what you mean when you're saying that there is this like double standard applied, because I think I've seen conversations that are referencing the same thing that you're referencing, and I have my own take on those, but I want to know like your specific reasoning behind why you think that there's this like double standard here.
Well, I think that when it comes to what people will decide to believe, it always comes to a threshold of belief for them. It's like what has been presented to me that, much like Horseradish said, he saw the 5 videos of the light from different angles. And so he chose to believe that looks like that has a higher propensity to be true, right? Logically in his mind, he believes, hey, that probably fucking happened. So what I'm saying is there's a threshold for everyone as far as what they will believe. When you get biased into one belief structure, you're definitely biased against others. You don't have a choice. It's just kind of the way it works, because you built more bias towards one, right? So it's just part of how it works. Well, it's not even
some of us fight our biases every day, but you're
sure.
I understand,
but the viewpoints that you're similar on,
lean into your bias.
like you'll try and talk people into your belief structure. Of course, everybody does that, right? But your biases, the way you'll view other people, the same rules you'll apply to them, you may not actually.
Real quick,
is what I'm saying.
Can I let you know
I wanted to hear Lethe talk. Lethe has been sitting there just smiling and nodding for so long.
It's so
Please
difficult,
weigh in,
but
Lethe.
I don't want to say too much in this conversation because I have certain views here. But your epistemology...
That's the reason for you to weigh in, bro.
your epistemology should have some means of falsifying itself. So there has to be some point in which you can be convinced or would not be convinced. And if you can't be honest based on bias, then your epistemology is poor and your opinion should mean virtually nothing.
Well, to believers of that belief structure, I would agree. Yeah, your opinion shouldn't mean anything to them. Like, why would it, right? You don't believe the same thing.
No, I'm speaking of
Can I-
epistemology.
The knowledge-based structure, right? Them
No,
knowing this is
it's
where
com-
this word came from, this is where this law came from.
No, based on what level of confidence you have in a proposition, you should be able to tell what's going to bolster that confidence or destroy that confidence. And if you can't do that
Sure.
with anything that you hold in your head, then you're just working on bias and opinion, and there's no reason for your opinion to really be taken seriously.
Well, and that can be based purely in belief. It can come with some kind of structured data or evidentiary that, I mean, is like almost completely accepted across the whole world. Like 1 + 1 does equal 2. You know, like unless somebody tries to twist that into some other type of actual equation by saying like 1 + 1 is actually binary code and it equals 0. You dumb fuck. Ha ha ha. Like that's a stupid I win moment. That's not a true understanding moment. You know, trying to come to an understanding.
I've never heard that before, but that's brilliant. I'm gonna remember.
I've literally fucking heard that probably like 20
I
times
love-
this past
I
week.
love that.
Oh my
binary,
god.
1 + 1 would equal 1, 0, which is just the binary approximate or binary representation of the number 2. So
I don't
But
know. It
still,
depends.
it's
It depends on
just
how
funny.
you coded it. It depends on the
Sure.
architecture.
Well,
Because in one architecture, 1 and 1 would be a 1. In another, 1 and
if
1
you're
would
gonna
be
drop a
0.
leading bit or not carry it, sure, but like then you have a half adder and you're being half.
Oh my god, nerds! Are you
But
serious?
you're talking assembly level right now. You're not even like
I'm talking
that's on
binary
basic
logic
assembly
using-
level.
Well, I'm talking basic binary logic using the basic logic gates and nor and or NAND.
Oh, you're talking HLA. You're not talking about which transistors are allowed
You're
to
gonna
go on
make
to
my
allow
fucking
electricity
brain
to flow.
bust.
Yes,
I got
I
you.
am talking about the logic architecture, not the physical electronic architecture.
I got
because
you.
we're
I got
talking
you.
about
I got you. I
binary-
misunderstood.
We're talking about binary.
Why do we have nerds in this call, bro? Radish, I blame you.
So many nerds.
What the fuck?
So many nerds.
Because
I thought I was
nerdy
nerd.
shit is fucking fun, dude.
Yes,
I
it's
left
real.
my legal nerdiness
I
out of this. You guys
100%
need to leave
agree.
your
I'm giving
12110
shit, but I actually
nerdiness
am a
out of
nerd.
it.
I just
Look
look
at the
like a
whole
gas station
sci-fi
employee.
network. Like no shit, bro. Look at the whole sci-fi network. That's all because of fucking nerds. This shit's
Yes.
awesome.
Nerds rule the world, my friend. And I want to
No.
say that it was
No.
my generation,
Nerds
our
are
generation, cleaner, our generation that
Nerds
established
are
that nerds run
and
the
we
fucking
run
world.
the fucking world.
Oh yeah.
Yes, true story.
Nerds
I
are
mean,
nerds
the-
in a
Thank
derogatory
Gen
sense.
X for that.
The
Our
very
generation
thing
came
you
up
are
with the best
talking on
fucking
right
sayings,
now was
too.
Developed by nerds. Be
Like-
grateful.
Yes.
Like
Would
our
you guys
generation
consider-
I
came
am
up.
grateful
Out of
for
curiosity,
nothing.
would you guys consider me a nerd?
Our generation
Yes.
came up with
Yes.
But like a stupid one.
actual real fucking viewpoints.
True
Like,
story.
real things to talk about, real shit that
Gen
was
X
affecting
is the best
people.
generation, 100%.
No.
Oh fuck
No.
yeah, yeah.
Oh,
And-
this is
and-
a debate prompt, bro. Come at me,
can-
Gordon.
Oh,
Y'all-
dude.
Do you want to know what Gen X has done?
Can we please?
You wanna know what Gen X has
early
done?
millennials and that?
Folded,
Yes,
and then
so
Hold on,
cried
for
hold
what
on.
it's worth, yes,
He's
for
about
what
to
it's worth,
say. He's about to
exennials
say.
are still
Well,
Gen
Gen X
Xers.
didn't do enough. That's what he's about to say. So listen, he's about to
No,
go.
no, no,
When
that's
Gen
not-
X
that's
didn't
not
do
what I'm gonna
enough
say,
for
actually.
me. So let him
what,
go.
what I'm gonna say is that Gen X folded on every front of issues that were important,
We
and then
didn't fold, we just
cried
That you
at the
felt were
consequences.
important. That
at
you
the
We
felt
just
were
let
consequences
important.
you
of their
feel like
own
you
fold.
won.
That you
No,
felt were
I'm not
important.
saying- I'm
You
not saying fold it
assumed
to
they
my
were
generation.
important yet
Gen X
again.
knows
I'm
how to
saying-
choose their battles, bro.
I'm saying folded to previous generations. It's the exact reason we don't have the level of environmental protections that we need.
I'm saying
to
you're adding
be able to
a
adequately
necessity
deal
of
with
assumption
issues.
that what you're saying is
Can I
true.
finish my statement first?
You do this,
What
though.
I'm saying
Boomers
is,
did what you're talking about. You keep conflating boomers and Gen X.
Boomers did it. Boomers did it. Gen X folded to it. and is now
No,
crying.
We did not fold
are
to
now
it.
crying.
The problem is less.
I don't know what the
problem
fuck
is
you're
didn't do
talking
shit
about.
against it.
Anything. It's that boomers retained power because they had a larger generation than Gen X. And
That's true.
boomers have managed to retain power all the way through the millennial generation, and now we're seeing
Also
the rise
true.
of Gen Z. Like Gen Z is the generation that is ultimately going to displace boomers, despite the fact that millennials are comparable in size to the baby boomer generation. We have been unable to take power back. By the time the boomers die out, it will be Gen Z that ends up sweeping in to take the next
Thank you,
4
Ancom.
generations of power.
Gen X has never been in power. Gen X is not in power, has never been in power. We have never
Gen X is
sought
currently in
power. We don't want power. In fact,
A
Gen
huge
X
amount
is like,
of our
fuck you
politicians
and
are
your
Gen
power.
X right now.
Yeah.
Large
And see,
growing
that's
amount
the
of our
thing. I
politicians
think
are Gen X.
Horseradish, you
The
and I are
power right
probably
now, the Trump
within
administration power,
a very
the
specific,
people,
a very
the people
specific
right
branch
now
of Generation
X.
X. You and I are probably in the Generation Triple X field. I believe. Hey,
what
he
I'm
said
saying
it
is
right
that-
there. Fight the power. Fuck that
Gen
shit.
X-
Fight the. That's it.
Fight
right
the
there.
fucking power.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. That's the
Yes.
Gen Triple X field. Yeah.
Every real Gen Xer that I talk to hates an established government, hates big government, but also is not like,
No, talk to my
again,
parents.
we
Look,
have
Gen
we
X,
have
they disagree.
we have an understanding of the power dynamic that every other generation seems oblivious to, because we were in the middle, we watched, and it's like, oh, you fuckers are bickering with those fuckers, fuck you all. So yeah, 100%.
Gen X is the generation of middle children.
Yes,
Gen X
we
is
are the middle
generation
child
that
of
is
fucking
actively
society.
taking
Preach
power.
it.
And
Sure.
what is happening as more of Gen X is taking power? The fucking Trump administration, dude. Come on.
Oh my God.
Don't blame
kid,
that shit
can
on
you,
us, dude.
Can you even vote yet, kid?
Yeah, I've been voting for multiple years, bitch.
Oh God, that
I'm
was
fucking
beautiful.
with you, man. I'm fucking with you. I couldn't help that one.
We know that was all love. We know that was all love.
Oh shit.
Again, I actually want to say that this right here, this is the vibe that I was looking for the after party, and I appreciate all of y'all for what it's worth.
I also
I just
don't
want to
think-
say that.
I will also say,
I don't
I will
think
also say
Brooks owns
while
a
we're
razor.
talking about generations, while we're talking
Brooks
about
does not own a
generations,
razor.
I do own a razor. While we're talking about generations,
Not the
I come
scooter.
from a generation. I was born after 9/11. It's gonna make some of you guys feel old, but I was born
No, it
after
does.
9/11, and that, and growing up in the post 9/11 world has drastically shaped my politics. And
No, 100%.
Corpse, you are a reflection of exactly what I was saying, because you are Gen Z.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
now-
Gen Z.
Don't worry, you're
I'm
not the only
18
Gen
years
Z
old.
person here.
I'm very
You
conservative.
are the generation whose politics have been shaped by post 9/11 America, and
the
when
internet.
boomers finally die out, and the internet, it will
And the
be
luxury of
Gen Z
technology.
that largely sweeps in to take power. Like,
Now-
yes, there will be a little bit of Gen X and millennials.
Allah
and
willing.
It's
Okay?
us Gen
Allah willing,
Xers
we
that
do.
made those kids.
True story. So I just want to put this out there because this is a fun fact that occurred to me just the other day, and this is a true fucking story. And this is more information about me than I generally, because it's kind of doxy. There's more information than I
I'm still
generally
alive,
give
just
about
so you know.
myself.
Just
Yeah, no, I know. But again, I'm drunk enough that I don't give a fuck. So when 9/11 happened, I happened to be running security at the bar that Joe Rogan now owns in Austin, Texas. And for what it's worth, I will never forget that because I was in charge of the marquee. And what I put on that marquee ended up on a t-shirt that night. And it's just funny to me to look back on the fact that how badly and how significantly the world has fucking changed, that the place that used to be a very significant part of Austin's soul is now a fucking comedy club where a whiny little bitch gets to make fun of people on stage all night. It irks the shit out of me for what it's worth. And this is me calling out a little bit that it really hurts my soul how much my history has been co-opted by shitty people. But when 9/11 happened, I was not only an adult, I was running security at a very prominent bar in Austin, and I watched that morning as that shit happened. You think it affected you, Gorps? I watched.
No,
and
I don't think
thought
9/11
that our
affected
nation.
me.
Oh,
I don't claim
Oh, I'm
9/11
sorry.
affected me. What I claim is
stand
that
corrected.
the world in the aftermath of 9/11 is what shaped my politics.
Yeah.
I
there's a
also think
difference
that there was a
between-
worse event shortly after 9/11 that happened that was worse than 9/11 and that we will be feeling for generations. But our government loves that it happened, and that would be the Patriot Act.
That's fair. He wasn't around for Desert
Truth.
Storm, Desert Shield, all that shit either.
Well,
then
Yeah, there was also
Yeah, I have
the
family members that
Patriot
were
Act, but
there
I
in
would
Desert
say
Storm and
the
all
I,
that.
in fact, wasn't there.
I would say that the precursor to the Patriot Act, which a lot of people just completely gloss over, was the I forget what it's the exact name, but the defense the military authorization that took place just a few days after 9/11.
Yes, that was also fucking
Yeah,
horrendous,
but,
and we're still reeling from that. That's the entire reason that we're at war with Iran right now.
But the thing is, I'm 18.
But I do genuinely think that the Patriot Act is worse than 9/11.
Yeah, but
Real
I'm
quick,
18.
hang on, energy.
and-
I'm gonna pass it to you in a second, but I do want to ask: is there anybody here? Because again, I also feel like this is a definitional turning point in Gen X. Was the Patriot Act? Is there anybody in this room who supports the Patriot Act or what it was trying to accomplish?
I don't know
support what
enough
it was
about
trying
it
to
to have
accomplish. I
opinion.
don't support the act, though.
if it could actually be utilized appropriately and not taken advantage of, I would support it.
But because of the fact that it's guaranteed to be exploited,
Right.
you know,
it is
yeah.
implicitly impossible to not be exploited. Right.
Beautifully
And that's
said,
why
yes.
that's why I don't support it. Yeah.
I think we could have accomplished everything we would have wanted the Patriot Act to accomplish without ever bringing in the Patriot Act. You could just call it emergency powers for the time being, nothing set in stone. But the second the Patriot Act passed, we knew it was never going away.
Sure.
So Emperor Palpatine instead.
Well, that's the thing is the Patriot Act was actually written to be temporary. They just keep reauthorizing.
They
it
just
every
keep
time
saying
it
it's swell because it gives us power.
So,
because
and,
whoever
like,
in
the
history
Patriot
gives up
Act-
power voluntarily.
They're I don't know.
Dumbasses?
And if I'm talking out my ass here, please
Yes.
someone correct me. I believe it was the Patriot Act that ultimately created the TSA. If I'm wrong,
Yes.
Yes.
there-
No, well,
Yes.
Homeland
and the
Security.
TSA
So,
DHS, which
yeah,
It was
they
cause
created
and
Homeland
effect.
Security, which then created TSA. So
Yeah, it was cause and
it-
effect, but yeah, it came from it.
Also,
the
I get what you
DHS,
mean.
the TSA, all of these other related organizations helped
Yes.
build up this gigantic apparatus of security theater that we are now living under, which I do not think has actually made us more secure as a nation.
Tommy J.
I
Tommy J said it.
what
I agree.
I always come back to that one thing where the CIA decided to test TSA, and like 70% of weapons they tried to smuggle through TSA got through.
Got through.
TSA
Yeah.
doesn't do shit. Yeah,
TSA is only reactionary. They are not prohibitive. I that is so hot, so fucking true. They like, okay, so somebody tried to get through with a shoe bomb. All of a sudden they're worried about shoes, but they're not actually ahead of the curve. They only react to past threats. 100%.
Yeah.
One of the
they
biggest
don't do
problems
shit.
I've seen with TSA
It's like the
is like,
police.
as much as they say they have all these like bomb resource tools and all this shit, I have only ever seen one bomb dog just randomly walking around the TSA or randomly walking around the transit areas.
Are you
I've
sure it
only
was a
ever
bomb
seen
dog,
one.
not a drug dog?
No, it was.
SeaTac
It had the stenciling for it for the PD.
Okay.
So they had a
SeaTac
tech
airport
that was there.
regularly has bomb and drug dogs. I think that's entirely dependent.
But
on
that's the thing, though. I mean, like, granted, I've probably only flown like a couple hundred times, but I've only seen that once.
So I've seen it a few times. Basically, almost every time that I've flown, I've seen dogs, and I'm always worried about it because I have a tendency to smell like something that might trigger them. So I'm always worried. No
Yeah, me too.
disclosure here, but
Can I-
okay, good.
Can I tell a funny story?
Sure.
I was at SeaTac a while back.
That's
SeaTac
Seattle,
Airport.
Seattle for everybody those who don't know.
Yes,
Seattle,
yes.
Tacoma.
Seattle Tacoma Airport.
What it means.
And I was waiting in line for TSA, of course, and they had a dog that they were walking around. And the dog had a little vest, identifying him or
Yep.
whatever. And it
That's
had a
the
QR
dog I
code to
see all the
scan.
time.
It had a QR code to scan on it. And so I was curious, and I was waiting in line for like a fucking hour. So I scanned the QR code. I got fucking rickrolled by a TSA dog.
Shut up.
I got
Shut
rickrolled
up.
by TSA.
You know what? I love that actually. I low key think that is brilliant.
The officer that was with the dog
awesome.
was cracking the fuck up.
Maybe I've just been really good at avoiding them.
Yeah, no, it's possible. You've just been in the wrong corner of the airport. That's possible. 'Cause
Maybe.
every time I have gone to SeaTac or Portland
And
Airport,
it sounds like it's the
both
right
of
corner
those
of the
have.
airport.
Yeah, both of those have had dogs wandering around, and there's a little part of my sphincter that says,
See, and that's the thing is like for anybody that's actually like got something like that, they see that dog, and that's what happens. Yeah, their butthole just changes immensely in size, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah,
like for real, man. I mean, like that.
and
that
I
dog
live in a state
will
where it's
smell that
fucking
shit out.
legal.
And you know what's
I
crazy
live in a
is like
state where it's
we
legal, and I still
spent-
get squeamish.
We spent trillions of fucking dollars on the infrastructure of security theater, and this dog does the job.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all.
Are you fucking kidding me?
The
Right?
the threat of exposure is more valid than the exposure itself.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Yeah. It scares them a lot
What's
more.
really interesting to me is we could have done all of the security measures, or most of the security measures that we make people believe that we do, without the theater. Like, we could have done it invisibly for the most part. And
Yeah, pretty
actually
close
been
to.
more
Yeah, I agree.
effective and less fear, generate
I
less
agree.
fear. There was a better way to accomplish the goals. This is me as an anarchist who fucking hates this entire
Say,
system.
hold on.
We could have done this
Are
better.
you sure that that's better? Are you sure that that's better? Hold on, Ancom. And the reason I ask
Well, when I say better,
is we even talked earlier about the big stick politics and about the validity of the threat of force over the actual execution of force. So are you sure that it necessarily be better for us to have done it behind the scenes than for us to have shown that we were doing it in front of the scenes?
Well, that's the thing, is it's not that we are showing that we are doing it. We are pretending to show that we are doing it. I would rather invisible effectiveness than visible
ineffectiveness.
visible theater hiding ineffectiveness.
Actually,
I mean, I just
taking
see
off
that-
your shoes, taking off your
fundamentally
shoes
with
before you get on an airplane is fucking ignorant.
I just
So-
see that even without the theft, we've already spent trillions of tax dollars on it.
Yeah,
and we could have just got a fucking dog.
And it doesn't do shit. Even
just
if
got a fucking
I think I would prefer it be visible and largely ineffective than it be effective and invisible, because at the very least we can see to a certain extent right now what they are doing. I think that is very important for the people to know what is happening within their government and what their government is watching. And even if that means that our government is not being effective, at the very least, we know what the fuck our government is doing, and that's more important in this realm than it being effective, I think.
And this is based on the Jefferson take of it's better for us to have liberty than security. If you're willing to give up your liberty in exchange for security.
Well,
I thought that was Jefferson.
every law is a curbing of
Franklin?
liberties, and it's
Somebody
a matter of
fact
if
check.
it's worth it.
Franklin did the quote that is, if you are willing to give up
Sacrifice
fundamental liberties for some temporary security, you deserve
neither.
liberty
That
nor
was
security.
Franklin, not Jefferson. I'm sorry, I get the two of them confused. They looked identical.
And that's why the sheep were not safe until recently.
But to be
in Louisiana, at
what I was
least.
saying earlier, I think we could have done both effective and visible. Like, I think that was a thing within our capabilities to do.
I'm glad we didn't.
No, both effective and visible. You're glad that we
I'm
didn't.
glad we didn't.
Okay.
That was Franklin. I stand corrected.
Because
Thank you very much for clarifying.
The reason I say that is because for something to be effective, some level of the people must not know what they are doing, what they are able to access. It is for them to be effective, they must violate essentially every American and every traveler's privacy. And I don't think that that's worth it. I don't think the threat is big enough to be worth it. Even after 9/11 happened.
Considering statistically how many? Yeah.
Yeah, I think
America has existed
them
for like
not doing
300 years, and
anything
we've
at
had
all,
one 9/11. So.
or actually having made it extremely temporary would have been preferable to any of these other alternatives I'm giving.
I think the mindset of doing the job right the first time should be the mindset we approach with every war we do.
Ooh, wait a minute.
I think I think
wait.
the mindset.
Hang on. I want to hear him stretch that out a little bit. How would that apply?
It would apply in whatever means was necessary to make sure that our objectives were met and they wouldn't be discounted in the future.
I
do it right the first time instead of having to do it multiple times or having to maintain doing it.
Yeah, there was actually a movie about this not too long ago, Ender's Game. If that's the necessity of it, if it has to be taken to that extreme, then that is the extreme you need to be seen by your opposition as being willing to take, so that they will not take up arms against you.
I think
like it may get that extreme. It may.
What'd you say?
Did you just have the same
the premise that we have to go to war.
Did you have the same idea I did?
What was the idea? Hold on.
The book.
Hold on. What was the idea?
Book, the movie sucked.
Well, it's not so much the movie or the book, but we have a common friend who has not entered this space, who has a philosophy based largely on Francis Scott Card's
Orson Scott Card.
Sorry, I get that name screwed up. Anyways,
Mhm.
Orson Scott Card's philosophy as portrayed in Ender's Game and that whole franchise.
Go on.
So I was thinking of Jack. Anyways,
to be clear, Ender's Game and Orson Scott Card is arguably one of my 3 favorite books of all time. So I would like to hear more, please.
I thoroughly enjoyed Ender's Game.
Send you the book because it is so. This is a synthesis of Orson Scott Card and Leon Trotsky. It is something he calls global hegemonic communism, I think is what he names it.
Yep. So he was more interested in the politics behind what was happening in Ender's Game. Gotcha.
Yes.
For what it's worth, because dude, y'all literally just gave me a nerd boner. Ender's Game, I think, is one of the greatest books of all time. I was given this book randomly when I was like 13, and like I didn't know anything about it. Somebody just said, "Dude, you really need to read this." I read it cover to cover in like less than a week, fell in love. I have read this book more than 10 times in my life. I have given away so many fucking copies of this book. I have not only read the entire Ender's saga, but I've also read the Ender's Shadow saga. For what it's worth, the naysayers who shit on the movie, it's because they were trying to fuse Ender's Game and Ender's Shadow, which was very difficult to do. If you've read Ender's Game, you understand that it is mostly inside of the head of a kid who is really, really smart. And this is going to sound kind of narcissistic, but the reason that I fell in love with Ender's Game was because as he was writing, I was like, oh my God, I feel so seen, right? The way that Ender thought through situations, I was like, exactly that. So but it was impossible to make that into a movie without it literally just being a nonstop narrative. So they tried to fuse it with the Ender's Shadow series. But the Ender's Shadow series got more into the earthbound politics of the series. Ender's Game series got into some weird existential shit where he was like doing some AI mind games and stuff. And it was really interesting too. But the Ender's Shadow series, I think, was actually better than the Ender's Game series because of that global hegemonic, like the politics game of what happened behind the scenes. For what it's worth, I think that the Ender series is one of the best best fucking worlds ever created, and I think everybody should read it. I think it should be part of fucking like mandatory reading in schools, for what it's worth. And that is despite the fact that the dude's a fucking Mormon, for what it's worth.
Yeah. Well, I think I was just going to say that I'm
Yes, he does.
18. I'm 18, and I didn't grow up. I grew up in the internet generation, so I didn't grow up reading a lot of books.
I'm sorry for you.
That's okay. There's always time to start.
Okay,
Yep,
those of us
true
on the
story.
internet did still read books growing up.
Yeah,
They just
but
they just read them as audiobooks and read them in digital format.
I
You don't
read
know
like
the
just read
smell of a
scientific
library.
or scientific or philosophical books, not fiction books.
Okay.
And
Fair
that's
enough.
how your tism manifested. That's okay. Go on. and that led to silence. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen.
It's okay.
No, again, for what it's worth, and Ender's Game, the both, I will literally I will nerd spurge about the beauty of Ender's Game and Ender's Shadow, like even into the fact that for those of you who do not know, Ender's Shadow series was originally going to be written by other writers. Orson Scott Card tried to give it to other writers to do it justice. And basically, the Ender's Shadow was like a companion book to Ender's Game, where it's the same story, but it's written from the perspective of a different character. At the time, Orson Scott Card wanted to do a whole series of books from different characters' perspectives. But once he had done that first, or he tried to give somebody else that first one, and he was like, "No, stop it! I just need to do it myself," because he realized nobody else would be able to do it right. But he focused on the character of Bean. For those of you who do not know, that's a very significant but underrated character in the original story. And when you find out
Why
that
it's called Ender's Shadow, because he was
Ender's Shadow, exactly. Like I said, the brilliance of the way that he wrote this is fucking mind-blowing to me. But he was able to tell a secondary storyline under the same original story, but the movie was doomed to fail because the beauty of Orson's game, or excuse me, of Ender's Game originally, was that you didn't understand what was really happening because you existed within Ender's mind. You didn't understand what was happening until it happened. But then once you go back and you read Ender's Shadow, it's kind of obvious and self-evident. You're like, okay. And that's why the movie failed, was because it didn't have that suspense of what the fuck is this, what is happening, because you didn't have the understanding through the perspective of the main protagonist.
Yeah, you had too much global understanding and not enough individual understanding. And that's even the thing with like the book. That's why I think the book was really awesome and captivated a lot of people, because you could really understand from his point of view. This is why he made that choice. It seemed to be the best choice to make, and it's like, man, I get it. I
Every
understand
decision.
being there, Yeah, every single one of them. It's
including what happens in the bathroom. I'm like, oh my God, that's how you fucking deal with this. You need to make a fucking example here. And his understanding of that in that moment was brilliant to me. And again, anybody who reads it, like, there's two kinds of people who read that book. There's people who are like, ew, you're so mean. And there's people who are like, well, yeah, that's what the fuck you had to do right there, isn't it? So
yeah. And I mean, it makes sense when you look at it from his point of view. But separately, because like you said, the movie did give a lot of the global overview so that people watching knew what was going on behind the scenes.
And it had to.
So they kind of miss out on the Bliss is Innocence part of understanding Ender's mind and why he made those choices,
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and I agree. They really did ruin it. So I think they could have made 3 movies out of it easily.
True.
I want to point something out that
sorry, y'all just got me so excited here.
That TV series can do that movies usually can't.
What's that?
A TV series can do, and I just watched this watching of all things Bridgerton, because my spouse recently got me into that surprisingly good series.
Sure.
But anyways, there is a sort of a trope in episodic storytelling where you show a lot of the story from a limited perspective, and there are a lot of questions about what's going on in the background that they do a decent enough job at hiding, but you're still realizing there's something of a mystery here that they're not giving you all of the information. And then they give you an
True.
episode or two from a different character's
Yes.
perspective,
Dude, you're
revealing
absolutely
all
right.
of those little bits and pieces going on in
Yes.
the background that are influencing the
said.
story that you have been told so far. And it's really hard, if not impossible, to do that in a movie.
In a film,
unless you do
film,
it
yeah.
episodically, but even then,
Yep.
it's like episodic movies don't make sense in the way
It doesn't
that
work as
episodic
well.
television
Never
does.
ever does.
So,
No, you were absolutely
Ender's
right.
Game-
Ender's Game should have been a show.
Yeah, Ender's
Yeah.
Game and like the combined story of Ender's Game and Ender's Shadow should have been like a TV mini series.
That would have been better, yeah.
The first half they bring you through all of Ender's Game, and then the second half is when they take you back to the beginning from Bean's perspective and show you all the shit that's happening in the background that gives you the full and clear understanding of all of the whole world of shit. That's how they should have done it.
I just have to say, you guys have no idea how fucking seen I feel right now and how warm and fuzzy I feel knowing that I am in a room full of people, or at least partially full of people, who understand Ender's Game. Because again, this is an experience, and for what it's worth, going back to you, Energy, read a fucking book, bro, because this right here.
I want to give it a small disclaimer here. I have never read the book. I've only seen the movie, but your explanation of it, I was able to understand enough of what happened that I could synthesize
understand
what
why.
you were talking about.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So again, like, well, that's good. That makes me feel good because that I was able to explain it in a way that you could get it. Because yeah, Ender's Game is all in his head. You are living in understanding how a genius thinks, understanding the strategic thoughts that he does. And again, you really should read the books. It is so fucking worth it. It will give you an insight into the story that will give you that again will change your perspective on the idea. Now, for those of you who do not know, Ender's Game, there's a huge gap between the first book and the second book in the original series of Ender's Game, because he goes off into space, and then it goes to him on another planet dealing with some shit that is completely unrelated to anything in the Formic War. I know that what I'm saying right now is super boring to all of you who don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but I highly recommend you guys fall into this series. It is worth it. It is so much better than the Dune series. It is so much better than any other sci-fi series I have ever read. Yeah, you heard what I fucking said. You heard what I said, and I stand behind it.
All right,
So-
Radish, what if I take your anger and I bring it back to politics?
Why the
keep
fuck would
that
you do
same
that?
energy. You keep that because I'm still fucking live, and I.
Yeah,
talk
no,
about
I'm sorry. I
politics
nerded
I
hard
also-
for a second. I apologize.
I
buddy.
also
But-
have not
And you
watched
denigrated space
or read
realms. I'll never forget
any of
that.
the involved
Ever
series.
need to
So-
apologize for nerding out at any point in time, regardless of the context.
Unless it
Even
is
in a political
binary.
space, bro. Come
If
on.
it's
I will
if it's in
not-
binary,
I
if it's
will
in like
not
11001,
All right, I
you should be
appreciate
ashamed
you,
of
Twinsies.
11001. I wanted
We're not
to
going
ask-
back to architecture. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself.
I wanted to ask, and I have a clarifying question before I ask.
What you
this.
got, Gorbs?
Cleaner? You are a veteran, correct?
Yeah.
When, if you're willing to share, when/where did you serve?
All over after in the 2000s, I'll say.
In 2000s? Okay. So
Don't
I
get
wanna
too far
ask,
afield because I must piss. I will be right back.
I was gonna ask if he served at a Waffle House.
So
No.
it's okay. We don't need Radish's answer. I was gonna ask, and this is primarily directed at you, Cleaner, but everybody I think should answer this, so we can go
Okay.
through and have everybody answer if we want. Do we think the war that we did, the wars that we did in Iraq and Afghanistan, were worth it? Cleaner, I would like you to answer first, but I also want to hear everybody's answer.
I think, man, there's a lot to that, because I think if
I know.
we
Can
had
you
a
give me?
real,
Can you give me the brief, and then we'll hear everybody's brief, and then we can talk about it.
I don't really know how to put it into brief, like really brief, just to sum it up. Because there's a
How
lot
about this?
to
How
then till
about
now.
this? How about this? And we can do this as we go around the group. Yes or no? We can expand on this when we actually talk about it, but just if you had to give a yes or no.
On whether or not I think they're justified.
We're worth it. Not justified, but worth it.
Worth it.
We can also come back to you. If you'd
Yeah,
like.
I don't know. Like I said, there's gains and losses both ways around. I have a lot of viewpoints on things about that, but
Okay.
yeah, I don't know.
We'll go
It's
through
somewhere
everybody
50-50.
else.
I don't know.
That's fair. That's fair. We'll go through everybody else and see. Radish, welcome back. The question is, were the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan worth it? Yes or no? We're not expanding yet, but just yes or no. You say no. Lethe, what do you say?
Sorry, gotta unmute. No.
Energy, what do you say?
It depends. It depends. Like I think the Iraq was not, but the going into Afghanistan was, but not staying in Afghanistan.
Okay, Vigilante.
No.
Ancom.
I'm including the Gulf Wars in this because you said Iraq.
Nope,
and,
don't. I meant the post.
No, it's an
I meant the
no
post.
Either way.
Okay. Cool. So lots of emphatic no's. Energy being stupid. Cleaner, you're 50-50.
Yeah.
Right? So I want to hear from Energy. You said Iraq, no, but Afghanistan going in, yes, staying, no. Can you give your explanation as to why?
Afghanistan was harboring Osama bin Laden.
Well, we killed Osama bin Laden in Pakistan.
Yeah, but I thought the reason we went in was to look for Osama bin Laden. So I'm saying initially when we were looking for him, it was justified, but after we had killed him, then we might as well have left.
So how? And I'm not even trying to be really argumentative here. I obviously have my biases, so I'm going to be. But what part of the invasion do you find justified? Right. So you're saying we should have searched for him. We did a full-scale fucking invasion of Afghanistan. What part of this was justified, or in your perfect world, what should have been done in Afghanistan?
I mean, I don't know a lot about the history, so I don't really have a super informed opinion, but my general opinion is that looking for the people who perpetrated 9/11 and then trying to kill them out and minimize the Taliban's influence would have been a good thing, but I don't think that we should have done nation building to just get rid of the Taliban and do nation building because I don't think that was effective long term.
So you think that we should have gone into Afghanistan to find Osama bin Laden, but also you think that we should have, like reduced the control of the Taliban. How do these are two very different objectives.
How do you reconcile?
Well, I think if I was just thinking that like maybe if we had troops in there already, and if we had the ability to reducing the presence of the Taliban, if it was possible, might be worth it because if we're already sending troops there, we might as well. But yeah.
I think what I'm trying to get at here is that if we're trying to find Osama bin Laden, right, which to the public, at least, we were. That does not require an actual invasion, like effectively full-scale invasion of Afghanistan. That requires, some ground units, some maybe some undercover units, right? But that doesn't require the full-scale war. that we did on
Regime
Afghanistan.
change.
And the Taliban thing of the, well, if we already had troops there, well, we didn't need, I don't think, these troops there in the first place. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't know enough about the history to have a super informed opinion, to be honest.
Okay,
So I have the
Cleaner, do you
intellectual
have...
humility to
I was
say
about
I
to say,
don't
why don't you
know.
ask those of us who were all like alive at the time?
Yeah, Cleaner, do you have sort of an answer to that? Do you agree with energy? What are your thoughts?
I don't think I understand what it is the energy side of this was saying. Like, what you're asking a question that has so many different implications involved in what happened to the world, and I view things from the framework of the world, right? Humanity, net positive.
So
And
you're not
you're viewing
like,
things from a very
you're not like America
subjective
first.
lens.
I personally would consider myself America first.
You're
Do
viewing things
you
from a
differ from
subjective
that?
lens, though, right? Like, I see that some things we did this time around were necessary because the first time around we didn't do things the way we should have.
Well, second time around, we all can look at it and we know it didn't work anyways.
If we had handled it the first time
we're still
around,
asking.
we wouldn't be having to deal with it again.
What do you mean by handled it, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Well, we didn't have enough intelligence on everything that was going on in the area to actually know who the problem children really were at the time. We did the best judgment call we could, and we tried to do that because of the horrific things that we were seeing going on in the country. Or at least that's what I think Gorp will say, that, you know, he believes the government told us, right?
When you're saying first time around, you mean Desert Storm, right?
Yeah, Desert Storm, Desert Shield shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. I am not making any claims right now because I'm not trying to argue. I'm trying to understand where you two, because you two are the only ones that gave a at least somewhat yes, you support it, or yes, it was worth it. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. So I'm not
so where I'm
trying to
coming
be
from is
argumentative right now.
where I'm coming from is the first time around we should have done it the right way. And while it fucking sucks that we have to go in there and kick their ass a second time to get them straightened out, it does happen. Sometimes you have to spank your son for doing the same thing twice.
So the initial question was whether it was worth it, looking at the situation on the ground today.
I don't know. He just got the spanking. Let him grow a little.
Well, no. I'm talking about the spanking that happened in, for the last 20 years that we stopped doing a couple of years ago, right? Looking at the
Been more than
aftermath
20
now,
now, buddy.
Yeah,
no. I'm not talking about the.
If you want to, if you want to get selective, if you want to get selective in, this conflict had something to do with it, this didn't. This has been going on since we entered that area of the world. All right, it's been going on the whole time to some degree, whether it's a large degree or a small degree, whether it was little influential things or us offing people. This has been going on the whole time in that area of the world since we entered it. Yes. What are you trying to say by that?
Do you think the problem is solved
right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me clearly answer your question yet again, because you didn't understand my answer the first time. I don't know. I just spanked him. Let's see how he grows.
When, just out of curiosity, to clarify, Cleaner, when do you think the last spanking took place?
We gave them the last hard spanking years ago.
When?
It's been a
how
while.
long, how long do you think it will take to be able to tell? Right?
That's where I was going with this.
I think we've given them at different times, much like you do with a kid. They do different things wrong, and so you give them different punishments based on that, right? Like, they've done different things wrong, and we punished them based on that. I do think we've done that. I think the last time we gave them a really big spanking was the Desert Shield, Desert Storm days. Yeah.
Okay.
And so it's time again. They're being children again, and they're throwing a tantrum, and we're giving them a spanking. So go give them time to grow, and let's see what they do.
But that's what my question is how much time will it take for you to for you to determine whether that spanking worked or not?
Well, I'll let you know when I get there. But I'm the adult, and you're the child, so shut the fuck up and wait.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's a valid. I don't
As
now.
long
I'm
as
getting into
as
the
long as
argument of
I'm the
course.
big brother, as long as I'm the big brother with the most power, I have the most responsibility, which means you will always fall under me in that metric. You don't have a choice behind it, neither do I. It is the way things
And I
are,
think if any
right?
other country tried
So
to do
there.
that to America, we would absolutely fucking blast them, as these countries
Yes,
should
we would, because we're
justifiably
stronger.
blast us.
All you're doing
These
is
countries
reinforcing my
should
point.
target. No, but what I'm saying is that pushback from these countries and from the people in these countries is entirely valid, even based upon your mindset around this. And so when we're talking about what works, this is why it was important that I asked you at what point do we find out if that worked? And you could not give an answer to that because, and this is now my speculation, because it doesn't matter. Because at the first drop of a hat that this country does something that we don't like or we disagree with as the American, bureaucratic establishment, at the first drop of a hat, we just fucking bomb them again.
Sure.
Or
Okay.
we
So
go
hold
in
on.
and
Hold on.
invade them
Before you
again.
go
And
further,
this
before
does
you go
not
further,
seem.
before you go
Can I
further,
finish my
you need
sentence?
you need
Can
to
I finish my
understand you're
sentence?
creating a hypothetical
Can I-
in which we have
can I
made
finish
so
my
many
sentence?
bad decisions in negotiating and talking to our children that we've reached the point where we have to kill each other. You realize
Right,
there
so
are
we've
so many
already
bad
done it
decisions.
twice. We've already done it twice. The precedent is set that we will just do it
We're not
again.
killing each other. We're not killing each other. We're killing the bad people out of that country yet again because
Do
they
you think-
manifested again.
How many
The
Iraqi
people let them
civilians do you
manifest,
think died?
right? How many?
Iraqi civilians
I'm
do you
not
think
talking
died?
about
We're not
them. They
killing
weren't
the
our.
bad people.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Our objective was to go over and destroy evil thing. Did
I'm not
we or did
disagreeing
we
with you
not
there.
do objective?
We were led to
I'm not
believe thing was
disagreeing.
evil.
We
that
were led
turned
to
out to
right.
not be as evil as we were led to believe.
Right.
Yeah,
That's the
I'm not
weapons of mass
right.
destruction and all of that was we were
You
lied
still,
to.
you
Yes,
still
I
haven't let me
agree.
finish my
I agree. It was
sentence.
an
Can I
Ender's Game
please
type
finish my
setup.
sentence?
Yeah.
We did what we
What I'm
believed was
saying-
right based off the information, right?
Yes.
Not based on
Okay.
the information, based upon the
Well,
political
based
whims,
on the
in
narrative.
my opinion.
Yeah.
Based on the
Yes.
information we had
But
available,
what
we
I'm
made the best choice
saying
possible.
is it feels like we are creating a scenario where there is essentially a cold forever war, where this country exists and this country is
there is a
sovereign.
Cold War between good and evil. Congratulations, you discovered
Can I
everything
finish my
in life.
statement? It's not versus good and evil. That's
I don't know what to tell you, dude.
That's the problem here. Any American under siege by another country would
It's
fight
not-
back. Any
it's
good
not just
American
about-
under siege. Wait. Can you let me fully fledge out my point for a second?
Yeah, sorry.
Any American under siege by another country, any good American, would fight back, would join a resistance group, I believe. And I think that is the right thing for any American to do in this circumstance. Afghanis and Iraqis have done so. In response to them doing so, we have created an excuse to go back to bomb the people that say, we don't want you occupying us. This cycle, I believe, creates a forever cycle of a forever Cold War where anytime they do something that we don't like, we just go back in and bomb them. And this is not a productive manner of dealing with people that we don't like. Like, do you agree with that sentiment?
No.
Why?
I do think it's productive to make sure that people who want to kill you can't kill you. Like,
Why?
I mean, as
No,
a
no.
society,
Can we go deeper?
as a
Can-
society,
can-
yeah, we're going really deep here.
Hang on, let
Actually,
him answer. Let him answer, people. Let
We're-
the man
we're going-
answer.
Makes them want to kill you more?
we're going really deep here. Okay, extremely deep. We're going back to the
We're not.
basic drivers of life: survival. All right, we don't want to die.
Right. These people aren't actually threatening American existence.
Existential.
We are threatening.
Yet.
We are threatening their existence. That's the problem.
No,
and the
that's-
entire what I mean by go deeper is the fact that their existence largely is because America intervened. So continuing to intervene is just creating more of them. We may be killing, like the top layer of their fighters, but we are creating more. That's the problem. We need to stop things at the source rather than try to treat symptoms. Does
you
that make
think we
sense?
should wipe them all out?
No. I think that we should stop the source of these people hating America.
That's what that sounds like to me. You said stop the source of these people hating America. Well, if
These
the people
people
aren't
hate
there, they
America
can't hate
because
us.
of American interventionism.
But no,
because
there's
of
a
America
source because they
intervening
could
in
find
their
another.
countries.
The thing is, the problem with your worldview is they could find another reason to fucking hate me, like they already did.
Right, but they didn't before. That's the problem.
We just gave an excuse, dipshit. They chose these
no.
people have been doing this
These
shit to each
people-
other. We got involved,
Great,
and they
who
started doing
gives
it.
a fuck?
They were
We're
going to do it
fucking
to us no
Americans.
matter what,
No.
anyway. At some point,
You and I
it's
are
the inevitability
Americans.
of contact across
I-
the world.
You and I
We
are
see it with
Americans.
Muslims
I
right
am-
now.
Hold on. You and I are Americans. I'm America first. I don't know if you are, but I would consider myself America first. If these people halfway around the fucking globe are killing each other, I'm sorry. I don't think that's something our government needs to be involved in. I think our taxpayer dollars should go to our taxpayers. This is not something that we need to intervene
So
with. However,
just to be sure,
we did. Wait,
I want to be sure I understand whether you have a differential between this and the specific thing you're saying, because you're framing things in one way, but what's going on over there is a little different. There's a little bit more in on my side of it than on yours, right? So like you're saying, if they don't have any nefarious intention and they're fighting somebody else, we shouldn't be involved in it. But what if, like under the recent scenario, there was a nefarious intention by them or part of their regime that did want to bomb America, that did want to kill Americans, that wanted to take over that entire area of the world and hold the rest of the world hostage through trade negotiations with their oil? Like that side of the world would have had a major shift in the balance of power had those people taken over that oil in that area. And
first.
Like
we are a net exporter.
that would cause
We don't
problems
need their
for
oil.
us. That would cause problems
We are a
for
net
us.
exporter. We don't need their oil.
I'm not saying we directly need their oil. I'm saying that would cause problems for us. You can come up with these cause and
American
effect
companies to
like you
raise
can come
oil
up with
prices.
these crazy cause and effect lines that take like 30 assumptions, but you can't understand a
No,
simple
it's
chess
not
move
30
like two steps deep that I'm talking about. Why do you have this problem? Is it a bias?
No, I don't.
Because you went down a
Hold on,
rabbit
you
hole
never
of
let me
knowledge?
finish my point. Let
Is
me
it a
finish my
bias?
point. You never let me finish my point, and I'm
Okay.
going to now make it a tiny bit
I
personal
actually
just to
just let
try
you
to
finish
get
it
you to
earlier.
understand that it's not a crazy line of cause and effect. I don't know if you have kids. However, if you do, if somebody came in from another country and fucking murdered your kids, you would want to fight back, as anybody would. That is what they are doing. We are using that, them wanting to fight back, as an excuse for continuing to bomb them. And this, you see how this is a never-ending fucking cycle.
I understand. So you're saying
No
kill them all so
people-
the cycle stops. I get it.
No, I'm saying stop intervening so that they don't have a want to kill us.
They will
That's
always
the entire point.
they will always have a
You take
want.
away,
It's
you
just
take
an
away the
excuse.
source. They did not have
All
a
you're
want
doing is
until we
all you're doing is
intervened-
taking one
until we
excuse away.
intervened. No, you're wrong though. That
Horseradish,
you're
hand
just
up in the back of the class.
I was going to call him Radish in just a second.
I have been casually waiting for you to moderate this.
I know. I
panel,
was gonna
bro,
do you
and
in just a
have
second.
just been debating a bro. So I'm going to just jump the fuck in because
Okay,
you
I was
have
gonna finish
asked
my
you
point and
asked
then
a
call him.
question. You asked a question of multiple people. I understand. I waited as long as I could. So first of all, as far as the Iraqi the intervention in that region that took place in my youth, I would like to say that we know now that we were lied to directly by the administration at the time. We know that our actual intervention was not beneficial to the region or to America, that it did not prevent any threats or concerns to America. I also want to say that while it stands to reason that we want to prevent potential or future threats to America, you also are not able to wipe out a society because you think they might potentially become a threat to you. So with that said, the entire intervention in the Iraqi freedom, the Desert Storm, the Desert Shield, all of those were predicated on misinformation, false information, whatever, false narrative. And in hindsight, we understand that we should not have intervened. However, once we see that our intervention has already destabilized a region, I do believe that there is some sort of inherent obligation morally for us to restabilize a region. And I think that, yes, an existential threat to your way of life is absolutely a threat. I also think that you have to mitigate your defense against that existential threat against the existential threat against their own way of life. That's all I wanted to say. I'm sorry. Boy band looked like he wanted to say something as well.
Yeah,
I
it
just
was
wanted
boy
to-
band and then Kai after that.
I just want to say that there was a lot of accusations of Gorps assuming things when a lot of Cleaner's arguments were predicated on assumptions as well, like the assumption that they're a threat. And I think that simplifying it to the child thing was actually the way I was going to do it as well. Like if you're looking over at your neighbor and they're going about their business and you don't like that, you perceive that as a threat, and you go over to their house and fuck them up. That's illegal, right? We can't do that to each other here. You would go about intervening the proper way instead of just fucking shooting at them, right? Expand that to a country on a country per country basis, right? You're not gonna start shooting at your neighbor just because you're scared of them, right? That's not how we do things, and they're gonna shoot back if you do that, right? And so I think that's totally natural response. Like we've created extremists over there because we keep blowing their fucking kids up. It's just really that simple.
And then Lethe.
Okay, and then Kai. Yeah.
Oh, I was just holding up 3 for Big Chuck.
Okay, Cleaner, do you have? I have an argument with Radish, but I'm gonna hold that because I think most of this is more directed at you. So, do you have a response to all of?
Yeah, and mine wasn't necessarily disagreeing with Cleaner, to be clear.
Yeah, that's why I have an argument with you.
Yeah. I figured.
Yeah,
Because
I mean,
again, you're
I think
talking to
we
the
should
two
have done
dudes
it
who
right
lived
the
through
first
it.
time around, dude. Like we should have done it right the first time around. We did the best we could with what we had.
What is doing it right?
It's not. Look, whenever
what does
you go
doing
into
it
these
right look like?
situations, whenever you go into these situations, if you consider yourself a good person or try and be a good person, you try to do what you think is good, right? Based on your social understanding of what's good, right? That's what a lot of people generally do when they go into this. It's not necessarily that they're already at that radicalized moment. That can't happen, but it's just not. I mean, like there's a spectrum of shit that happens between now and then, dude.
Sure.
You don't always have to go to the extreme of it.
Doing it right look like?
That's the thing. You don't always have to go to the extreme of it with every situation. But
did we benefit by going into Iraq originally?
No, that was not the original question.
We only had so much information to go with.
It was it worth it?
Right, and that's why I'm saying I think that at the time what we did, yeah, we had the information we had. We thought we were doing what was right, what we believe was right, and so yeah. Now looking back on it,
did we do the right thing based on our information is not the same as was it worth it. So he's kind of right. So I know it's pedantic, but was it worth it is a hindsight question as opposed to did we do the best on what we could with what we had at the time. So in hindsight, we can look back and say that, no, it was probably not beneficial for us to go in and destabilize the region the way that we did. But I think to Cleaner's benefit, what he's saying is based on the information we were provided, based on the narrative we were spun, we did what we did because we thought we understood what was going on. We can now look back and say, yeah, no, we were fucking lied to. But at the time, we did what we thought was right. And that's the best you can do at any time. Is that kind of what you're getting at, Cleaner?
Yeah, and that's the thing is like all through human history, there are these times we can point at different religions and cultures doing different things, and say, oh, this one exception did this one exception did this. But there's also like 364 other days in the year besides the bad one. You know?
I still feel like we asked and we haven't had an answer, and it's hindsight 2020.
Ask it a question, yeah.
But what would success have looked like if we had done it right the first time? What do you think that looks like?
Re-implementing democracy to the region, or specifically to Iraq. Instead, what
Right,
we
but
did
what if
was we
that-
went
what
in,
if
we
that
we
democracy-
kicked over the can that was on fire, and then we just let the fire spread, as opposed to walking in, putting out the fire, and saying this is the better way.
Yeah, but my thing, and this goes back to like some of my other arguments, was that what we did creates people that hate
Yes,
America.
because the U.S.
Anything can.
benefited from the
if we give
destabilization
them-
of the region. The
But what
U.S.
I'm-
benefited from the destabilization of the region, and at that time, the people who were in power wanted to destabilize the region as opposed to benefit or reinforce the region. The people
no,
who were in power at the
you're right.
time did not want to make it better. They wanted to make it worse so they could exploit it. I think we can all look back at it.
I'm
and
not
agree
disagreeing
with
with you.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is a further down the line argument is that if that is what the goal was, and if we had wished we'd been successful in that, right? Well, we created a democracy. That democracy would likely elect people that don't like America because America just fucking attacked them to all hell. Right? And then we have the same exact situation that we already have, where we have a country that doesn't like America, that doesn't want to comply with America's interests. And so even if that was
Is
the
the
case,
US
it still creates a forever war.
You know what? You
I'm
win,
sorry,
Gord.
brother.
Kill them all and let God sort it out.
I'm sorry, but did the U.S. during the revolution look back on France's involvement and say, well, fuck them because they destabilized us? Or did we look at them and say, hey, thank you for helping us to get rid of the shitty ass leadership that we had so that we could implement a better system?
The problem is
I feel
popular
like
support.
I
It's
feel
the
I
same-
feel like Iraq could have looked at the U.S. as France during the revolution and said, okay, we appreciate your benefit in destabilizing the region enough and protecting us in our ability to restabilize.
So France didn't bomb the colonies.
Because they didn't have fucking bombs, bro. Come on. They would have if
No, but they
did.
wouldn't have. No, I don't think they
Oh,
would have.
fuck off.
Given
Really?
the support
You
that they
know, you're
did
right.
give,
You're right. They
I
would.
don't think they would.
France technically really just helped us with naval battles. France really would have just put bombs and mines in the fucking in the bays.
And well,
That's
and
it.
they trained our military.
And I think
they taught
and
us.
they trained our military.
I think the bombing of largely civilian infrastructure is what creates the difference here. And that's what
Oh, I
creates
see.
the animosity
Yeah.
towards America. It's the same reason
Okay,
that Iran, we're going to see in 5 years, is going to be even more anti-America than they were because we bombed a girls' school on the
You
first
know what's
day of the war.
crazy?
Yesterday, we
France would have
bombed
been
an all-boys
if France
school.
would have been firebombing American colonies in an attempt to destabilize, yes, we probably would have viewed them as the villain instead of the hero. Fair point.
It's kind of
Exactly.
crazy
And
how
this
it's
is-
kind of crazy how like if we don't involve ourselves in some of these things, we're viewed as the villain. But if we do, we're the villain. So where
That's a
do we
damn
have
good
that
point.
threshold? Where do we have the
The
threshold?
threshold is not
I-
the threshold is very easy, and it is not bombing civilians. It's very easy. We
That's
have the
not-
ability.
hold on.
No,
hold
no,
on.
I'm.
Do you mean
I-
not
we have the-
intentionally or not at all?
Wait.
Oh no, because we do
Let
intentionally
Bogdan
bomb
finish.
civilians. We do that because
Yeah,
I've been
I
on
would
Twitter
never
for a
profess
while.
doing
This
that.
goes.
Yeah,
well, we
no,
do.
I don't think anybody agrees. But when did we?
Okay,
No,
so
no,
hold on.
America does
Okay,
intentionally.
so
Hold on. I
I'm
want
gonna
Boy
go
Band to answer. When did we intentionally bomb civilians?
Let's go back to way back during the Iraq War. I remember I was in the 7th grade, and they were filming live that rockets coming down and slamming into Baghdad on CNN. And I turned to my mom and I said, "Why are we, in my little 8th grade mind or 7th grade mind, why are we attacking these people like this? That's not an airfield. That's not. There's no tanks. There's no army men there. Those were people's buildings that they lived in, right?" That
For
was
context,
intentional.
for context and legitimacy, I want everybody to know that Boy Band is also a veteran. For what it's worth, not if that matters.
I mean, not in this point. I mean, not this in this context.
Yeah,
I'm not
obviously,
getting. I
you
was
weren't a
child
veteran
the
at
time.
7 years
Yeah,
old, but we got
I
it.
was.
Go on.
I was a child at the time.
I'm just making sure that everybody knows that you're not like
child soldier.
anti-military or
that was
anti-America.
seared into my
Sure.
memory as a child. We were bombing civilians intentionally, and at this point, we still had the ability to be very accurate with our missiles. That was like, you know, that's America's thing, right? And to this, you know, nowadays we can put a satellite up in the sky or AWACS, whatever the fuck we want, find the person we want to kill, and just kill that person. But we do not do that. We still flatten
school.
civilian, bomb a school. We just did that. That was intentional. There's no way that was a mistake.
No, hold on. AI.
We did
I
it
honestly
twice.
believe that was an
Oh, we did
AI
it twice.
mistake.
We did it yesterday.
I'm not saying
Again.
that's justified
We did it again
or
yesterday.
that's
I
an
had no idea about
excuse.
that.
I just want to be clear
We
that
bombed an all-boys
we know that
school
AI
yesterday.
was implemented. We know that AI was implemented in our military strategies, and we also know that there is several facts that would lead AI to believe that school was not just a school. I'm not saying that's an excuse or in any way like I'm not allowing it. I'm just saying that was most likely what caused it.
So we can still double check that, right?
Yes, we
it
should
is very well. It is very well known that AI makes a lot of errors, and it
Yes.
likes to give you the response that you think you're going to want.
Yes.
And so someone should in the intelligence
Different
community,
conversation is all I'm saying.
this would have been a very easy thing for them to do because I know a lot of people in the intelligence community. They can sit there and they can look at those photos and go, "Oh, that's a school." We've been watching the
Except
guys
that
that we want to
unfortunately it's Tulsi Gabbard right now. So,
well, I get that. I'm saying that the people in the Air Force, that this is their job. They said, we've been watching this guy for the last 2 years. We know exactly where he is. He's not in that school. They blew it up anyway. I'm telling you, at this point, it is
not to
intentional.
dox, but for
They
what it's
are-
worth, he is an Air Force veteran specifically.
It is very intentional, right? They are aware of where these missiles are going. They are aware of who they're killing, and they want the region to be destabilized, just like they did back then. And I think it is disingenuous to say we did the best with what we could at the time, because at the time they were civilian targets as well. We've intentionally destabilized the region the entire time. We have not intervened in any way that was meant to help the region at all.
I think us blowing up a whole lot of terrorists and a lot of terrorist weapons probably helped the region at least a little bit.
We didn't though. We found out that was a lie. We went in there to blow people up.
Hold on, boy band. He is referring to the current situation as opposed to the Iraqi situation.
Hold on. Let me change my response. No, not then too, because we do know that they were intentionally bombing civilians. We do know that. And so they just blew up the
Iraqi
weapons.
war? I don't believe that's
Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, I do not believe that's true. You might be right, but I would like to see evidence.
There might have been an accidental hit or something. But
they were very careful during the
They were
first Iraq war.
They were not. They were bombing
attacking
cities.
Military
They were bombing
installations.
cities. They were bombing cities.
They were very careful to attack civilians. Yes.
They were bombing cities.
They were careful to attack civilians?
Yes.
Please.
Yeah, they were very careful to make sure they attacked civilians.
This is what's happened with our history, Horseradish.
I was going to say real talk. Hold on, everybody. Because again, maybe I'm mistaken, but please find evidence that backs this up and put it into the Discord. Because my understanding is this was the significant difference between what's happening now and what happened then. Back then, we were very careful that we were only bombing military installations. We were not actually actively attacking civilian infrastructure or civilian regions.
Yeah.
They were only attacking military installations during Iraqi freedom and during Iraqi Shield or Desert Shield and Desert Storm. So if you have evidence to the contrary, please bring it.
There were times that we had, there were times we had ID on a target going into a hospital or a religious
and
place,
they intentionally
and we
avoided
intentionally
those targets.
avoided it. Yeah, just to be sure we
This
didn't
was
do
a
that.
well-known fact.
We'd wait till later.
I'm not saying we were absolved of guilt during the situation. Do not misunderstand. But that was definitely a thing that we were avoiding doing at that time. Now, the rules of engagement have changed since then. And what we're doing now is fucking reprehensible. But at that time, there was still some level of morality involved in these attacks.
I will concede that because I can't talk
okay,
and
thank you.
Google at the same
Like I
time.
said, and
However,
it's okay.
we can.
It's important for us to make that distinction.
Sure. And so I will concede that because, like I said, I can't research that and talk at the same time. However, there has still been points saying that we are still making an effort to do that today, and that's not the case. I mean, like it's simply not the
today's
case.
a whole other situation.
We are not just bombing terrorists. This is very obviously a made up. They've got weapons of mass destruction line again.
No. They don't even bother to try to justify it today, boy.
Well, again, I'm just saying
they had to sell us the American people on the war. They don't even fucking bother trying.
Trump just said exactly what it was.
He just said
it was all about energy.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no point to it. We
manufactured consent is no longer being manufactured.
It's a made up point in order to drive a different narrative, and it's not the case. It's like we're not doing anything to terrorists. We're bombing another country to destabilize a region.
They don't even try to use that narrative. 100% agree.
There's nothing good about what's going on. Nothing.
I can agree. But to be clear, we are still talking about the framing of the Iraqi situations. Go ahead, Gorps. I'm sorry.
Just briefly to interject, I put a link in the chat. It doesn't exactly talk about what we were talking about, but it does show the callous disregard for civilian life.
I agree.
The original Iraqi situation.
I don't want to dox myself, but my wife has a brother that was in the army at the time, and some of this anecdotal, so disregard it if you want to, anecdotal stories about their treatment of civilians at the time. They ran over kids in tanks. Like, it's not even
okay. No. Now, okay. I also want to be clear that there was a difference between the sustained presence in the region by the U.S. versus the actual original attacks that were labeled as Iraq or Desert Storm, Desert Shield, and Iraqi Freedom. Like those
I don't
different.
think that's a measurable difference.
I don't either.
There's also a difference between whether you're talking about a living child or like is this like remains that they accidentally ran over, or like
child. Yeah, this is anecdotal, but it was a living child that they ran over. Yeah.
And this is kind of something about the horrors of war is like there are bad guys on sides in wars that will do things extreme. And sometimes there'll be more of them, sometimes there'll be less of them. It's part of. That was
going to be my next point. Were those people punished for their behaviors during? Because there have been plenty of war crimes that have existed or that happen, but were the people prosecuted and or did they suffer consequences for those behaviors?
That's just categorically. Just categorically, no. Some did. There are U.S. soldiers who have paid consequences for their actions, but that is almost entirely because those specific instances got really widely publicized. Yeah. The majority of American soldiers who have committed fucking heinous acts never saw a day of punishment for these acts.
As an example,
it is a select few.
Man, I don't think you have a realistic understanding of this at all.
No, it is a select few that did see punishment that we used as essentially propaganda to say, hey, look, we're fucking punishing them. Whereas the vast majority of soldiers who engaged in these actions never saw a day of justice.
All right, real quick, hold on. This is super important. So somebody in chat just send me a link. And this is I just want to bring this to your attention as well, Cleaner, because you will understand the significance of this. I will acknowledge that there was cluster munitions that were used in civilian areas. So I suppose that there was a significant amount of acceptable civilian casualties based on the US's willingness to use cluster munitions during the Iraq situation. I had not considered that, so that is a valid point. So
sure, and that's fair, and I understand that, but the intention was not like Gorp earlier said, intentionally hitting civilians. The intention was not to hit
targeting versus willing.
Right, there's a difference between like actively targeting
civilians.
Very
fuzzy line, though. We have to acknowledge.
Well, there's only a fuzzy line if you're willing to accept the difference in intention. All right, if your intention is to stop people who are bad from killing your people, then I mean, like I understand
Means
you being
justify
willing
the
to
ends?
risk a
Okay.
little bit more of the enemy's people in order to do that, even if it is civilians. I understand, but there's a difference between that and there's a difference between I'm going to go and kill your moms and daughters and children and
Sure.
sons.
Okay.
There's a
But
huge
but,
difference.
but for
Let's-
but
hold
for
on.
context, before we move on, do you personally do you agree with using cluster munitions in civilian areas? Do you think that is justifiable?
I think that there might be some extreme times it might be justifiable, but no, generally, I mean, with
Generally,
the
that is not
specificity,
something that is acceptable.
with the specificity
can
of the
you-
weapons that we have right now, we really don't have to be playing the war we are the way we're playing it. It's really just drama theater. But
I have a question.
whatever.
Boy Ben, can you make your point next? But I have a question that I want to clarify.
Sure.
And I'm hoping to get like a brief answer so that Boy Ben can give his answer or give his point. In what specific scenarios do you think that cluster munitions in a civilian area are justifiable?
I feel like he was starting to articulate that, and we kind of talked over him. So yeah, if you would pull that apart.
Yeah, I just want the specifics as to like if there's like specific restrictions, something.
And we do understand that that's a loaded question for what it's worth, Cleaner.
No, it's not. He's defending it, but that's
Like it depends on what it is. There takes a lot of circumstances to achieve to you to get to the point where you either pull the trigger on your best friend or yourself, right? Like there's obviously a lot of decisions that'll lead to you getting to that fucking point that could have been stopped. So I think it's pretty fucking extreme. I can't really think of one off the top of my head other than somebody's trying to like kill your child, you kill them. Like, I mean,
so like Iraq, was it justified?
What we did
I
the
do
second
believe,
time?
To be fair, he said he did not believe that it was justifiable at that
I
time. So.
I think that after the fact we look at justification, whereas it's in the fact when we're making the decisions that justification matters. Because all we can do in the current moment is make the best choice we can based off the information we have. So like we can look back and say, all right now it looks like we lost a whole lot of people or some shit like that, and we shouldn't have done that. We can look at it on just that one metric and say, did it do a net positive? Was it worth it for the world? Was it worth it for just this set of people? Was it like whatever scape you want to look at it from? When you say worth it.
Before we kick it to boy band, do you believe that within this context it was justified?
From my point of view, what we did the second time, totally justified. We're not done yet. We need to finish it off. I do think we need to offer them some infrastructural support because we went in there and fucked shit up. I do think we should try and help them rebuild some of their civilization itself. Let them make their choices on their fucking beliefs and get the fuck out of there and get all of our troops out of there and leave that area and stop interfering with all that bullshit and stop getting wrapped up in it. Unless we absolutely fucking have to again. If we have to go back over there and spank them with the belt again, then we'll fucking do it. But if not, then we'll stay out of there. That's what we should do.
And you believe that America has the moral superiority to have the belt?
I think whoever the biggest guy with the stick is has the responsibility.
Yeah.
We have zero moral superiority when we're led by the Epstein class.
I don't give a fuck about moral superiority.
There's none.
What I care about is
the people who are making the
thousands of kids.
The people who are making those
You're not
decisions
spanking them with a
rape
belt.
kids. The people who are making those decisions rape kids. There is no moral superiority.
What the fuck are you saying?
Talking about the Epstein situation.
Class of people that run our
I must have
fucking
missed
country.
where he decided to segue into that.
Yeah, no, he did mention the Epstein class, but Gorps was talking at the same time. So
Sorry.
yeah, that was
the moral superiority
My bad.
thing. Just drives. There's none. We have zero.
So you're saying we have bad people in government. I agree. Let's get rid of them and put good people there.
And so I'm saying that, but I'm saying that we have the moral superiority. Yeah,
I don't understand. I don't understand what this has to do with us doing what we believe is right.
Because what we believe is right is instilled upon us by the people who lead this country and the propaganda.
No, it isn't, because because if we had what was right, we would replace those people with people we believe in ideologically, right? And yet we don't. You and I agree on this.
Hey, hold on, please.
I was about to say, hold on,
that
boy
to
band.
everybody all night, buddy.
I have to push back, boy band, because I am personally not biased towards what morality is based on the elite class.
Okay,
My
yes,
morality,
I get that.
yeah, okay, good.
We've been talking
we just
in the
have to make
pretenses.
sure
No,
that's
yes,
clear.
we don't need to, because we've been talking in the pretenses of us as a country, right?
Sure.
We as a country need to intervene, right? And that is
Yes,
the
agreed.
moral thing to do, right? So that is the context with
Yes.
which I'm talking. Doesn't need to be clarified. I'm
Well,
saying
it
that
it does only because everybody in this room would agree that anybody involved in the Epstein files should be fucking dragged out into the street and beaten to death.
And that is my point. That is the point
yeah.
that I'm making, is that the moral superiority of our country intervening in other countries is decided by those people. That they're just saying, hey, this thing is wrong. They're saying this thing is wrong, and we're going to point our gun and shoot it. Okay.
I get what you mean. To a degree, it is.
That is what I mean.
And it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
And it is, but that's
I agree.
That's what I'm saying, that even the
I actually agree with you on this. Yeah.
is predicated on that fact, and it's just wild to me that the moral superiority is even being brought up.
But
this is once again because
I get that,
because we've lost that, but we should be able to retain it simply by agreeing on literally what Cleaner is saying right now.
Sure,
I get what you're saying though, Bald. Was it Bald Boy?
Boy band. One man boy band.
One man boy band. I get what you're saying, but that's why I'm saying it's very important that we understand the differential between we're in the moment, we believe this is right, we're doing what we believe is right, versus 20 years later when we look back at the historical records and we go, fuck, dude, we were fucking lied to back then. You know, like there's an importance here. We do need to do what we believe is right, as long as we believe it's what's right. And just because there's people that will try and use that against us doesn't mean we shouldn't still try to do what's right. All right? These people that are above us that we don't like, that aren't doing what we believe is right, we should probably fucking get rid of them.
Preach. So real quick, I would like to ask a question to Cleaner real quick. How do you propose, or what do you think we could do to keep those types out of government or out of leadership? How can we make it so that those people are not controlling the narrative?
Real quick, though, before we do move on to that, I did have something else to say. I think a really basic way to to boil down this situation, and even the previous one in 2003, is there's a bus full of civilians and one dude you want to kill. You have a bazooka sitting next to you, and you have a high-powered rifle sitting next to you. Which one do you use to kill that person?
How many civilians would you kill in order to stop Hitler before he executed his plan?
Okay,
that's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. Because you have the option to kill.
Dude sitting next to me on the bus.
You have the option to only kill the person you intend to kill. That's what the question is. I'm not asking the whatever that Hitler
civilian casualties. Okay, you're not referring to civilian casualties. I thought you were.
I'm saying
you're asking one versus many.
Yeah, and I'm saying one versus many whenever you have the option to ensure that it's just the one. Because I'm saying, my point in asking that question is that we do have those options. We have very elite teams who are very good at killing people. We have very accurate missiles.
Demonstrated in Venezuela.
We have very excellent ways to track people and keep track of their whereabouts very well. I guarantee you, almost every single person on the America's Most Wanted list, we know where they are. But again,
I agree, and yet we're not doing anything about it.
And yet we are choosing to use the bazooka instead of the rifle, and that's all I'm saying.
And don't presume that Gleaner supports the bazooka, because
I'm not.
You made a really good point there, boy band, and I actually have been wondering the same thing. It's irritating to me that we demonstrated in Venezuela how wonderfully specific we can be in our execution of military endeavors, and then our next military endeavor is Iran, where we're using a machete instead of a scalpel. Like, why the fuck would we have not used?
This is the exact point that I made when Israel had its first recent war with Lebanon, where it was using American weapons to do targeted attacks. It did not need to demolish buildings, just as America does not need to demolish buildings.
That's what Israel's been doing
It's
the
so
whole time.
clear that we don't have to.
Somehow we went from an overnight incursion to bombing a fucking girls' school, and that just blows my mind.
Yep.
Radish.
In Pakistan too, dude. Like, or the Gaza Strip, excuse me. Look at before and after photos. There was no reason that needed to happen, other than they wanted those people to not be alive anymore.
But to be clear, I want to make sure we all understand that nobody in this room, as far as I know, supports that that difference.
I did, by the way, post the. I actually found the video I saw of the bombing of Baghdad in Gorp's chat on YouTube.
For what it's worth, I remember as a child, I mean, I say child, I was a teenager, but watching the tracer rounds coming down. But at that time, and yes, it was going into bombs over Baghdad. We've all heard the song, but they were specifically targeting military infrastructure and governmental infrastructure. I just, for what it's worth, I haven't watched the video.
Radish.
Yes.
So the reason why I think why we did so well in Venezuela versus we're doing shittily in the Middle East right now is because we went into Venezuela with a very clear, defined goal, which is something I said multiple times during the debate.
I have to go, but I would like to say something real quick. I think we also have a very clear and defined goal in Iran. It just doesn't look like it. I think our goal is to destabilize the region. We're doing it very well, and just like we did in Venezuela, we're doing exactly what we wanted to do. That's it.
Our goal is to support Israel in their endeavors.
We have a very
and we're doing that.
and defined goal of losing.
Yeah, I think we're doing exactly what we want to do in Iran right now. But
have a great night, boy band. Appreciate you, brother.
I'm gonna go hang out with my wife. Bye bye.
Peace out, boy band.
I would say those are too vague to be considered a military goal. Especially support Israel. That's very vague. Support them how?
Well, I mean, bottom line.
However they expect us to, whatever they tell us to do. Well, whatever they tell our president to do, I think, arguably.
Yeah, bottom line, there's zero pretext for this current incursion. So, like,
no, the only pretext was literally told to us by our Secretary of State, and that was we knew that Israel was going to attack, and we knew that would lead to attacks on us. So we knew we had to act first. They literally fucking said that.
It's bullshit, but
no, it's bullshit, but everybody knows. Okay, I'm trying.
It really bothers me that they didn't even bother to try to manufacture consent this time. That we have reached a point where we don't have to.
Yeah, that's kind of something I was trying to point out earlier.
Yeah, I have sycophants.
I was tempted to say that unironically say manufacturer consent in my opening.
No. People think that because and the funniest part about this really gets under my skin when people start saying shit like TDS whenever I talk about what's happening in the world right fucking now, because I have been the most non-TDS person. Rook, for those of you who know, is a co-host of mine or former co-host, whatever. Anyway, a collaborator of mine used to give me so much shit because I would defend Trump. Not that I would defend Trump so much as I'd be like, dude, you're being a little hyperbolic. Like, okay, he did a thing, it's shitty, but whatever. It's not the end of the fucking world. Yeah, but I'm to a point now where it's like, nah, bro, this is indefensible, right? And I don't have fucking TDS. I have eyes wide open. And so it really irritates me when I look at this kind of shit, but they have created a situation. I'm not a fucking lefty, for fuck's sake. But yet they have made me look like a lefty because they have done such reprehensible shit that it's like, fuck, I don't know what to even say here. Like, we are to a point where this is indefensible, inexcusable. I don't know what to say beyond fuck me. I guess, yeah, you got him. He's just trying to dodge the fucking Epstein files. It is the most logical and obvious explanation to the behaviors that are happening right now. And it pisses me off. It pisses me off that I sound like a fucking like a crazy ass conspiracy theorist, but I'm like, there's no other logical explanation here.
Yeah, no, you're
I'm
completely
sorry.
correct.
I didn't mean to
He's a
spur.
little fucking bitch.
Well, I mean, in reality, if there's a
I
person
would like
go ahead.
I would like this because I feel like a lot of this conversation, we've been talking a lot about war and all this shit, which I am not against continuing to talk about. But I want to find something where energy and cleaner are not equally retarded on and have the wrong opinion. I want to find something.
Go on.
Yeah. I want to find something that one of the three of you, Lethe, Grufus, and Ancom, one of you or multiple of you agree with them on. And I don't know what that might be.
Tom and
but
I agree
I'm
with
very
Candor
curious.
and Cleaner. Good
I
luck
came
with
up
that.
with 4 things already.
What is that?
I can tell you. I can just start the list. We all
These are my
agree.
favorite
You
things, for what it's
shouldn't.
worth.
You shouldn't haphazardly, rampantly, with no fucking reason whatsoever, hurt a child.
Agreed.
Okay, agree. Yes.
You shouldn't do the same thing, but
intervention. But okay, fair enough.
You take the
Number
same
2.
cluster of words and just throw woman in there.
Sure. Yep.
You know,
Okay,
there should
yeah.
be a
Do you
reason.
have anything
I-
that's
I-
like
my
actually
internet-
going to
take-
be
my internet
in
cut
some
out.
way
What
contentious?
did you say, Cleaner?
Take like the same chunk of words and throw other people in general into it.
Yeah. Okay.
Do,
Like,
do you
still
have
following?
anything
Still
that will
tracks?
be in any way?
I've got like a billion
Hold,
more
hold,
of these.
hold on, hold
I have a
on,
billion
Gorps.
more
He's
of these,
cooking.
dude.
He's taking us down a path.
Lethe was like, can you guys come up with one? And Lethe was like, hold on, let me think a minute. And I was like, I got 4.
Yeah, no. So
we can agree. Don't hurt kids.
Don't wantonly kill kids.
I don't agree
Don't
with.
wantonly kill women. Don't wantonly kill anybody normally. What's number 4?
Well, I will say energy.
Hold on. Let
disagrees
Cleaner
with
finish.
all of these.
What is number 4?
Well, I mean, I would say that upon every Tuesday we must smack the shit out of Gorp.
What the fuck?
Okay, finally something we can agree on.
Yes. Yep.
Do we all agree?
Yes. Yep.
Why?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Tuesdays,
we
you
have
said?
it.
You said Tuesdays?
You know,
All right. I'll
I
see
know
you
it's a meme.
Tuesday.
I know it's a meme, but I'm still gonna disagree. Gorps, I got your back on this one.
I thought we had a unanimous vote.
Thank you.
That's that oppositional defiance disorder, Ancom. Welcome
Come
to the
on,
party.
Ancom.
You know what? I am okay with having ODD on this one.
All right. So yeah. All right. With that said, I actually have to say I have enjoyed the fuck out of this conversation. I've gone an hour past my normal bedtime because I've enjoyed the conversation so much. Cleaner, dude, I really can't say thank you enough, man. I'm glad you jumped in here. I'm glad you participated in the conversation. I feel like this has been such a healthy conversation, and your contribution has been huge. Everybody else out there, shout out to everybody. I will see you guys, I guess Wednesday. I'm going to go hang out with my wife, snuggle up next to her right now. But again, if anybody wants to debate me next Tuesday, please just send me a DM what the prompt is going to be and what my position on it is going to be. And I will absolutely see you on the battlefield next Saturday. Otherwise, I will talk to you guys Wednesday. I got to go to bed because the goddamn Bushmills has me by the balls and I just need to go snuggle up. So you guys have a great night. I appreciate all of you guys. Feel free, hang out as long as you want, but y'all are the best. I couldn't ask for a cooler fucking community. Cheers, y'all.
Stay safe, man. Stay safe.
Cheers.
You as well.
And for me, it is
so
almost 4
I
a.m., so I will be going to bed myself, but it was
Yeah,
lovely
Ancom.
talking with all of you.
Peace out,
Have a
Ancom.
good night.
have a good night, buddy.
It's 3
I wanna
for me.
say,
I
because
probably got
he's-
about 5-10 minutes left. I'm
Well,
gonna smoke
so-
again and relax. So I
That's
may
fair.
not be
I want to say,
cognitive
I want
soon.
to say because he's gone that I am still live. Don't break Twitch
Right.
TOS.
Oh, I'm going to do that immediately.
I'm trying to
but
stay good
Fuck,
for Twitch
shit.
and YouTube.
directly before
I
that.
also, Cleaner, I really want to talk to you about so many things. I think there's a lot more conversations we can have.
Well, I'm
But,
going to say,
Lethe,
as
what
much
do you-
as we can say, like, don't harm kids, don't harm women, when it comes down to these actions that we've been arguing
Harm
about,
Gorp.
you're
Beat
more
the shit
than
out of Gorp.
fine if you think that they're in opposition to us. Whereas I could easily say we can all agree on food, clothes, medicine, water. Like, these are all things we're good with. But, like, there's not going to be an instance in which I think that's bad. I think you will, Cleaner, have issues with not killing kids if it means we don't meet goals in a war.
No, Oh, actually, if they came to me and said, "Hey, we could win this war without killing kids," I'd be like, "Oh, cool, do it."
Yeah, but you're fine with the juxtapose.
Yeah, you're fine with the killing of kids, right?
No, not generally speaking. No, like I do believe there's a way. Like even with us doing
Generally
what we did in
speaking?
Iraq this last time. Yeah, yeah, and I mean we like Iraq is a perfect, or Iran or whatever. It's a perfect example this time around, right? We were actually at a
which one?
technological point
These
where
are
we could just pinpoint
these are
kill
completely
only
different
the bad
countries.
guys
Which
we
one are
want.
you talking about?
We're talking about. So I'm saying Iran, the bullshit we're doing over there right now, right? Like all the crazy bombings and all that shit. We could just pinpoint kill the specific people we want, but we're using conventional weapons that they understand for some reason in some kind of drama theater. I don't agree with us doing this. I think we should just fucking off the people that are doing shit wrong. If we believe, like, if we're saying they have nuclear material, send scientists over there, find the nuclear material with whatever military needs they have to, right? Maybe there's more infrastructure people to go over there and help move it, whatever. I don't fucking care. But if that's their ideological understanding is that they're going to make a weapon out of it, we should stop that. But if that's what we're saying, then we should get to that point. There should be a way of doing that in a more peaceful manner. I understand it's not always that way, but there should be like the most emphasis put on trying to get to the result before we get to the point where we have to wipe them out.
So I have a question for you. Prior to this war that we are currently in with Iran, prior to this, the Ayatollah of Iran had given out a fatwa saying that Iran will not develop a nuclear weapon. Iran will just simply not do that.
Yeah, I mean, like my first wife said she wasn't going to cheat on me, but that shit still happens. So what? Words are what?
No, but they have shown.
I want
to
to see action.
Study with that. They have the ability to make a nuke, and they chose not to. And so, given that, what makes you think that this current war with Iran is justifiable?
So from the week before we hit their facilities, they're at 43%, working towards getting to 60% by the end of that week.
So what?
And we hit their facility.
Our line was,
and they stopped at 60%.
And they didn't.
They said they weren't going to go towards it, but they were literally ramping a facility up to get it to 60% that we bombed.
Trump left the deal, stopping their expansion of.
And they kept ramping up. They were continuing to
No.
Trump. There was a deal in place that stopped how far they went with their uranium. Trump left that. And then Trump used the fact that he left that as an excuse to bomb Iran. I think that's fucked up. That's fucking retarded. Right? I think that you should have stayed in the deal where you said, okay, Iran doesn't have a nuke. The Iranian leadership doesn't want a nuke. We're good. We're good to go. But Trump himself pulled out of that deal and forced the situation that we have today. Do you find that problematic at all?
No, because he's the president and he's privy to more security information than I have.
That's a fucking bullshit answer, and you're obfuscating, and you know it.
No, it's not a bullshit answer. I don't have all the intelligence that he has. I don't know why he made his choice.
This information is public.
The public information is public. The stuff that's not public is not public. Yes, you're right. What about that?
Okay, so what do you think? What information do you think he's basing his choice on? His choice to go to war with a sovereign nation.
I would know everything that he makes his choice off of. I'd assume that he would use, he would probably make the best choice he could out of the information that was available to him.
Do you think a president could make an incorrect choice?
Sure. I think anybody could.
Okay, so why are you assuming that he is making the correct choice?
I'm not. I literally said earlier, we just got done spanking him. Let's see. No, I said I don't agree with how he did what he's done. Yeah, I get that. I don't agree with. I don't agree with
you.
No, it's longer than 10 seconds ago. You're being very hyperbolic. Stop it. It's annoying. I understand what you're saying though. Like,
Dumbass. You're the one that supports the fucking
Come on.
genocide of Iraq.
That was funny. Lisi got it. That was fucking hilarious. No, I mean, like, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I agree. Like, how we did these things, we could have been very pinpoint this time around. I don't agree. I don't think we should have done that. Do I think it was a mistake based off of what I know or based off of what the president knows? Because there's two different points, and that's trying to That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. You're asking me from my point of view where I'm at. Do I think the president, with all the information he actually has available,
Shut the fuck up, retard. Like, I'm asking you to question your own belief system. That's it.
No, you're not.
I'm
You're asking me what I think of the fucking president.
To not blindly
That's a different question.
salute and go to war for Israel. That's what I'm asking you.
No, now you're getting hyper specific with the question. You're asking a totally different question from what we were asking earlier. Earlier, you were asking me if I thought it was okay. Like, now you're asking me if we should go and support Israel. You keep moving the goalpost. Where's your question?
No, I'm
like,
actually.
Where is it? Is this the final question, or is there?
It's harder to be able to see.
Like, no, I don't understand why you're going to keep like trying to trail down towards something. Why not just get to whatever it is that you're going towards? Is this the end question?
I mean, I'm the one that's being targeted. You're the one that's, flopping like a goddamn fish. Okay. You know? I asked you a question.
I don't know what you're talking about. You keep moving your aim.
I asked you a question, you haven't answered it. I asked you a follow-up question, you haven't answered it. You're flopping like a goddamn fish.
No, I'm not understanding where you're trying to go with this. I have answered your question.
You don't need to.
Whether or not you like my answers doesn't mean that I didn't answer them. You can not like an answer.
Why would you need to know where I'm trying to go to be able to answer a question? It's just
because you seem to keep leading down in a direction like you're wanting to go somewhere. So I just would rather go to where it is you're trying to talk about.
I'm asking you questions and you're refusing to answer. That's it.
I didn't refuse to answer. I literally answered. You just didn't like my answer.
Haven't answered.
No, I did.
You haven't.
You didn't like it.
No, you just didn't answer. So let's go back.
No, you didn't like the answer. It was still an answer.
Let's start again. In what scenario is you
walk in the kitchen, you see your kids like spill the cup, and you're like, "Who spilled the cup?" And they're like, "I don't know." Like, it's an answer. You don't fucking like it, but it is an answer.
U.S. war in Iran valid? We've already addressed what I mean by valid. So please explain.
Can you say that again?
Why?
You said,
is it because you were talking over me? Because you is that why? Is that why you didn't hear the answer or the question? The question is, in what scenario do you support the current U.S. war on Iran?
In what situation do I support the current U.S. war on Iran? That's what you just said, right?
That's not the exact wording, but sure, if that's what you heard, go for it.
In what situation do I support the current U.S. war on Iran? There are so many
wording, but again, yes, go for it.
Okay, correct me on the wording then, so that I understand what it is you're asking.
In what situation would you support, or do you support the current U.S. war on Iran?
In what situation do I support the current U.S. war on Iran? I think that's what I just said. I could be wrong, but
no, you said like scenario or some shit like that, not situation.
Same, pretty much. So scenario is like.
Well, you were semantic earlier, so I'm being semantic.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. All right. There's a lot of different situations in which I would support it. There's a lot of ways in which I wouldn't. What type of an answer are you looking for here? So that I understand what spectrum area I need to be targeting.
I'm not looking for any specific type of answer. I'm looking for your answer.
Are you talking about like their the economics of it, the fucking bombs of it?
In what situation would you support the current war on Iran?
In what? I mean, it's like we're going there right now because we didn't do the job right the first time.
The first time, did we invade Iran and
no,
do
in that area of the
that?
country? I mean, in that area of the world. All right, in that area of the world, we did affect a regime change, and it was from a terroristic bastard to his people. Supposedly,
it was from a democratic ruler to a monarchy. That's what we did.
Whatever the case, we found out a bunch more shit after
No,
that.
don't. Whatever the case, they democratically elected a ruler. We came in and installed a monarchy, and then that was overthrown, and that's what led to the Shah. You sound like you're fucking retarded, or that you're trying to bastardize the case here. So whichever one it is,
I don't know. I
doesn't
mean, you
matter.
can.
I asked you a question, and you have not answered it.
Yeah, I can't answer it because it's too generalized. You're asking for 9 billion fucking answers.
Okay, let me give you a different question. Do you support the current war in Iran?
The way it is currently, no. Not exactly how it is, no.
What do you not support about it?
I support some of the things about it. Some of them I won't speak of on the air.
What do you not support about it?
I do think that we could definitely have done our attacks a little more precisely. Just like I said earlier, we have the technology to be able to just take out the specific.
So you think that we shouldn't have struck these two schools, correct?
We didn't specifically shoot those schools, but I understand what you're saying.
Didn't. Oh, but our bombs just like accidentally hit them. You know, the best in the fucking world bombs just accidentally hit these fucking schools and killed hundreds of school children.
Listen, hold on. You're making it sound like a lot bigger of a thing than it is. Yes, mistakes can happen.
You're right. You're right.
Possible,
just a small thing that we killed hundreds of school children.
No. Now what you're doing is trying to add emotionality to your bullshit to maximize.
No. I'm adding a fucking level of realism.
It's like you're adding a bunch of emotional bullshit.
What I'm
to
saying,
a small percentage of what happened over there.
Kids.
I'm not saying you should. I didn't excuse the killing of kids.
Oh, right.
I did not excuse the killing of kids. I said I think there's a way that we can. I do believe I just said there's a way we can do that that's more precise that I don't agree with. I think I literally just fucking said that, and yet for some reason your stupid retarded mind can't understand that I literally just said we shouldn't fucking do that. And you're saying I'm not saying that.
Is it just a small thing that we've killed kids?
How stupid are you?
Or is it important? What do you think? Do you think it's important that we've killed kids? A bunch of them?
It depends in what forum you're talking about of importance.
No, there's no forum.
Yeah, it does.
The forum doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Is it important that America killed children? Yes or no?
It depends on the forum you're talking about.
There is no it depends.
It does. Yes,
in no scenario. Okay, in what scenario do you think it's okay to kill kids?
Why would I give you a hyper-specific scenario in which it's okay to kill a kid?
No,
we're talking about.
You just defended this.
Right, and you're saying
you defended this. I'm saying that's
no. I didn't defend them killing kids. I literally just said they shouldn't be doing that. They should be using precision attacks to only attack the people they mean to.
Killing kids is okay.
I said
in which killing kids is okay,
and I said there maybe there might be one that's out there.
So
I don't fucking know the exact scenario in which it's going to be okay to kill a kid. I haven't seen it myself yet, but I'm sure there's probably one that's out there. Is that better? Does that more clearly define for you so that you understand my position on killing kids?
So I'm asking, in what scenario is it okay to kill kids?
And I'm telling you, I don't have a scenario in which it's okay to kill kids. Me personally, I don't have a scenario in which it's okay to kill kids. Maybe there's one out there, but I haven't fucking seen it yet.
Defending the killing of kids.
I'm not. I literally just said earlier they shouldn't have done that. Are you fucking stupid?
I don't want
Lisi, have I not said this enough times?
Yes, but there's an issue with the way you're saying it. So from the way I see it, at least this is just my point of view.
Tone policing.
You seem to be okay with a level of collateral damage that involves children that is beyond what you would expect normally. If this isn't the case, by all means, clarify. But it seems that depending on the circumstance, you are fine with this level of collateral damage.
I think I understand the conflation here. All right. You're misunderstanding. Okay. I'm not saying I'm okay in any way, shape, or form with them hurting kids. I'm not saying that I agree that the way they did things is the way they should have done things. I didn't. I actually said I don't think they should have done it that way. But I agree that there may be a purpose that we're over there for that is a good thing that we're trying to serve. There might be, right? I'm okay with that as well.
Do you think that killing kids for that purpose is okay?
I wouldn't say it's okay. No, that's why I said it's important what forum you're talking about. If you're talking about me and you, whether we're having a conversation and I think it's okay, no. But I can understand that in that situation where they're at, if a child has died and they have to make the best of it, they're going to move forward. Like we're going to continue moving forward, even though those kids died. I still support that we do need to be doing something over there at the moment, not exactly what we're doing. You see the difference? You understand how the differentiation I'm making here?
The bombing of schools?
Yeah, I can condemn the bombing of schools. You should never bomb a school. You should definitely condemn that shit. You should shame it.
Can you condemn the bombing of hospitals?
Yeah, if somebody's directly targeting a school or a hospital to bomb it, yeah, you should condemn that. Yes.
So these are two things that America has done since the start of the current war with Iran.
Not to the best of my knowledge. To the best of my knowledge, we have not specifically targeted a school or specifically targeted a
that's
medical
not what
facility. We may have targeted a person that was near one or something like that.
And we
That's
bombed
possible.
Schools. We bombed hospitals and we bombed schools. Can you condemn the bombing of hospitals and schools by America?
Yeah, when you intend to bomb a school, yeah, I can condemn that.
No, you're adding more to it. Can you
here's what I'm telling you is the exact answer. If their intent was to bomb the school, yes, we should condemn that. Do you hear it? You hear the answer?
If that was not their intent, it doesn't matter. Can you condemn the bombing of schools and hospitals in Iran by America? Right now, yes or no?
You can condemn if someone has targeted a school or a hospital. Yes, you can condemn them.
You're adding more words that don't actually fucking matter. Bombing hospitals and schools is wrong. America has done this at least 7 times now in Iran.
America has intentionally bombed schools and hospitals.
No. America has bombed at least 7 times schools and hospitals in Iran.
Right.
Do you condemn this action by the American military?
I condemn people intentionally bombing schools and
No,
hospitals.
that's not what I asked. What I asked was very simple. Can you condemn people that have bombed schools and hospitals, American military members who have bombed schools and hospitals since the start of this war?
Yeah, if you intended to do that, then you should be held accountable for it.
Can you condemn people who bombed schools and hospitals since the start of this war? There's nothing that needs to be.
How is this not like I don't understand how this is not making sense to you? What my answer is?
No, you're
like
adding,
how many times do you need me to say it? How many different ways do you need me to say it for you to understand the same fucking answer is the same fucking answer? It's the same fucking answer.
You're continuously adding, tried to, intended to, blah blah blah. It doesn't matter. Whether or not they intended
no.
It
does matter. The intention does matter.
The action.
See, that's the problem. The intention does matter.
Nonetheless, of the intention.
Yeah, the intention does matter.
No. The action itself should be condemned.
No, the intention definitely matters.
Whether or not it was intentional. I think that whether or not
the act doesn't. The act doesn't decide if it's.
No.
Now you can have certain laws
whether
for
or not that was intentional. That should be condemned.
But you're talking. Okay. I see where you're trying to go with this. Is in a different direction than what we're actually talking about. It seems because you're talking about like differentials in like how the law works and like percentages and evidence and all that. Like what is it? Where are you?
Law at all?
Like I still don't understand why you aren't understanding. Intent is paramount.
I'm telling you right now, whether or not it was intentional that a school was bombed, that act should be condemned. You are refusing to condemn that. And that's
No, I'm not.
weird.
I'm literally not refusing
Okay.
to condemn a school getting. I literally just told you if they intended to bomb that, then they.
You added words, so I will ask you again. Do you think?
I didn't add words. I'm saying the same shit I've been saying, dude. If they intended to bomb it, then they should be. The problem is you're not understanding. Maybe you're not understanding. And I'm answering your fucking stupid question.
No,
all right,
I'm done.
If they saw that there was a school next to a munitions depot and they blew up the munitions depot knowing it would kill a school, then they should be held accountable for that.
Schools. Do you condemn the bombing of schools by the American military? Yes or no?
I have already answered this question. You don't like my answer, and that's fine. You don't have to.
Yes or no? It should be easy. Yes or no? Do you condemn the bombing of schools by the American military? Yes or no?
I've already answered this question the way that I'm going to answer it.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is that when you answer it, you add a bunch of words like intention and all that bullshit. When
That's
at the
not
end
a
of the
single
day,
word is not a bunch of words. You're being ridiculous.
Even if
But the single
it
word
was not
matters the most.
No, you're being retarded.
No,
Even if
the single word does matter the most. The intent of things you do
would you
matters
like me to
a
say
lot.
my statement to you or not? Which one? What do you want? Here.
I mean, you keep
Because
talking
at
shit
the
and
end of
being a
the day-
dumbass, dude. But you're
At the
still
end of
not.
the
You're
day,
still not understanding.
Even if we accepted the premise that it was not intentional, either way, it should be condemned. Yet you have a problem with doing so. You
No, I don't.
feel the need to, when I ask you this question, you say, if it's intentional, then yes, I condemn that. But it doesn't matter if it's intentional. Either way, the bombing of a school is bad. There is no scenario in which the bombing of a school full of fucking school children is good. There is no scenario.
It does
in
matter
which
whether
the
it's intentional
proper
or
way to
not.
act. No. It sure it matters in the sense that we put blame on somebody, but either way, whether it is intentional or not, it is condemnable because we should not be targeting school children. We should not be bombing school children.
Yeah, I never
So
said we
whether or
should.
not, right? But you have a refusal. You're refusing to actually condemn this act. The act.
I told
of
you. I
bombing
was very
little
clear.
children,
I don't refuse to condemn the act.
No,
I said
you
I
refuse to
do
condemn the
condemn.
act
If you know
by itself.
if you
You
know that you're
condemn
going to be
the act
bombing something and there's a school there and the school's going to get taken out by the same fucking bomb and you bomb it,
Yeah,
you
you're
should be condemned
proving
for
my
that.
point.
Yes, I do
You're-
believe I
you're
have
proving
already
my
fucking
point.
explained it. Like,
You're proving my point right now.
if you know that it's there and you bomb it anyway, then you intended to hit it too. You knew it was going to get hit.
That's great. You and I both agree on that. What I'm saying is that if you didn't know,
What the fuck
right,
are you
let's say
trying to
that-
get at then?
What
Bro,
I'm
do
trying
you
to get
understand
at-
you've been caveating the condemnation this entire time?
Maybe I'm not understanding what he's trying to get at, Lethe. I don't know. If you can explain it a different way and I can understand, maybe I can give him the answer he's
So,
looking for or
Let's
whatever.
say they accidentally bombed the school. The school still got bombed. You can condemn the action while saying, for whatever reason, yeah, I condemn they bombed the school and that kids had to die. I think they should have had better intelligence. There's other caveats you could give, but you could very easily just condemn bombing a school.
Yeah. Yeah, bombing a school
Right, so
itself
why
is
have
a
you
condemnable
refused to do
thing.
that?
Yeah. I don't understand.
I've
And
asked you basically.
Is it
word
like a
for word,
differentiation
what
between
Leith said.
is the differentiation between condemnation like what he's saying is I should be condemning a person for doing this or condemning a group or something like that for doing this versus the action that happened?
What I am saying is that if a school gets bombed, that is condemnable and it should be condemned. You consistently, every time I have asked, have said, well, yeah, if it's intentional, it should be condemned. Whereas my take is, no matter what, whether it's intentional or not, it should be condemned. And you have yet to condemn. Just
yeah,
blanket.
because I have an understanding of the gray area that represents the rest of the spectrum of that answer. And the fact is that
So you don't.
hold
you
on.
don't condemn
Let me
the
explain my
at all.
answer, and you'll understand it. All right.
I understand enough.
Yeah,
but
yeah. You understand just black and white, it seems. And I'm trying to explain to you that there is this other gray area over there where, like, all right, so somebody thought they were hand grenading a dude in front of them, and there was someone around the corner they didn't even fucking know existed, and that person dies too, right? And I think it's a horrible thing that should happen, but I'm not going to condemn that person who thought they were taking out just their enemy.
Why not?
For doing the action, right? I'm not going to condemn them for her dying, because in their intent was not to hurt her; it was to stop him. She, like, they didn't even know she was there.
If somebody robs a bank, we should bomb the entire block.
If what?
If somebody robs a bank, do you think we should bomb the entire block that they are on?
How would doing two horrible things make one horrible thing better or possible?
Yes or no? It's yes or no question.
That's fucking crazy, dude. Why would you do that? Why would you?
I agree. That's fucking crazy.
That's basically what you're advocating for.
Why would you?
There is. Wait. Do you think if there is a school shooter, we should bomb the entire school campus?
That doesn't even make sense. That is a different.
Right.
That is a different hypothetical that
You're
you've created.
Correct now. Oh my god, you used your fucking brain for once, you goddamn retard.
Holy shit, dude! You're a fuck. Look, I'm gonna tell you, like, I like arguing with most people, like being able to get into stuff and debate with people, but you're a fucking asshole. And
that's fine.
I mean, if you want to keep being an asshole, that's up to you. But I think I'm done talking to you now. You have a good one.
That's fine. You lost. That's fine.
Fucking Gorp.
Holy
you just couldn't
shit,
help
dude.
yourself.
Dude,
you ran it down every line you possibly could to try to say, like, hey, if somebody commits an action that harms others when that was not their intention, can you condemn the action as being what it is? And he refused and would caveat it every time. And it's like, I'm answering your question. You didn't answer shit. Just letting you know for the record, you didn't answer shit. Let me ask it again. 20 times.
Like, I feel bad that he felt he was forced to leave, but also, holy shit, dude! Like, my argument was not complicated. It was.
That's why I couldn't stop laughing, and I was just literally like, "Fuck!" in my head, like, "What aren't you getting about this?" Like, if somebody wants to do, like, you had to break it down to the basis of terms. Hey, if somebody robs a bank and we know where they live, should we just bomb the whole block and hope we get the guy? Would you condemn that? Like, it's pretty common sense that, hey, bombing the whole block ain't the fucking answer.
Yeah, no, agreed. That was I will say, I don't think that I've had a debate as weird as that one.
But that was a ascended centrist. That was an enlightened centrist you were dealing with. You seeing the gray areas you didn't see.
He was so good faith at points. And then, ask him to condemn killing kids and he can't do it.
I'm just wondering, have you ever had your mind read so many times in one evening? To where he knows your positions better than you do, and he can see your bias in your brain.
I don't think he knew my positions better than I did. Because I don't think he had two brain cells to click together to make an argument.
But he says he did, and we have to believe him.
That's facts. It's like, Trump. It is what it is. You can't argue it. No, that was fucking weird. That I don't even know, dude.
You tried, and that was literally like pulling teeth 9 times out of 10 for most of those questions.
Yeah, but you know what? I stayed until the end. I am not the one that rage quit. He did. Because he's stupid.
Well, he said he was going to bed
Um,
anyway, so I expected him to leave sooner, but for some reason, he felt like he was answering the question when he literally was just like,
Not.
hey, they shouldn't have done it, but, you know, I'm going to trust that. No, it doesn't work that fucking way. Yeah, no, there is no Lethe Gorps bromance. It's just a moment
There's
of
no bromance. I
shared
fucking hate this
pain.
guy.
Yeah, Gorps was an asshole the whole time, and I was trolling him in his own chat. But finally, Gorps did the Gorps thing, and for once, I can appreciate it. It was earned.
I will say, we are here together. Are you going to be here for long, or are you heading out?
I should probably go to bed, but what do you got on the table at the moment?
Well, I figured we can find a topic and just go at it a little bit respectfully, of course.
Oh, you've been itching at this. Okay, fine. Do your thing.
Well, the problem is I don't know the topic. I don't know what your takes are on most things.
Yeah, I do that for a reason.
Yeah, stop that, bitch.
Yeah, no, fuck that. That's why I'm a panel host. I started debating.
Yeah, but
and now I have to give positions.
In this sense, you're on my stream. We're just shooting the shit. What are your how about this? What political opinion do you have that you hold the strongest?
Reagan is the devil, Thatcher is the devil.
Okay, next one.
I mean, that's the core of everything that I believe in, so.
How do you feel? I, as a Seattleite, right?
Mm-hmm.
I went through some shit about 6 years ago. How do you feel about Chaz/Chop? Do you have any opinion on that?
Oh, my opinion on it was stupid and it was destined for failure because of the lack of
Damn it, dude.
oversight. Like, why would you do this? It literally gave ammunition to the worst of politics that should never have happened and was just like, this is why communism is bad. Like, it was.
Well, it's not even that. It killed people. Like, there are Seattleites dead because Chaz happened.
Yeah.
And that actually, by the way, the last lawsuit in regards to that, I think the last lawsuit, just finalized, and the family got a payout, which is good.
Wow.
They deserve it.
I'm kind of happy for that, though. At least there was a reasonable resolution.
Well, yeah, the reasonable resolution is millions of dollars to this family out of the Seattle taxpayer dollar because we didn't do our fucking job. We being the city of Seattle.
Yeah, true. Like, literally, just let it happen. Fuck. Oh, it'll burn itself out. Don't you worry about it.
At one point, they tried to fix it and then just gave up. And they said, okay, that's fine. It's stupid.
Yeah, Kyle's right. The only thing I will passionately debate is religion, and I think Gorps agrees with me on that too, to a strong degree.
I can actually steel man any religion debate. I have my own take. However, we could do a religion debate right now.
If you want to do it.
Why not? Why not? For the content, come on. So, let's bring this back, actually.
Well, I have a debate on Monday with Teriak that no atheist or moral relativist should hold a position in government.
Would you rather debate that or debate the Islam versus Christian, basically supremacist idea?
I mean, I could debate both. I could debate both. If you wanted to go on the Christian versus Islam thing, I don't really have a strong choice between the two because I think they're both virtually the same thing. And it comes down to what each religion ignores within its basic tenets. And that's how they're able to function without getting 5 stars in GTA. So if each religion was doing things according to what their manuals state, even though there may be some good outcomes along the way, there's no way crimes wouldn't get you 5 stars real quick.
How about this? Which manual is better? The Bible or the Quran? I have my own take, and I've made my own take clear publicly.
I think they are both almost equally dog shit. I'd say the Quran is slightly better because the tenets of the Quran, the base tenets, show like you give charity, you be truthful. Like, it's not 10 commandments. It's literally like the tenets of the core, even though the doctrine that goes around the core is bullshit. So I would kind of lead with Islam on that one. And I could actually even say that in the Black community, Black Muslims did better for the community than Christianity ever did for the Black community. As much as I hate to admit it.
As a white guy, I cannot nod and agree, but either way, I nod and agree.
It's fucking irritating. So I will definitely go after Christianity before I go after Islam, but Islam is like hot on its heels. And I think it's probably because it's a slightly younger religion, so they had some time to see like, hey, some of this shit is fucked. Maybe we don't add this.
Well, I don't think, especially Shia Islam, I don't think that they gave a fuck about that shit. They were like, fuck you. No.
And
we're just going to be assholes.
If we want to talk about Christian extremists, like, it's still been going on up into the 70s, 80s, and 90s in America where you get extremist Christians.
Bro, literally, like last year, there was an attack on I want to say hydrochemical plant on the East Coast. That was a domestic extremist attack by Christian nationalists. It did not get the coverage of what it was, but that's what it was.
God damn it. What can we thoroughly disagree on? Beyond the political thing that we got into yesterday that we are tabling for a future conversation of equity versus...
What's your hottest take?
My hottest take? Ooh. That all comes down to pop culture shit. Like, underground hip hop and punk is...
honest political take.
Honest political take? Ooh.
If you don't have one, I have one. I actually think I can steal, man.
Go ahead.
Trump is good for America and is necessary for America.
All right, let's do it. So,
I think that I'll give a very quick opening, but I think that America needed Trump. I think not in a political way, but in a way that Trump exposed the flaws of our system. And he is currently executing on those flaws. However, if it was not Trump, it would have been someone worse. So Trump himself, being this figure, is good for America.
I holistically disagree, but I will say that it is somewhat good that something exposed the flaws in the American system. But I don't think Trump doing what he's done, being that the guardrails of America don't enforce what's in place that would have stopped him from doing it, is the correct way it should have been done.
Well, I think that's the point, though. The point is that the guardrails did not stop him. The guardrails exist, but realistically, in name only.
Well, it's
I
in the
think that
same way
they.
that laws only exist for the poor. That's what we're dealing with here. So we're seeing the lack of decorum that usually was within politics get flushed down the toilet by one
When
person.
the former decorum of politics was just simply saying, yes, we should bomb kids. Like, I'm not even kidding. This was the decorum that existed.
That's not what I'm speaking to of the decorum. Like, yeah, I'm
There's
gonna
no
say
decorum
American
doesn't exist.
I'm saying amongst
That's
politicians.
correct.
I'm saying amongst politicians, not like in American policy or American actions. I'm saying when politicians deal with other politicians, it's the WWE. So they're heels and whatever, like in the ring, but backstage, they're all eating steak and potatoes together and everything's cool. So this dude showed up and shit on everything. And literally, the decorum that most politicians thought existed within their politics world got flushed down the toilet because when it comes down to it, the laws aren't going to be exercised. Impeachment's not
I
going to
agree.
happen.
And I think you're arguing my point.
This is where I agree with you, but I don't think Trump is good for this. I think the American people and politicians should have been held to task a long time ago, and Trump is a symptom of us not doing these things. So we didn't necessarily need a Trump to get this done, but unfortunately, we don't address cancer until it's in stage 3.
I think that you're right in the sense that this is a cancer on American political society. I think that the problem is that without Trump and without the political force that he has brought, this would have never been rectified, and now it's at the very least being talked about.
And this is
so the options are the options end up being that nobody talks about it, it exists, and we move the fuck on, or Trump exists and he creates so many fucking problems. However, he shines a light on where the actual issue is, and we address that for future politicians and generations.
So I would like to agree with you on this, but we just had a dude in here that was willing to literally justify anything. So there's a portion of America that no matter what happens, they're going to find some way to justify it. So it comes down to the people that have some moral compass in their head to give an outcry for things like this. But there's always going to be some faction in America. And the best way I could put this to you would be when Bush was doing the bullshit he was doing during the war in Afghanistan and the shit that he did in
Yeah,
Iraq.
I wasn't born. I don't care.
Well, I'm going to just go ahead and fill you in. We didn't have a media situation like what Fox News became under Bush. And you're seeing in a more extreme version of it in the Trump administration, but they started doing it under Bush because Bush was so head ass that there was no coverage that was going to be favorable to him. So Fox News started doing favorable coverage for Trump, and then they transitioned into unfavorable coverage for Obama to the point where they're arguing over what color suit he wears and making pieces about what kind of mustard he puts on his hot dog. Like, this is
very important.
This is something that did not
The
exist.
mustard brand is very important.
I mean, he's showing that he's so far above us by using the fancy Dijon mustard. How un-American really is he?
I use Dijon, bitch. I'm paycheck to paycheck, and I have the standards to use Dijon mustard.
Well,
Okay.
that's too fucking hoity-toity for Fox News, even though all of them are rich as fuck and probably are eating caviar off of their eggs in the morning, but they're going to admonish Obama for putting Dijon mustard on a fucking hot dog. So this is the level of coverage we started getting. So once you started getting media coverage like what Fox News did for Bush and then for Trump, that faction of people are going to be what holds together the bullshit. And then now we have OAN and other news sources. So I don't think having Trump fixes the problem. I think we need to have, what would it be? Better laws. Well, I would say even for Fox News, like the fact that they got sued for the voter fraud stuff, I think that was a step in the right direction. But we need more things like that to penalize media sources for purposely putting out bad information.
So this leaves me with two ways to attack you, both of which are very valid. But I will start. The first way is, you're right about everything you're saying about the media, and about everything that you're saying about how the government works with the media.
And what's wrong with my conclusion?
The answer is that Trump breaks all of this. Is that Trump breaks this, and the best way to say it is that when we're talking about like interviews and shit, Trump breaks that shit. He does whatever the fuck he wants. Trump himself is not bought off, and he is one of, if not the only, politicians that is not bought off. He says what he thinks. What he thinks is fucking retarded, by the way. But he says what he thinks, and he's not bought off. Whereas the rest of these politicians are bought off and are speaking the lines of their donors.
Do you really believe he's not bought off? Or at least
Yes.
bribed?
I will actually go to the grave. Yes, I don't believe he's bought off.
Well, okay, so let me get to
I
this
fucking
idea.
hate he's not bought off.
I want to get to this idea of bought off. So if he is depending on Trump coin and other sources of income,
He's corrupt. He's not bought off.
but isn't he going to do whatever it is the people that buy influence bought the influence for?
So can I explain what I mean by bought off?
Well, I would think that would be the outcome of him doing what the people that have gotten in his ear have done.
I think he's in the presidency and he's using the presidency for his own gain. When I'm talking about bought off, what I'm meaning is influence from lobbies, largely. Right? I think the majority of Congress is bought off by the AIPAC lobby. I don't think that he has the ability to be bought off by these lobbies because he already has too much money that no matter what they offer, it doesn't matter. It's actually pretty much the only benefit of having a billionaire in office. Is that who gives a fuck? If they say 10,000, 20,000, a million, who cares? Why the fuck would he care about that amount of money?
So I just
in
hit the
that
AIPAC
sense,
tracker. I just hit the AIPAC tracker. Latest
Mm-hmm.
analysis uncovered 230 million in spending by pro-Israel interest groups benefiting Donald Trump since 2020, which is a minor
Well,
amount of
benefiting
money.
Donald Trump, but how much to Trump? That's what I'm talking about.
Well, can we ever really know?
Because I know 80 billion was spent on a Washington State representative, right? So is that amount of billions straight to him? Is that to people who support him? And either way, even if it was direct to him, why the fuck would that change his mind? A billionaire. Why the fuck would it change his mind?
Doesn't
Just
come
just like
off to
on a
me.
human level, because as much as he's a bitch, he is a human. And why would that affect his decision making?
I can somewhat vibe with the idea that he's maybe not in the pocket of a specific lobby, but I think the fact that he has a level of influence placed on him by certain groupings, and I would say he's definitely beholden to certain groups.
I don't
That
think so.
seems like bought off to me. You don't think so?
I don't think he's beholden. I think there are groups that have funded him that he believes in, which I see as different than beholden, because I think that he believes in the cause.
Do you think
Whether or
Donald
not I
Trump?
do is kind of irrelevant, but
Well,
he believes in that.
well, I have to ask, do you think Trump is anti-abortion?
Um, I think that now he is. I don't think he has always been, as he has shown himself. Um, but people change their minds. I think he is stupid. I think that he is very easily persuadable. And I think today he is anti-abortion. But I think, 10 years ago, he was not.
I'm going to be real with you. I don't think he's anti-abortion. I don't think he holds the same values as the anti-abortion lobby. I think he may buy into some of the birth rate replacement
Have
tropes.
I have a question. And this, answer it how you will, because I'm not trying to expose you. I don't think it is. But do you have family members who, when Trump was first elected in 2016, did not like Trump, that now like Trump?
No.
Okay, I do. And those people have changed their opinions stupidly, but they have changed their opinions to match what Trump's persuasion has been. And in the same way that they could change their opinions, I believe that Trump can change his opinions.
Well, you're speaking to
Because
the
these are
concept.
older individuals that are very stubborn, that are very set in their ways. Yet they can still change their opinions. And I don't see why holding Trump to a different standard than that is realistic.
I'm not saying Trump can't change his opinion. I'm very willing to say he's probably changed his opinions on a few things, because back in the day, and this may have been before you were born, Trump used to have a vlog, and he used to share his opinions on this vlog, which is very difficult to find now. So a lot of his opinions have changed. I don't think this is one of them. And there's nothing that I've seen as to a transformation or difference.
What makes you think that this is different?
I'm saying there's no information to give me reason to be convinced that he's been convinced a different way.
Well, I also could say that there's no information to convince me that Trump is now pro-war with Iran, when in previous times he has been against it. However, we look at the situation today and we're at war with Iran. I think that this is a categorical showing that he can and will change his opinions. And I don't get why you think this is different.
Well, no. So what you just said basically made my point for me, and as much as I hate to say it that way. The idea that he's not convinced that we need to attack Iran, but something forced his hand to attack Iran. I don't think he wants to attack Iran. So
he's been very adamant about this. He has been since before the war started that he wants to do so. I think that if he was being coerced into doing so, he wouldn't have made all of these statements saying that effectively he wants to attack Iran. I think this is something that he believes. He's wrong, of course, and it's detrimental to American society, but he believes it.
Well, okay, so I'm not going to say it's necessarily a certain group that is causing him to say, hey, we're going to attack Iran. It could be some pressure.
You're playing the safe route. Who is pressuring?
It could be the Epstein files in itself. It could be his poor ratings. It could be the economy and the tariffs going wrong. There are multiple things that could be pressuring him. But there could also be there really could be this one group. No, I'm not going to act like Netanyahu doesn't have an extremely right wing or fundamentalist group in his cabinet that are pressuring, Israel to do shit to Iran. I don't even know that Bibi wants to do this, so I'm not blaming.
Oh, he does. He's a slut for the shit, dude.
I don't know, because that's not what I saw his policy to be before he ended up having to cozy up to the far right wing in his country. But I could stand corrected. I could get some information, because there's a lot of I don't know about Israeli politics. But all the same, I'm not putting it on the people of Israel. I'm not doing any of that. It's literally the government and the assholes in that cabinet that are trying to get this shit done. And the will of whoever is in the diaspora or whatever of Israel has no say in whether or not the government does the shit that they're doing. So it could be those assholes. I don't think it's just.
So I feel like this goes back to the original point, which is I believe that Trump wants to do these things. Could he be influenced by a foreign country such as, piss real?
That wasn't even safe. That's in no way safe.
This is possible. However, I think above any obligations to piss real, I think that Trump himself believes in the project that is Israel. If he did not, he would not have moved the embassy to Jerusalem. He would not have named a settlement in the Golan Heights, the illegally occupied Golan Heights, as Trumpites. I think that this is all showings that he ideologically believes in the movement. And that's why I believe that this is him, not like some outside power controlling him.
Okay, so from what I've seen of Trump's character and the small bit of time I've been on this planet, I know he has an ego and he's petty.
You've been on this planet for quite a while.
Oh,
you're like
you ain't
pretty
even
old
lying.
and bald.
Very
like
bald. So as you sip on that juice box you've got, I'm going to lay out for you why the opportunistic nature and pure shamelessness of Trump is one of the key factors in his being. So the idea that he can get a W from thinking or making it look like he solved the problem in the Middle East and having areas in the Middle East named after him is all pure ego shit for him. That's why he wants the peace prize. He doesn't want to bring peace.
Is create problems. That's the point here. Is that it's not that him doing these things creates peace in the Middle East or anything like that. It creates problems. And he knows that. I don't think that he's dumb enough to not know that.
I don't think he cares. As long as he doesn't have to fix it.
He does, though. He thought that he was going to win the 2020 election. He did not. He won the 2024 election. But why would he create these problems that inevitably he would need to fix if he thought they were a problem? Why would he create these problems that he would need to fix and just choose not to address them?
Crazy as it is, and this is a hot take from me,
You're gonna say something crazy right now.
I don't think
stupid.
he wanted to win that election.
You're stupid.
I think once the election got close, I want to say within a year and a half.
Okay, actually, separate from this topic. Why do you think he wouldn't have wanted to win that?
Because he didn't want the responsibility of what came with what he did the administration before. But he came into
why would he have run again?
For the money. He can campaign. He can keep doing what he's doing. So he expected to lose so he could continue to run a campaign.
The answer is he either wanted it or he didn't. Your first answer is that he didn't want it because he didn't want to deal with the bullshit, which is understandable. But the second answer, which is the reality, is that he ran again. He ran notwithstanding an assassination attempt.
The assassination
and he
attempt
chose
was
to
after he
stick
chose
with
to
it.
run.
He could have dropped out. He could have chosen to say, fuck this, I'm done.
No, I'm
but
saying
he didn't.
Before he lost the election, he didn't want to win. And then he got into massive legal trouble. Some things worked out to where he got immunity. So
right.
So then he ran again because at that
But
point
that's the point. That disproves your point.
No, it doesn't. I'll get to that.
If he didn't want to win that, that's fair. That's fine. I can accept that he didn't want to win the 2020 election.
So for the 2024, he ran because the problems were already fixed. And based
Nothing
on
was fixed. Nothing changed.
No, many things were fixed. What are you talking about?
What?
So
in regards to his election,
in regards
what
to
changed?
Biden's administration, it fixed most of the economical problems that we were facing, even though they said, there's so much inflation, everybody's losing money. We had massive jobs growth. We had all the immigration stuff going on.
Right now, we have gas prices the same level as under 2022 Biden. Like these are the same.
It was on its way down. So we were dealing with the spike once things started to balance out, which they did, I want to say, by his third year, fourth year. Because for the first 2 years, I didn't have very high expectations. Clearly by his fourth year. But I want to say by the third year, we already were seeing better conditions. Like by the third quarter of the third year, I want to say we were seeing results from the policies that were put forward. Trump, of course, is going to run.
It's like inflation induction. We'll see, like that.
Yeah, because the line of the Republican Party is literally, hey, do you see all the problems this Democrat presidency has got you? Which literally was stemming from his previous administration, and ignored all the steps that were taken to recover, seeing that we were, out of all the G7 countries, doing better in recovery than any other country. But it's a shit show here.
I think that having a standard that we are doing better than these other countries is a little bit retarded. Just on the basis that we are America, we are pretty much the strongest economy in the world. We should be doing better than the rest of them. I think that acting as if that standard is like what we should be hitting is bullshit. Like, that's the bare minimum, but we should be doing more.
Yeah, I always would like more, but we constantly are in some form of deficit in regards to what can be done in
We
this
don't have to
country.
be. We don't have to be.
No, I agree we don't have to be. And that's the idealism that I used to have when I thought I could have been a socialist and I could have actually been arguing for, hey, why can't we just make sure everybody has a house? Hey, why can't we make sure everybody has healthcare? Well,
we can.
Unfortunately,
by the way, I refuse
can,
to let you be black-pilled. We can. The problem is that we continue to fund our military to exorbitant levels, and that is the entire reason that we can't have any of these nice things.
I don't think that's necessarily the issue. I think it's the lobbies for big pharma, for the same reason why a lot of people agree with who's that big bushy eyebrow dude?
A complete separate level of disagreement to where you're just retarded.
I know you would like to say so, but I don't think the military industrial complex doesn't account for a great deal of the prosperity in America. So this is like our contention from our debate today. I don't like
so here's what I think. What I think is that we could put all of this money that we spend on foreign military assets specifically, and we could put those towards the American people, and we, as the American people, would have amazing lives. Mind you, we have over 750 foreign military bases or outposts. If we could shutter all of those, all of that money could go to the American people, and we would be living the goddamn high life.
Well, that's the problem.
And that specifically is what I advocate for.
If we were any other country, that would be the case. But because we do the world police thing and we have all these bases,
we don't need to.
Who
the fuck says we need to?
Because who the fuck else can you trust to do it?
Why do you need somebody to do it?
Because it needs to get done, and when it doesn't get done, we end up in a state of.
Does it?
We end up in a state of chaos, and we've seen.
Does it?
Apparently,
really
it does.
Have we? Where?
Excuse me?
You operate under the assumption that we must.
So when the situation was happening with the Houthis, wasn't it, hey, America, do something? And the fact that we didn't.
The problem with the Houthis is the fact that the Saudis are funding one side of this war, of this civil war. But that does not change the fact that, first of all, for the American people, we don't need to be involved in that. And second of all, on the Houthi front, or on the Yemeni front, why the fuck are we involved? Dude, there's no reason
No.
for us to be involved.
I can cop to a lot of things that America probably never needed to be involved with. That is some money that could have stayed with the American people, even though it probably still wouldn't have. It'd have gone to some government project, and yeah, I'm cool with some of these projects, but most no. I don't think it's an absolute that the money would go back to the people, and I also think that some of it is necessary. So for the dumb shit that we do, we're gonna have like probably 3 to 4 head-ass plays versus 6 good plays.
But what I'm asking is, why the fuck do we need to be there? Which is something you have not given.
Well, for
why the fuck do we need to be involved?
For that instance, I can agree with you. Same thing with the Iran thing.
So for the Houthi instance, you agree we don't need to be involved.
Oh, so
right?
That's the Yemeni thing you're talking about?
Yes, the Houthis.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the reason why I say America probably should have and would have under other administrations got involved sooner is because it affects global trade. This is the whole deal that America deals with. You're saying it didn't affect global trade?
It affects global trade, but not in a way that is more important than, for example, the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz is far worse than what was happening with the Houthis, and this also needs to be fixed.
That's what I mean. What I mean is that these things are important. I'm not saying that they aren't. What I'm saying is that why the fuck would we get involved with the Yemeni Houthis bullshit when the Strait of Hormuz is in and of itself at risk? I don't give a fuck about this other issue. That's fine. That's happening. That's fine. I don't care.
Yeah,
what I care about. What I care about is the Strait of Hormuz. Is the ability to actually transport oil. The rest of this shit doesn't matter, but we choose to involve ourselves. And that's what I am against.
I agree that it
Just
mattered on
real-
a smaller scale. Go ahead, Energy.
Just real. I'm gonna go to bed soon. What? How much longer are you guys gonna go?
I don't
For?
know. We're just talking.
We didn't put a time limit on this. I thought you had something you wanted to add to the conversation.
Thought you had something important, but as per usual, you do not.
Well, I do have something to add, which is that I think basically if we want to have healthy oil market, you want to get rid of countries which promote geopolitical instability, and the theocratic government of Iran promotes geopolitical instability.
It only promotes instability insofar as America threatens their stability. So it, in and of itself, does not produce geopolitical instability. It is their response to American actions that does. And at that point, I say it is the fault of America.
So you good, Energy?
I, I kind of want to go to bed, to be honest.
Okay,
By all
go to
means,
bed.
go to bed. Rest well.
If you guys are just a little bit longer, then I'll stay.
For what?
I'm so shook.
For what? Then you'll stay?
Well, because I mean, if you guys are just gonna stay for a little bit longer, I might as well listen to your final arguments.
I mean, you can listen all you want. At the end of the day, I am always right, and Lethe is always retarded. But
So, to the point, and this is like I wanted to be exact about this. The Houthis fired ballistic missiles at 3 commercial ships in the Red Sea: the Unity Explorer, which was British owned, Number 9, which is British owned, and a Japanese ship that was a bulk carrier.
I think each of which the Houthis had a right to do.
I don't think they have a right to do that because it's involving individuals that aren't involved in the conflict. If they want to attack strategic facilities or anything else, but I think this is an act of aggression against literally companies that have done nothing to them, as far as I know.
So the reason that I find it fine for them to do so is because there are only so many channels that the Houthis have access to try to like push back. And this is the economic channel is basically the only one that they have to do so. So I'm not saying it's necessarily right for them to fire against these ships, but what I am saying is that it is the only channel that we have left available for them to push back, in which case I think it's valid.
So I would say, if that's the case, which I don't agree that this is the only option that they have, there are military bases or other infrastructure that
Wait, can
involves
I?
America. Go ahead.
What are the other options?
So I can do a quick Google search, and because I haven't thought about what their other options are, because that's not really on me. I just don't agree with the option they chose. So let me get out of my feelings on that and go ahead and take a quick look. So what do we have in Yemen? We had an embassy that they breached in 2021. That was a good move.
Yeah.
We have
There is nothing in Yemen proper that they could target that would be
it's
like
looking like there's nothing. Holy shit.
yeah. But this is what I mean is that do I think it's right necessarily to target like shipping vessels? No. However, we have put the constraints on Yemenis and which means at the end of the day, Houthis, we have put the constraints on them to the point where this is the only thing that they can target to try to fight back. And I do think that they have a right to fight back. And that's where this stems to, is that, do I want them targeting US oil carriers? No, I don't. But also, they have a right to target something.
Where do rights come from?
Violence.
I think
Allah.
rights come from God. But
Yeah, Allah. So you believe in Allah too?
yes, but yeah, I guess if that's what
Yeah, there
God
we go.
means.
Right, rights come from the same place. No, but if I'm being frank with you, rights come from the idea that people should be able to do whatever the fuck they want, so long as they're not harming somebody else.
And where do you get that meta ethical justification from?
Libertarianism.
And where do you ethically justify libertarianism?
I don't need to justify it. I'm saying this is something I believe in.
I know, but
And I
what
think that there is no negative to be proven from this.
But
Whereas there
why?
is a negative to be proven from Catholicism, from Judaism, from Islamism. This is
Why?
something that does not actually have that negative.
Why do you believe so? Like,
Why do I
what if?
believe it? Because it's correct.
How do you know it's correct?
Because I know that I'm not gonna fucking punch Lethe in the face. And if I were to do so, I know that he would have the right to punch me back in the face, and he would probably do better.
I think the argument I'm making is that you're not providing a meta ethical argument for these things.
Yeah, my argument is I don't give a fuck, dude. I already made this earlier today. I don't give a flying fuck. And I'm sorry, you can fucking cry that I'm not arguing your fucking bullshit. I don't care, dude. And at this point, I don't know if Lethe is live.
I'm so live.
At this point, yeah. But at this point, I'm live. It's my goddamn stream. Fuck you. I don't care. I'm not covering your bullshit topics on my stream.
I want to say energy. My question to all that would be, is there any demonstration that there is anything that would actually ground these axioms?
So one can argue for what you should do rational moral will, right? So in the critique of pure reason, we have Kant laying out the upper forms of intuition categories. I've heard that in the critique of practical reason, he elaborates on this, that there's a universal will, which we should ground ethics in.
Right. So can you demonstrate the universal will?
Unfortunately, I haven't read the critique of practical reason, so I'm not familiar enough with Kantian ethics. I have a projector on it, but I'm a fan
Alright,
of
you're retarded. Time to move on. You don't know what you're talking about.
Just because I have every book out there doesn't mean I'm retarded.
You are. You admitted it. Retarded is the clinical definition for autistic. You admitted it. What do you want from me?
Retarded, I thought
you said you are.
Stupid.
Bitch.
Oh,
I'm not even
retarded.
saying it's bad. I too am fucking retarded in this sense. I'm not saying it's bad. But shut the fuck up.
I thought we're stupid, not sick.
What was that? Can you repeat it, please? I did not hear.
I thought retarded meant stupid, not autistic.
Well, that's fine. That was you being retarded. Bro.
Who made you like this?
Who made me like what?
Not you.
This.
Energy, I want to let you know that I stood up for you when everybody was saying that you were going to bring the team
That you're
down.
stupid.
And I was like, no, I would rather have energy than at least a third of the opposite team. And they said I was wrong. I was not wrong. And the W that we received today is the proof of me not being wrong.
We gotta talk about that. Separate from energy.
So thank you, energy, for being you. Because we got there, buddy.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, Lethe.
Yep.
I forgot.
Well, we were on the fact that, the Houthis had every right to do what they did in that area.
Oh yeah, no, I stand by that. They did.
To which, if they're deemed not to be right by multiple instances of the Western alliances versus what their government says, which their government has nothing to say.
So the way I think about it is, why do the Western governments, which obviously have a side, they're picking a side. Why do they matter? I'm not saying that the Houthis were entirely right. I think most of their actions were not. However, their actions directly in opposition to American aggression, I think, was correct. And I think that they should have done that, and that I wish they were successful in that.
So, as much as I don't think this is about making it an equal sum game, the U.S. does send aid to Yemen. I'm fairly sure, because we send aid to
On and off. On and off. This is the problem, is we keep saying, yes, Houthis are terrorists, and no, they're not. Under Biden, we said, no, they're not terrorists. Specifically so, we could send aid. And then Trump took office, and now they are terrorists. And we can't send aid. And I think that it's a useless definition at that point, when everybody involved recognized these people need help. These people need food, they need medicine, they need water. As I said during the actual debate today, I think that they should have that. But I think that American interventionism, whether it be to stop that or to bomb them or whatever the fuck it be for, is not useful.
In this case,
it's a waste of time at that point.
I still take exception to the fact that they decided to attack non-actors in the situation. They could have.
How are they
military vessels?
How is anybody a non-actor?
I don't believe that basic shipping companies, like, I don't know what's on these vessels. I don't know who it's going to, but the vessels of these shipping companies, I don't believe are bad actors in regards to whatever is going on with the Yemen people.
Well, so I'm gonna give it an analogy, which is a Russian vessel that just recently passed through Hormuz, which is theoretically closed. But it's a Russian vessel that was condemned internationally by there's like an association of sailors or some shit for like the workers on these boats that said this is fucked up. But there was a Russian vessel that passed through the Strait of Hormuz against all other warnings against such. And am I glad they passed through? Yes. However, when Iran gave out the proclamation that it's closed, I think it then would have been valid for Iran to strike this boat. They didn't, but it would have been. In the same way, I think it's valid for for the Houthis to say, no, this portion of the water is closed. If you want to pass through, you can, theoretically, but we might strike you.
Yeah.
And I think putting this out publicly is a valid way of saying you're done.
Well, who owns the Strait of Hormuz?
I mean, nobody, but at the end of the day, Iran.
Iran has jurisdiction
Control
over
over it.
the area.
No, they
the
don't have
Strait of Hormuz.
jurisdiction, but they have control over it.
So in
The
that
same
case,
the same exact thing goes for the Houthis.
technically,
that's what I
it's
mean.
within their right to do whatever the fuck they want in their own country. So if they say nobody passes
It's
through our
international.
waterway,
The Strait of Hormuz is international waters. It is just Iran exerting control over it, in the same way that it is the Houthis exerting control over their waterways.
so I don't think they can do anything about what happens in the Oman area, but in the northern coastline, it's whatever Iran says. So you can
Well,
say
the Strait of
it's
Hormuz is between Oman and Iran.
right.
And this is an area that is not entirely within Iranian waters. However, Iran exerts control over it. I'm not saying whether or not it's right that they control it or not. I don't think that's actually relevant. What I'm saying is that ultimately, in actuality, they control it. And I think they have a right to do so. The same way that the Houthis have a right to do so over their area of the Red Sea.
And I don't believe they gave an order or put out a notice like nothing can pass through here. They just started attacking ships.
No, they did. They put out a notice. It's very public, especially now. To the point that their current notice, if I'm not mistaken, is out, and it's saying if you are an American or allied vessel, you will not get through. If you are separate from those countries, if you are not allied with those countries, you can get through. Russian and Iranian vessels have been getting through consistently. There's a couple other vessels that have gotten through, most of them by trying to sneak through. But
because I would think
it's
commercial
not
vessels
completely closed. It's only completely closed to American traffic for the most part.
So maybe I have some misconceptions and don't if I'm wrong, please correct me. The Houthis are a group of pirates, not necessarily the government at hand. And
The Houthis control half the country, and they govern half the country. They are a rebel force.
So the Houthis are seen as the government?
In my mind, the Houthis are in a similar way to the American people who fought up against the British. They are a revolutionary force, and they are fighting against the government. Yemen has a complicated history. They just got out of a civil war, but really they're still in a civil war. But the Houthis are the governing force for basically all of southern Yemen. Like they control that shit. So are they the government? No, but
Yes,
effectively
so
they're the governing force.
I would think, and this is just a logical inference, I don't know this to be true or not true, if there was a notice that from the government or what's agreed upon as the government of that area, that this area is off limits and anything that comes through here is going to get annihilated. Trust in Allah. Wouldn't commercial vessels like halt shipments and do something else, or just wait it out until there's an agreement, rather than just being like, nah, they're bullshitting, we're gonna just go ahead and pull through?
Well, same thing goes for Strait of Hormuz. Yes, theoretically they should. But a Russian oligarch recently sent 3 ships through the Strait of Hormuz while it was closed.
Yeah, that's fine.
And that's sparked outrage amongst like sailor workers associations.
Did they fire on the
Is
vessel?
because no, but the outrage was because it put them at great risk of it put the workers at great risk of dying. That's why the outrage actually happened.
I mean, honestly, I just see this as Russia trying to reinforce their allyship with Iran. Like, they know that this is supposed to be their ally. They're making a flex move and seeing if their ally is going to capitulate, and they did. So I think if any,
Well, their ally made no move against them. That's the thing.
Yeah,
their ally being Iran. Basically, from the start, there was a couple days where this was different, but basically from the start has said, if you have American bases, you don't pass through. If you don't have American bases, you pass through. Like in the West, when we say the Strait of Hormuz is closed, it's closed to Western traffic.
Yeah, that's my assumption.
It has not been closed to any of these other people.
Yeah, that's my assumption. Like any ally that they have or anyone that they deem is on their side, of course they can probably pass through. So like,
yeah,
what seems to be the issue?
Do you think it's problematic?
Well, of course it's problematic.
And what do you think should be done about that?
I don't think anything should be done about it beyond negotiations and trying to come to some sort of peaceful understanding to stop doing what we're doing to Iran, because of course I don't think it's legitimate. And the fact that they're doing what they're doing kind of is par for the course. So to try to go to war with them or strike the strait is insanity, which we'll probably do it anyway. But
well, yeah, no, we sent Marines in. Marines that are specifically equipped for ground invasion.
I just saw this report.
This is going to expand.
I think it's one of the dumbest things we could possibly do, but hey, we're here.
No, it's really good for getting Trump out of office.
Do you have the same fear?
Because nobody, including fucking MAGA sycophants, nobody supports it.
Do you have the same fear that I have, that JD would be worse if Trump got impeached and he became president?
Yes.
So, like, I'm kind of willing to write out the Trump thing just to make sure no one in his administration becomes president.
I don't think, at this point, I don't think it matters. Because I do agree that JD is worse than Trump, and I have said this time and time again. Because this is the entire reason why I don't think that Trump should be impeached. Because it's worse. I also am increasingly of the opinion that we need something fucking horrendous to be able to fix the course of American policy.
Well, that's the only way you get a rapid change. I don't think a rapid change is healthy.
Part of me thinks that we need somebody like JD.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Not because his policies are good, but because that is the only thing that will like spark the American people to be like, "Holy fuck, we're done. We can't do this again."
Got a bad taste.
Which is it's a horrendous thought, but part of me thinks it's accurate.
You say what I was saying.
What did you have?
You say what I was saying relevant, but you're using terms like horrendous that are meta-ethical terms. So how do you ground these meta-ethical terms?
You're right. Horrendous is a meta-ethical term. You're so right.
Energy, you're killing me, bro.
I'm sorry, I didn't think of it. That's not bad.
A little bit of hyperbole is good for a conversation.
Energy, if you were not pro-genocide, I might actually engage in conversation with you. But you're pro genocide, and I don't do that. So I'm sorry.
I'd rather
I'm
argue
not.
with your politics, Corpse, than deal with any MAGA cultist or like neocon.
Exactly.
Because at least there's
Like,
some semblance of
you
a
and I
solution.
disagree on so much, but we have humanity.
We're
Whereas
both
Panda,
looking for
or sorry,
a good
energy.
outcome.
Exactly. Whereas energy just literally wants every Palestinian fucking slaughtered.
No,
And
I
he's proud
don't.
of it too.
Nope.
I don't believe that about energy.
Or-
Energy's good people.
Yeah. Sorry. Um Sorry, energy. Do you agree with that? That you believe that Palestinians should have a right to live?
Yeah.
You do. You do. So you disagree with the current carpet bombing campaign of Gaza, right?
No.
How do you do that?
Why is that?
Hamas.
Oh, Hamas. You're right. You're right. So any living person could be Hamas. So we have to kill every living person, right?
No. Kill
No.
them individually. Individually.
Oh, individually. So what do you think about the killing of Hind Rajab, the like 7-year-old child who had over 200 bullets fired into her car? Do you think that was fucked up?
Not familiar with it.
Oh,
Energy,
you're not
I want to
familiar with
ask
it.
a more simple question. How long has Hamas been in Iran?
How long has it?
How long?
You said how long what?
You're breaking up. How long has Hamas been in Iran?
Iran?
He's saying that carpet bombing Iran is fine because of Hamas.
No, he's talking about Gaza. He's talking about Gaza.
Okay, so how long has Hamas been in Gaza?
I don't know.
Oh, that's crazy. That seems like a fundamental point that you should know.
So I'm really wondering.
Wait, no, Lethe. I'm sorry, Lethe.
Go ahead.
But so you don't know how long Hamas has been in Gaza. So when should Israel have started its carpet bombing
That was
campaign?
my next question.
I know it's been 2000s, but I don't know the exact year because it's 4:30 in the morning where I'm at.
Oh, well, you're still on the call, so suck it up, fucking princess. So how long do you think it's valid for Israel to have been carpet bombing Gaza? I like what year, for example? You can give a guesstimate, but like what year should Israel have started if they were to continue that carpet bombing to now?
As soon as Hamas launched terrorist attacks against innocent Israelis.
Good take. And just so I can understand your opinion, when was Hamas formed? Like, when was the organization Hamas? When did that become a thing?
I don't remember.
You don't remember, but do you have a guess?
1990s.
Yeah, well, you're wrong. So you're retarded. You think that basically indefinitely Gaza should be carpet bombed. You don't even know when Hamas was formed. Do you know anything? I'm just curious. I'm not even trying to be a dick with that question. Do you know, like, for fact, anything?
I know that general relativity says that gravity is a result of space-time curvature.
Oh, you know gravity, blah blah blah. Anyways, do you know anything relevant to this conflict?
Yeah.
Okay, what?
I know Hamas are bad guys and Israel are good guys.
Yeah, so that's an opinion. I said, do you know anything about this conflict?
I consider that morally objective, so I consider it a fact. That's a fact.
I know that you're mentally retarded because you told us such, but I'm trying very hard to keep my cool when I
Energy?
ask you. Do you know anything about this conflict?
But energy,
I
you
know.
believe in moral objectivity?
Yes.
How the fuck do you ground that?
With genocide.
Honestly, I don't know. I'm not that knowledgeable about
He doesn't
metaphysics.
know.
I'm saying for it to be
Chad.
objective, like no matter what, moral claims are always valid. Yet all of us don't agree on what is moral. How is it objective?
I'm just saying plenty of philosophers believe it's subjective, so why not?
That's
No, we're not
adorable.
asking philosophers.
I'm asking
I'm asking
you.
your opinion.
Uh,
Use your brain, dumbass. If you have one.
It's 30 in the morning where I'm at, and it's really hard to use my brain.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's great.
but
You're in
I
the call.
think I
Fucking
would know
dumbass.
no matter what time of the day whether or not I believe morals are objective or subjective.
Okay, they're objective or subjective?
Yes.
What do you believe?
I believe they're subjective. Clearly.
What?
And I
Why?
can give you reasons why.
What's the reason?
Because there's nothing in nature
No,
that dictates morals.
don't give him the reasons. He doesn't deserve it.
Don't give him the reasons.
Like,
Don't. I believe they're subjective, and is my secret as to why. Are you serious?
well, no. My thought here is, Mr. Smart Man is in the call. Chose to be in the call. Chose to be, here for us. So I feel like he should be able to argue his point.
Well,
So is there any point that you hold, Energy, in this conversation that you can argue to me? That you can stand by your opinion?
I think it's obvious that Hamas are theocratic and theocracy is bad.
You think it's obvious that Hamas is theocratic and theocracy is bad? Do you
Yes.
think that, for example, a society governed by a religious teaching that has a government installed with religious extremists, do you think that would be bad?
Yes.
Okay, so you think that Israel is bad?
Israel's
The current Israeli government.
secular.
Oh, you're retarded. Okay, sorry, I forgot. My bad.
On paper, Israel is secular.
I just laid out to you what the Israeli government is. And you agreed it was bad. And then I said it was Israel, and you said, no. Do you have anything to say on that? What?
If you think I'm not a knowledgeable person, then why did other people call me a nerd earlier?
Nerd does not mean smart. It is a very specific term used to mean people that know a specific topic. Nerd does not mean smart. If you're called a nerd and you think that means you're smart, please check with your friends again. Anything else? Or can I get back to my conversation with Lethe?
Get back whenever you want.
I fucking quit. Oh, energy never change.
Oh my god! I hope he changes. You say never change. I say I'm waiting for the day that he sees humanity. But
okay,
you and I have different takes on him. Oh, what? You're talking? What's up?
What do you want? What do you want me to change about myself?
I want you to stop supporting genocide.
Is that it?
I think it's yeah. You can have your own like retarded opinions. That's fine, but like as long as you don't support genocide, we're cool.
Well, I don't support genocide. So.
You do though. You do support the genocide of Palestinians, and you make excuses for it.
Energy, are you gonna let Lord bully you like this? Tell him there's no genocide going on in Gaza. Just tell him.
I don't think Israel is doing as genocide
Now
why do you think that?
elaborate on why it's not a genocide.
No. Don't help him. Why do you think that? Why do you think there's nothing bad going on in Gaza?
Okay. By definition, genocide is murder, mass murder.
Is that the definition? What definition are you going by the way? Because I'm going by the UN definition.
Hey, stop Andrew
of what
Wilsoning
genocide is.
energy, corpse.
No, I'm just curious.
I thought genocide is mass murder of an ethnic group.
No, the UN definition of genocide includes the, for example, separation of children from a group, actions intended to cause the demise by whole or in part of a group. It also includes the killing of a group. It's a lot more than just killing. That's the entire reason that Russia is currently accused of genocide in Ukraine for separating children from their families. So, Mr. Scholar, why, what's your argument here?
I was not familiar with the idea that was a definition of genocide, but also.
Oh, you weren't familiar with the legal definition of genocide when you started talking about genocide.
Well,
that's
so
crazy.
That's
crazy. There's only one legal definition of genocide, and that's the UN definition, and that's what I cited. It's kind of crazy that you're coming here to like talk about this, but you also don't even know the goddamn
to be
definition.
fair, you bushwhacked him with it.
Yeah,
no, I've done this about 20 fucking times with him, and he knows the legal definition. And he chooses to be a fucking retard and ignore it. So I'm gonna keep bushwhacking him with it because he deserves it. God damn.
Within the philosophy of language, there's multiple ways to interpret what words mean, and one interpretation of what words mean is that they
is there a way that you can interpret the intentional destruction in whole or in part of an ethnic group? Is there a way that you can interpret that it's not bad?
That is genocide?
No, that is not bad. What I cited to you was actually one of the factors that is the definition of genocide. I'm asking if there's a way you can interpret that is, fine.
No.
That's crazy. Okay, so what aspect of genocide do you think you can interpret? Because you say that these are all interpretable words. What aspect is interpretable to the point where it's not problematic?
So the meaning of
aspect
word
of genocide?
The meaning of a word is gained from its use within a language game, and it depends on what language game you're playing.
So when I speak about genocide, I speak about the legal definition of genocide, the thing that is very carefully, and by the way, by Israelis, thought out to be what is a genocide. What I am citing is that definition, the definition that was created by Israelis amongst other Western leaders. And so when I cite the destruction in whole or in part, what I'm citing, I'm literally quoting the definition of the crime of genocide. Do you have a problem with that? Do you think that these Israeli leaders following the Holocaust were wrong in their definition of genocide?
Definitions are not right or wrong, just are used or not used.
No, the definition exists. You're being a fucking bullshitter.
Are you doing this on purpose?
The definition exists.
Okay, thing. Have you read philosophy of language? You know what meaning within or concepts of reference or
I sided with Lethan here. What the fuck, dude? You're
That was
so dumb.
fucking smooth.
So, Panda. Sorry, Energy. My bad. I'm gonna call you Panda if you keep being retarded, though, because you're acting just as retarded as Panda was. Do you disagree with the definition of genocide that was created by people that survived World War II, including Israelis? Do you disagree with this definition?
I don't agree with definitions. Definitions are used or not used in a context.
No. That you're fucking obfuscating from the point. Do you think that this definition is accurate or inaccurate?
Nice definitions can't be accurate or inaccurate. That's not how
Yes,
language
they
works.
can be. You're fucking retarded. Answer the question, dumbass.
I think you're operating sort of Neoplatonic essentialism,
Is
right?
this definition
I love it.
is this definition accurate or inaccurate under your assessment of the issue? Do you want me to read to you the full UN definition so that you know it?
Energy, are you a President Sunday fan?
I don't see meaning the same way you do. Meaning is not, to me, objective.
I asked you a very simple question. I'm waiting for you to answer it.
It's a meta point about the question. It's not the type of question which makes sense. It's like, do you believe brr, 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 or blah, 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 blah? Like, it's nonsensical.
Okay, yeah, and when we say is something genocide, it's nonsensical because we have no definition. But you're wrong because we have a legal definition of this crime against humanity. We have a definition that the international community, including America, has accepted. So what I'm saying is how would you describe this crime?
So first of all, it's a word that would have a definition, not a description. A description is given to a proper name of a person, place, or thing.
The description of a crime. It is a crime. It is considered an international crime. It is not just a thing that happens. This is the exact reason why Benjamin Netanyahu currently has an arrest warrant. Because he has committed international crimes. Now, please define genocide for us. How would you define this?
Genocide is what people agree it is.
How would you define the term genocide?
I don't define terms other than how other people define them in their language games.
But you don't like it when I defined it for you, so that's why I'm asking.
Do you agree with Gorp's definition in that case?
You can call whatever you want genocide, but at the end of the day, if you don't have a meta-ethical grounding, then you don't know what's right and wrong.
Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, Article 2. In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. Option 1, killing members of the group. Option 2, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. Option 3, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Option 4, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. And option 5, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. What part of this definition do you disagree with? Energy?
None of it. It's fine. It's fine.
No, I'm asking because you said you disagree, so I'm curious where. I just read off the UN definition. So what part of this do you disagree with?
None of it. I don't disagree. Just what it's fine. Just whatever you want to call it.
You don't disagree. So do you agree that Israel is committing genocide in Palestine?
I don't know. I'm tired. I'm tired. You guys can continue this conversation.
Well, do you agree or not? I'm just curious.
No.
You don't. Why not?
I'm tired. I'm tired. I don't know if I have the mental for this right now. I want to go to bed.
That's fine. I mean, you can leave whenever you want, but I'm just curious why you disagree, because you just told me that you don't disagree with any of these points, but you do disagree with the fact that Israel is committing genocide. So I'm curious where that comes from.
Just go to bed, Energy. You can just go to bed. You don't have to continue.
No, don't tell him to go to bed.
No, that's foul.
Oh my god. It is actually annoying though. I wish I got to finish that conversation without him going to bed.
I mean, the thing is, the basic reason I disagree is because it's obvious that Israel is in the right and Hamas is in the wrong. I just think it's obvious. Like, Israel is a liberal democratic country. Hamas are theocrats. I support liberal democratic, pro science, pro women's rights, pro LGBT rights, pro capitalism countries.
So do you remember the tenets of genocide that I read to you? Do you remember those?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the largest accusation is that number 3 is currently being committed by Israel, which is deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Do you disagree that that is what Israel is doing?
Intentionally, yes.
I never said intentionally. That was not a word that I said.
Well, I'm saying they're not intentionally doing that.
Okay, but are they doing it unintentionally, do you think?
I don't know.
Well, you seemed confident that they're not intentionally doing it.
I'm confident Israel are the good guys because they're not democratic fascists like Hamas.
Well, why? What makes you think that?
Hamas are theocratic fascists. It's obvious.
No. What makes you think that Israel is not?
Because what evidence is there that they are?
Well, what evidence is there that Hamas is?
It's obvious that Hamas are democratic fascists.
Why?
Have you know anything about Hamas?
I do. I'm asking you to explain it.
Okay.
I think this is a pretty fair thing to ask you to explain your position.
Hamas are religious extremists who murder innocent people.
That sounds like Israel to me.
Israel's officially secular.
Is it?
Yes.
It is written into law that a certain percentage of Israeli society must be Jewish. That doesn't seem very secular.
Not familiar with that specific law, but I did have
That's
the
great.
separation.
You don't have to be familiar with it. It's a fact. So that doesn't seem very secular to me.
There's not an official merging of religion and government.
Yeah, the official language of Israel is Hebrew. They downgraded Arabic from an official language to I believe it's called a special conditional language. So that further entrenches Judaism within Israel. Do you have anything to say about that?
Countries have the right to establish the language they use.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. However, in the way that Israel does it, it is establishing a religion that is a religious, or it's establishing a language that is a religious language, largely in today's day and age. They are establishing a certain percentage of the population that must be of that religion. Right? This seems a little bit weird.
Jewish is nationality, not just religion.
It's a nationality. So if Israel didn't exist, Jewish would still exist as a nationality?
Yes.
So why does Israel need to exist?
It's a liberal democratic in the Middle East.
Is it? I don't think that you can call something a democracy if you mandate that it must have a certain percentage population of a certain religion. That doesn't seem very democratic.
We established it's a
When it
nationality.
allows the right of return of a certain religion, but
No.
people separate from that are not allowed to return to their homeland. That doesn't seem very democratic.
For example, we consider someone like the physicist Niels Bohr to be of Jewish nationality, even though he was not religious.
That's great if a Palestinian that is from Israel, right? The homeland is Israel. They can't return, but somebody who is Jewish and has no connection to the land can return there. Do you think that that's democratic and like fair?
Originally, the Jewish nation originates, so people of Jewish heritage have the historical connection. But in terms of modern day connection, Palestinians who support peace live in Israel.
Right, but they don't have a right to return, whereas Jewish people have a right to return. Why is that? Why do you think that is?
They're worried about.
Go on.
What, Lethy?
Go on.
They're worried about terrorism.
No. I mean that Palestinians don't have the right to return. Jewish people have the right to return. They can come back and be given citizenship in Israel, whereas Palestinians cannot do the same thing. They are legally barred from doing the same thing. Do you find that problematic at all?
No, because they're worried that the Palestinians would commit terrorism if they're let back in.
Right. So two people that are born next door to each other in America. One is Jewish, one is Palestinian. One can return home to Palestine. The other cannot. Do you think that's fair?
It's to Israel, and yeah, if the
Why is that
Palestinian.
Two fucking
Because-
normal people just living their lives, not terrorists, of course. One can return home and be given full citizenship in Israel. The other has no access to this land.
You didn't
Why do you
specify
think
they were
that's
both.
fair?
You didn't specify they were in both normal. If they're both normal, that would be fair.
Well, what I'm describing is the reality is that the Jewish person could return home and the Palestinian person could not. That's the reality of the law of the land of Israel. Do you think that's problematic at all?
If I think people who are Palestinian who reject terrorism should be allowed to have right of return.
So
If
do
they
you think
reject,
that Palestinians should have a right of return?
if they reject terrorism, and it is they support.
Do you think that Jewish people should have to reject terrorism to go to Israel?
Yes.
Okay. So you think the same standards should apply for both?
Basically, yeah.
Okay. So if I was Jewish and I decided to take my birthright trip to Israel, I could go back. I would have to say terrorism bad, and I could live in Israel for the rest of my life. And any Palestinian should be able to do the same thing.
Not any Palestinian, any person who rejects terrorism.
No, the same thing being the terrorism's bullshit. Okay, now live my life in Israel. That's part of the doing the same thing is rejecting terrorism.
They also should accept Israel's right to exist.
Why do they have to do more than the Jewish people do?
I think the Jewish people should also have to accept Israel's right to exist.
Right, but you already admitted that Jewish people should say, terrorism bad. Okay, now I'm going to live my life in Israel. Why are you now creating an extra condition for Palestinians?
I think it should apply to both. Should have to say, I believe in Israel's right to exist if they want to move to Israel.
Whether or not you believe that, that's not the facts on the ground. That's not how Israel operates. And you're supporting this country. So I think that you have a standard that you have to meet, which is this country is operating as it is, and you either support or don't support them. Do you support a country blocking the medical aid of hypodermic needles to a population?
Not familiar with the concept of hypodermic needle.
It's a needle that is used in a medical setting, usually to either inject medication or as an IV.
Depends whether you're doing it to prevent it from getting taken by Hamas, then it's a good idea.
That's irrelevant to my question. I told you the use case of this needle. Do you support or oppose a population that is in need of medical aid to be able to have this medical device?
Will it get stolen by Hamas?
Doesn't matter.
That's the question. Never mind. Continue.
It does.
I would like you to explain to me how Hamas is going to turn a hypodermic needle into a, I don't know, fucking a rocket. But either way, even if they were to take this, they were to take a couple of these needles, do you think that that makes it valid to deny an entire population of this medical aid that is necessary for the survival that people get every single day in America?
The fact is, if it gets stolen by Hamas, that's a bad thing. So we should prevent it from getting
Why is it
stolen by
a bad
Hamas.
thing? You didn't answer my question, by the way. But either way, why is it a bad thing, Mister? Oh, it's so bad. Why?
Hamas are not good.
Great. Okay. Why is it a problem?
Because you don't want not good people have access to medicine.
You don't want not good people to have access to hypodermic needles. What the fuck's gonna happen? Retard.
They're going to use it to save the lives of Hamas terrorists.
Oh, so you think that doctors should not operate on certain people?
On terrorists?
So do you think that doctors in America should operate on American service members?
No.
No. Well, they do every single fucking day.
Terrorist?
On American service members. That's what I asked.
Service members are not terrorists.
What's the difference?
Terrorists are terrorists. Service members are service members.
What's the difference? Use your brain. What's the difference?
It's in the definition of terrorists being terrorists and service members being service.
One is state sanctioned, one is not. They do the same action. Either way, I think doctors should operate on American service members. I think they should operate on Hamas. I think they should operate on anybody that is in need of help because they are doctors. Do you think that's a crazy take to have?
Yeah. I think that's pretty nuts. But terrorists should not
Really?
get medical.
So the Hippocratic Oath, which is the oath that every single doctor in America takes, is nuts?
You can play word games, but terrorists should not get
I'm
medical.
not playing word games. The Hippocratic Oath that every single doctor in America takes is what you are calling word games. It is the oath that they give to serve anybody that they encounter that may need medical help. Do you think that is a bad oath for them to take?
I said terrorists should not get medical care. So does that answer the question?
I don't think that anybody should not give medical care. Why do you think that terrorists should not?
Because they terrorize people. They're evil.
Great. So if you think that they're terrorists, wouldn't you want them to like spend the rest of their lives in prison?
No, I'd rather them dead. I'd rather not spend money on them.
Rather than mysteriously die than ever receive justice. You realize that you can't have justice for any victims without something like a trial.
Death of terrorist is justice.
Well, you need to show that they're a terrorist. That's the problem here. And you can't do that without a trial.
You have evidence of something without there being a formal trial.
Hey, Panda, or sorry, Energy. I think you're a terrorist. Does that mean you should die right now? Does that mean it would be valid for anybody to kill you? Because I think you're a terrorist.
What proof?
The answer, of course, is no. And how do we determine whether or not you're a terrorist? Oh, a trial where you get to plead your own rights. I could accuse any person around me of being a terrorist. That's great. That needs to be proven in a court of law before we can just kill them for being a suspected terrorist. Do you understand this?
It does not deserve medical care.
Well, how do you know if somebody is a terrorist?
If there's evidence, proof for them being terrorist.
Such
Proof.
as, a conviction, which you need to go to court to do. Which no doctor can just unilaterally say.
There's proof that there are people who are
Panda, you're a terrorist.
no
Doctor
proof.
is ever going to give you medical care again. What proof? You defend genocide. No doctor is ever going to give you medical care again. Do you think that that's fair?
There's no proof I'm a terrorist.
No, you defend genocide. That's the proof.
There's no proof that I defend genocide because there's no
it's
proof.
it's on video. You've done it time and time again to me. It's on video. That part is fact.
You can drills doing as
Whether you're terrorist or not is not fact, but the part that you defend genocide is fact. At the end of the day, I have claimed this thing. So therefore, no doctor should ever give you any care. Do you think that is a fair thing?
That's not fair
Oh, why?
because there's no proof.
Oh, there's no proof. It's almost like you need to actually prove things at a court, you think?
You need proof. It doesn't matter what's court or not.
I mean, I personally think that defending genocide means that you shouldn't ever be able to receive medical care. That's proof. Or is there something else that's needed beyond that proof?
You might
Is there
believe.
something else? Is it maybe like a trial? Is it being put in front of a jury of your peers? What do you think?
You're playing word games.
I'm not playing word games. I'm playing explicit games.
If there's proof someone's a terrorist, then they should not get medical care.
What do you define as proof somebody's a terrorist?
The same way you would have proof for any other fact that we know.
So if I have proof that you defend genocide, does that make you a terrorist?
No.
Why?
Terrorism is acts of political violence. Beliefs cannot be acts of political violence. They have to be acts.
So if you were to defend genocide for a political purpose, would that make you a terrorist?
It would make me a terrorism supporter, but not a terrorist.
So there's a supporter versus just terrorist. What evidence would you need for somebody to be just killed on the spot with no trial for terrorism?
Proof that they engaged in terrorism.
But for us to know that that proof is true, wouldn't we need to go to a trial?
No.
I mean, I could AI generate some shit of you doing terrorism. That's proof, right?
Yeah, no, you can't do that because there's no proof.
The video that I generate is the proof.
If it's obviously AI, It's not proof.
Well, AI has gotten a lot better than you think.
Gorfs, you're playing word games.
I'm not playing word games. I'm actually playing reality games. The reality games that I'm playing is the fact that you can't just accuse somebody of terrorism and then say, okay, that makes it fine for me to kill them. That's not how the world works. You're fucking retarded. You also defend a crime against humanity of which the leader of your God-fearing country, Benjamin Netanyahu, has a goddamn arrest warrant out for him because of the fact this country is committing crimes against humanity. I am trying to make you use your brain for once in your goddamn life so that you recognize the fact that you can't just accuse somebody of terrorism and then say that's it, it's done. Now, if you can't use your brain, that's not my fucking problem. However, I very highly recommend you learn to do so.
I use my brain all the time. Like when I'm learning about something new, I use my brain.
You use it all the time. Okay, great. So I called you a terrorist. You should be killed now. What's the problem?
The problem is you can't just accuse someone arbitrarily.
Oh, you can't. So how do we show that somebody actually is one?
Proof, evidence.
Right, but I can just lie about that. I can say that I saw you doing X and Y and Z.
Confirmable evidence.
Really?
From a
So
starting.
if there's no confirmable evidence, nobody can ever get tried for terrorism.
If there's mass eyewitness testimony is confirmable evidence.
So if there's no confirmable evidence, nobody can get tried for terrorism. Just to make sure we're clear.
Yeah, I suppose that's a valid principle.
Yeah, so I never told anybody I'm gonna do terrorism. So you can't charge me even if I have the whole plan there. Just to make sure we're correct.
Okay. How do you? Okay. How about this? How about instead of asking you what I think, you're a lawyer. How about we tell us what you think? How do you think we convict someone of terrorism?
No, you're the one that's wanting to convict and kill people based upon no trial. I'm pushing your theory. I'm not the one making this assertion. Lethe, I'm sorry you have to sit through this, but Panda's a retard, so here we are.
I mean, I spend my time studying pretty advanced topics.
That's great.
Well-
I accuse you of terrorism. Why should you not be killed?
Because there's no proof.
Oh, well, I think there is. And I claim there is, and I make an AI video, and it's over. You did
Okay.
terrorism.
So that's not proof.
Really? Video evidence isn't proof?
AI video evidence is not proof.
How will they know that?
Because AI is obviously AI.
No, that's actually just fucking retarded. You don't know the level that AI has advanced. There are plenty of cases in which there are AI videos that people cannot tell are AI videos.
Okay. How do you believe someone should be convicted of terrorism? That?
I think there should be a trial. All the evidence is presented at trial. A defense attorney defends the person at trial. And I think that that is the best way that we can do it. It's not perfect. However, it's much better than just saying, that person's a terrorist. Kill him. Which is what you're advocating for, by the way.
Not what I'm advocating for, because I said basically.
No, it is what you're advocating for. Because what you said when I asked you how you can show that somebody is a terrorist, you said they just are a terrorist. No court, no trial, no proof. Just you said they are.
Do you have a pin on your backpack for someone who jumped into a plane?
What? You cut out a little bit.
Do you have a pin on your backpack for someone who blew up a plane? That's what's up.
Does that make me a terrorist?
That makes you a supporter of terrorism or someone who did terrorism.
Does that make me a terrorist?
No,
Great. So why is it relevant?
it's immoral.
You can think that. I think it's incredibly more moral for her to have done what she did.
I don't even know who that person is, but Les Chief is telling me in the
Yeah,
DM.
I know. I know you don't know who it is. Because you don't know anything that you're fucking talking about. I do, by the way, have a pin on my backpack of the first woman to hijack a plane. Just so that everybody understands what the fuck my pin is. It is a pin of the first woman to hijack a plane. She was Palestinian. I believe she was born in Lebanon. And she hijacked a plane and held certain hostages as demands. Anyways, you still haven't, addressed any of my points. And you're now just obfuscating.
If there's no proof someone's a terrorist, you should not kill them. But if there's substantial evidence, regardless of whether there's a trial, then you should not give them medical care.
There's substantial evidence regardless of whether there's a trial. You should not give them medical care. What do you define as substantial evidence?
Proof. Substantial
What is
evidence.
that? What is that?
The same evidence I need to know how to.
You cut out. What'd you say?
The same evidence that I need to know how to wipe my ass.
Okay. Am I a terrorist?
No,
I'm not. Why?
because there's no proof.
You're right. So if somebody has the same level of proof as me, they should be able to get medical care. Even if you think that they just did October 7th.
Are Hamas terrorists in your view?
Doesn't matter. I'm asking you a question on your worldview.
What I believe is irrelevant, basically, because I'm curious what you believe in this case, which is
You don't
do
get
you
to
believe?
fucking spin this around. You're the one that claimed that doctors should not provide terrorists medical care. You're wrong, first of all. But second of all, you can't even define a terrorist that a doctor should not provide medical care on.
First of all, you're asking for description definition, and description and definition are not the same thing. But yeah, and also the person who's been apparently she or they or whatever. They were hijacking a plane they thought Yitzhak Rabin was on when Yitzhak Rabin was a left-wing Israeli leader who wanted peace with the Palestinians. Yitzhak Rabin was left-wing.
By the way, chat, she is who he's talking about. This pin right here. But it doesn't matter because it's irrelevant.
Is it relevant that you have a pin of someone to kill Yitzhak Rabin?
How is a pin I have on my backpack relevant to any conversation that we're having right now?
It reflects your character.
How is it relevant to the conversation that we're having right now?
It reflects your character.
How is it relevant to any point made in the conversations we're having right now?
It's relevant for your character.
Yeah, so how is it relevant to any point that I have made in this conversation that we're having?
Not directly relevant.
So it's not
Indirect.
relevant. Great. Let's get back to the actual fucking point. How about that?
How okay. Are Hamas terrorists? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question. Answer.
Sometimes they act in terroristic ways.
Yes. Terrorist organization. Good. We established that. So there's Hamas in Gaza, correct?
Yeah.
So there's terrorists. Ergo, we should not allow stuff necessarily going to Gaza, which
There,
could solve it.
there are terrorists in Gaza. That doesn't mean that we should do collective punishment, which is a crime against humanity under international law.
So it's collective punishment to not let terrorists get access to stuff.
It's collective punishment to punish an entire population based upon the actions of a very small few.
Pursuing the majority of Palestinians for Hamas.
About 8% of currently living Palestinians, probably less now since this war, but about 8% of Palestinians in Gaza voted for Hamas.
Poll proof?
Do you know how math works?
Proof?
Great. So they won a plurality and not a majority of the vote in Gaza at the time. The majority of Palestinians are children. And I could tie you through this whole fucking line that gets us to 8%. But at the end of the day, the vast majority of living Gazans today did not vote for Hamas. And even, like, basically every major international rights organization has admitted this. It is just Israel. It's not.
Hamas are terrorists, and we should not allow them to get access to
I'm done.
Okay,
I'm
great.
writing I'm gonna
irrelevant.
write out now. I don't know if there's anything left to
That's
write
fair.
after this. Yeah, barely anyone is watching anymore. This was brutal. Oh, this ain't right.
Okay, Lethe, who won?
We all lost.
Who won?
That was an L for everyone.
Who won?
You technically won because you literally
Thank
had
you.
arguments. Literally just Houthis bad, Israel good is not an argument. It's 4:30 in the morning for them.
It's only 3:30.
I'm joking. This
It's
poor man.
It's 5:25.
I'm sorry, Energy. Why did you stay?
And you're retarded. That's it.
Because honestly, I don't have better things to do with my Sunday morning. I can sleep better.
You know what? Fair
Yep.
enough.
It's fitting. I am actually gonna join Lethe here because I have to be somewhere in about 7 hours. So I need sleep before that happens.
I would just recommend being open-minded and not thinking.
I
that
would
you-
recommend using your fucking brain cells. Knock them together every once in a while. God damn.
But didn't I tell you that I'm studying these concepts and stuff? Like
You're great. Use your brain cells and knock them together every once in a while, please.
I do when I'm studying these relatively
Is
complex.
Israel committing genocide in Gaza, Panda?
Good night.
Well,
Ike.
good night.
You, Ike.
Good night. Is Israel committing genocide in Gaza?
He's still doing this. I'm so
Just you on that doesn't mean I don't rub my brain cells together in other contexts.
No, it means your brain cells cannot be knocked together to a point that is recoverable. Have a good night.
Rating Rob
I hope
Noor.
that you
I'm rating Rob Noor just because of this.
Oh, fuck me, dude.
Appreciate y'all. Have a good night.
Good night.